Well, welcome everybody back to another night of what should be a lot of fun. Rounds 2 and 3, the 2021 NFL Draft. We get a lot of talk about the first round, always the first round prospects, but tonight is really where you can win the draft, and it should be a lot of fun. It's going to be a marathon. We're going to be here a long, long time, I'm sure. So buckle in, get a snack, get a drink. Enjoy yourself. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to break down every selection, take some questions. Nate Williamson will be joining me very soon. He's hung up with something, but he will be here. Just me for now, but we should have a lot of fun. The Jaguars on the clock to start us off. Get a little ticker on the bottom there, the best available, in my opinion. And you see, obviously, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah not going last night was a surprise. But again, I think we kind of talked about it last night. There were just teams that were never going to have him on their board and maybe viewed him as a linebacker and won't have 218-pound linebackers playing on their defense. That's just how it goes. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes tonight. And then, of course, I want to talk about one of the guys on the board for sure, Landon Dickerson. Obviously, Humphrey, great center. I think he'll come off early tonight, but Landon Dickerson could fall. And, I don't think it's crazy to assume that, this guy could fall all the way to the third round. I know Pittsburgh definitely in the market for somebody like a Landon Dickerson, but ultimately we will see where he ends up. I think they go Humphrey or maybe even Quinn Miners if he's available. After that, it gets dicey, really. Obviously, the Dolphins have a need. I think Humphrey's going to be where they land, though. They're going to land him. Then I think it comes down to Vegas. I don't think at 46, but potentially in the third round. So Dickerson, one who could have a longer night again tonight. We'll see. Azeez Ojulari, another one who we'll see what kind of night it is for him. Obviously, the medical issues, it's hard to say. So, but yeah, we're here. We're hanging out. We're going to have a lot of fun. Jaguars on the clock. We'll see who they select. And we will have a nice little banner here down here of all the picks kind of ticking at least as much as we can down there. So, yeah, here we go. We're off. We're rolling, and we're having ourselves a good time. So, as we wait the Jags pick, I think it's one of three guys. I think it's either Christian Barmore, because the Jags, they love the defensive line. They love to address that position early and often in the NFL draft. Elijah Moore, because Urban Meyer likes speed, obviously took Travis Etienne last night. Or it's Pat Freiermuth. Tight end room is not very good. And you get an impact player like that, adding more weapons for Trevor Lawrence. So it'll be interesting to see where the Jags go here. I'm excited. Hope y'all are excited as well. And, I think it'll be interesting. I know the Jags, obviously, you talk about adding ETN last night. I know not a lot of fans of that pick. But again, Jacksonville's a lot of picks to maneuver around. They go get a running back. Now, obviously, Urban Meyer's comments on how he's using ETN then makes you question the selection because, well, ETN's really not, this elite third down back. He's an early down back who's going to, who can carry the load, has the speed to change the game, survives collisions. I think he's gotten smarter as a runner between the tackles. But if you're not going to use him early, I'm confused as to why you select him there. So we'll see here. Picks in for the Jags. Here we go. It should be fun. JOK, I guess maybe a dark horse name also for the Jaguars, just because they've drafted smaller hybrid linebackers before. So as we await this pick, let's talk really quick. I think for those who are Packers fans and normally follow me for that, obviously there's a lot to like, I think, tonight, truthfully. And, I hope that Green Bay comes away. Truthfully, I would like to see them come away with O-line and wide receiver tonight. Will it be that? I don't know. I think there's a good chance that we see safety or DB come off the board again for Green Bay in round 2 or 3, just because, this is one of the things that Goody likes to do is double dip at the position. So we'll see. And if you're on YouTube, make sure like the stream a little bit and get some more discoverability there. But I'm intrigued right now. So It is. Okay, so we do have a selection here for the Jags. Looks like it's Tyson Campbell. So an interesting one there for the Jaguars, especially. I mean, obviously selecting a corner early last year in CJ Henderson, but again, secondary. After CJ Henderson, it was a lot of question marks. So I get the move. Jaguars clearly think that Campbell could be something. I think he's got the height, weight, speed, profile to him. A guy who I thought did pretty well, all things considered, against guys like Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith when they played this past year. So I think, again, with that height, weight, speed combo and that ability to flip his hips and carry defenders down and stay in their hip pocket down the field is going to be a good thing for that defense. And now you have Campbell and you have, CJ Henderson, who, two guys who I think that's a great duo for Jacksonville. And I mean, probably the best cornerback duo. Well, I should easily say the best cornerback duo in the division. But yeah, that's a nice pick. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't one of the three we mentioned, but I think no complaints. Again, I think corners are going to be flying off again tonight. Obviously, 5 corners selected last night. I think Asante Samuel Jr. is somebody who's not going to have to wait long. He could even be the pick for the Jets at 34. So remains to be seen. I'm excited to see what the Jets are going to do here now at 34, having now taken Zach Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker. You have Becton and Tucker both on the left side probably of that offensive line. Do they go offensive line again? Do they select Tevin Jenkins and really have potentially one of the best offensive lines for a young quarterback we've seen in recent memory? Obviously, the Chargers are doing the same thing. They got Slater last night. Maybe this is the move for the Jets, or do we see the run on corners come off with a guy like maybe Asante Samuel Jr.? I'll be intrigued. Obviously, Barmore still available. Obviously, this is a team that could potentially consider center if they wanted to. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, picks will be flying off tonight, which is fun. So, yeah, I'm excited. I hope y'all are excited, hanging out. Like I said, Nate will be joining us very, very soon. And yeah, I mean, should be. So, yeah, we're having ourselves a fun little time here, and yeah, it's going to be some more lulls between picks. Obviously, we're going to have guests tonight as well, so you'll be seeing that. Dom, what is the chance we trade for an extra pick in the top 100? I mean, I could see it. I wouldn't be shocked, truthfully, if that happens. If the Packers really value somebody like I've been talking about, like a Drew Dahlman or a Kendrick Green, or, they like a center at that spot, or they like a receiver at that spot. It's all going to be dependent on what they do early here tonight in the second round. But I could definitely see it. I mean, Goody has traded up in his last 3 drafts. I don't expect anything different tonight. I think he could get aggressive tonight even earlier than that. But I would put it as a 50-50 chance they move up to the top 100 and make a pick tonight. I think there are teams like Baltimore who always likes to move back and collect picks at those spots. They did it, I think it was either last year or the year before. They traded back with the Saints. Saints came up for someone. So, yeah, I mean, I could see it. I really could. It would be nice, Mitch. I agree. I think getting 4 players on the first 2 days of this draft would be huge for the Packers. So we get to see who the Jets are going to select here very soon. I'm sure the clock is at a minute and 10 seconds. And who we think this is, I truthfully would imagine, if they really want to go all in on the offensive line, this is, a Tevin Jenkins, or, maybe they just bite the bullet, go center here for a guy like Humphrey, who could probably play the guard spots if they so desire. If they really want to build a wall in front of Wilson, that's maybe the direction they go. So, It'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to find out what the Jets are going to do. And then, of course, we have Atlanta back on the clock after that. So Atlanta, will that be the third running back? It could be. It could be the third running back in Javonte Williams. Or maybe they pick Trayvon Merrick, who a lot of people have been clamoring for a lot of teams to make that pick last night. So, it is not. Oh, it's a really good pick. So the Jets, instead of going after someone on defense or the offensive line, the Jets decide to select Elijah Moore, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. And I think this is a really, really good pick. And this is a really, really good player in Elijah Moore. And we have a graphic for Elijah Moore today. So let's get that graphic out for Moore here. Let's talk about what he'll bring to the table, because I think this is somebody who I really do believe that Packers fans did want. So I get it. And, when you look at Elijah Moore here, and hopefully you can see this. I don't like how this does this with only one person, but maybe I can do this. There we go. Okay. So Elijah Moore, let's talk about it. I mean, this dude has ridiculous play speed. He ran a 4.35 at the combine. I mean, just 5'9", 178, but still, I think he plays bigger than that. He's going to be a gadget player. He's got competitive toughness. What I think is important with him is that 4.35 speed, the play speed, he uses it all throughout. Pre-catch, post-catch, at catch. Those three phases, he keeps that play speed up. And to see him keep that stride through the catch point and stay moving down the field is veteran stuff. And so when you look at Elijah Moore, that's the type of player you want to have in your offense. And he's a tough catcher over the middle of the field. This is somebody that, the Jets are going to be able to use him in a multitude of ways. You'll have him over the middle as a slot receiver, maybe even get him in the backfield at times. He's got that gadget ability, as well as he is a deep threat down the field. And we know Zach Wilson likes to uncork the ball down the field. Going to be able to do so with Moore, with Mims, and now I have a possession receiver as well in Corey Davis. This offense is coming together. It's going to be a really, really good one in New York. Obviously, Mike LaFleur running the show, coming over with ties to Shanahan and McVay. So a heck of an offense that is brewing here for this team. So it should be fun. The Jets fans should be excited, truthfully. If they're not, they must not have a pulse, because incredible job they've done so far. Again, it's all going to bank on whether or not Wilson is the guy. So we'll see. But I mean, this will be interesting. All right, so Falcons now are on the clock, but I mean, Elijah Moore is a beast, and there's not much more you need to say about him. He was my wide receiver 5 on my board. Again, he's dynamic, but I really think he can separate as well. So it's exciting pick for sure. And a lot of AFC East fans chiming in and saying they don't want to play against him, and I totally understand that. Oh, the Broncos are coming up here to 35. So we're going to have to change this. Perfect. We have to change some stuff. Denver makes a huge move here, and this is probably a good thing for Atlanta. Really, when you look at it, Atlanta really want to build that roster for another run with Matt Ryan. Doing so, they're going to trade back, get more picks, get more impact players. So I like the move for both sides. If Denver's got a guy in mind, maybe it's, dare I say, another secondary guy like Trayvon Merrick, or is it Richie Grant? Or it would be very interesting to see a secondary as loaded as Fangio would have if they went safety here. So let's find out. I mean, the pick is in. This is clearly the Broncos want to come up. They're going to get a guy that they want. And that's what you got to do. Day 2 really, it picks, I would say, normally there's about 20 to 25 first-round grades for a lot of teams, sometimes less than 20. So wherever you have that end of first-round grades, it's kind of like, you pick your guy at this point, because day 2 is full of a lot of talent. So, yeah, Broncos are trading up here. I'm 0 for 2 so far, so Oh, wait. I'm getting mixed reports here. Wow, it's actually not even – it's a running back. Wow. So Miami kind of snoozes and loses here if this is indeed Javonte Williams, which it looks like it is, for the Broncos. That's an all-in type move. So we got 35 and a sixth for 40 and a fourth. And I'll put that up there as well here. So again, it certainly looks like that's what this is going to be. So yeah, Broncos get 35 and a sixth here, and the Falcons are going to get 40 and a fourth round pick. Picks in. I assume this is what it is. So yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be our third running back here in. It's going to be Javonte. Can't believe it's not Owusu Koromoa, honestly. That is something. And I think, where he falls at this point, it's hard to say. I don't know who's going to make the move. Now, a team like Washington, if you really want to move up for a guy like that, even though they went linebacker already tonight, I mean, we'll see. Folks, I think we have a guest. Not really a guest. It's more of a host, and he's going to be chilling. He's going to be hanging out. But man, here we go. Here we go. Javonte Williams. I mean, let's talk about Javonte Williams here quick. Really, when you look at the running back position, this guy is power football through and through. He wants to run you over, and the contact balance is special stuff. He has good movement skills. I mean, he's not the most dynamic player, but he's got enough deep speed to create. But his ability to create at contact and after first contact are what make him a special player at the position. Now, not saying he's a surefire first-round pick or anything, but it's still a very, very good running back in this class who, again, you're going to give him power football, a lot of counters, a lot of inside zone, and he's going to make his hay picking up tough yardage for this Broncos offense. Now, is this a move? We talked about Rodgers to Denver last night. I don't think it's a move for that. I think this is a move for kind of like what the Giants are doing with Daniel Jones. The Broncos are saying, listen, we're all in here. Let's get a bell cow out of running back for Drew Lock. See if we have this offense that now is really looking great overall. This is best situation for Drew Lock. See if he's the guy this year. So we will find out if that is the case. Now the Miami picks in, and this is something that could be JOK as well. So we will see. And as the Miami Dolphins are obviously on the clock, Nate Williamson is here. Ladies and gentlemen. Go pack indeed. Got a long way to go till the Packers pick, but we're here. We're here. Nate's here now. Nate, what do you think so far? You see the first three picks? What do you like? Nope. Okay, well, Nate, to catch you up, good sir, Tyson Campbell went to the Jaguars at 33, so Brooks obviously had to get busy on the writing front early tonight.
Yeah.
Then it was Elijah Moore for the Jets, who are now looking dynamic on offense. And then Denver moves up for Javonte Williams, right in front of Miami. That's rough. If you're a Miami fan.
I like Tyson Campbell with CJ Henderson a lot. That's going to be really fun. That's two 6'1" defenders, isn't it? He's about 6'1", I would say.
Campbell, yeah, I think he's definitely over 6 foot.
A lot of length.
Let me get the relative athletic scores up so we have the numbers.
He's gonna have a
lot. I want the numbers
in that defense. The Jaguars doing pretty good. We had some problems maybe with them taking running back, but they're committed to make Trevor Lawrence comfortable, and if they're going to take a running back, they took a pretty good one. So it's a good way to start off the day looking at their defense too.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was talking about this earlier. I still think, again, it's a luxury pick. Hopefully they really aren't just using him as a third down back because they're going to be disappointed.
I just don't
like that. Like the familiarity thing with Lawrence is fine, and you're getting him help on the ground. And I don't think, obviously, the Jags are they're nowhere near done tonight. So we'll see where they go after this. But
right.
Dang, the Miami Dolphins got a guy that I really like. And I actually love this player. Let's get a graphic, obviously. Of course.
I'm looking at the tracker really quick.
I've got one. I have one.
Oh yeah, you do. Sorry,
yes, I do, good sir. Obviously, it's not going to be as good because I don't get as many characters, but I've got all of it. And now the Dolphins will select Javon Holland, the safety from Oregon. So Nate, by the way, Tyson Campbell, 6'1", 193. So bigger guy. Bigger guy. All right. Who wants?
They're old right now.
Yeah. Who wants a graphic for Javon Holland? Yes. Like oh yes. All right. Well,
I do.
Your wish is my command. Let me find it here. And Canva has really got me making so many freaking things.
Weird. I'm trying to find.
This is unfortunately a guy I really wanted in Green Bay because I really felt like he would be a darn good player. But here's our little graphic here on Javon Holland. I'll move this little banner here for a second. Again, 6 foot, 207, a really good athlete. This guy's rare versatility. He's played single high, he's played deep half, he's played nickel, and he plays a little bit of almost star and man line of scrimmage in the box. Really good man cover guy in the slot. Great tackler. He closes downhill well from deep. He's competitive. He sheds blocks. He dips under blocks. This dude will be in your face in the backfield. Trust me, when he's lined up near the line of scrimmage. Again, I don't think you're going to trust a player like Holland to be a player on the back end of a defense. But again, when you can have a guy operate around the line of scrimmage like this, he's going to be effective. And truthfully, I think a lot of people have said this. I've said it too. When you watch Holland's tape, it is just write down good player day 2. And you're out of there. Because that's the type of player he is. There are those players every year that you're like, this is a great player, and you want him on day 2 somewhere. Not an elite player, but a very good one.
No doubt. I think that's an appropriate spot for him. And if he comes along in a couple different ways, I mean, also, pretty good punt returner, if I remember correctly, right?
He does have some return. Yes.
So, yeah. It's pretty sound tackler, pretty athletic, pretty smart. That's what you like to see at safety.
He is a smart player. So.
I know this next pick for what it's worth.
You do, huh?
I do. For the Eagles. I will say, he played at 2 schools.
The Eagles guy played at 2 schools, you're saying?
Yes.
I don't know. Who is the Eagles guy who played at 2 schools?
Offensive line.
Offensive line played. Oh, wait, really?
He's
coming off
69.
He's coming off here? I did not think there was any chance.
That's what I saw.
I can't believe that. Mitch, I'm right here. Jake's right here. I'm right here. Hello. You're right. That's what I see. Eagles have selected Landon Dickerson, and unfortunately, okay. So people don't listen to me as a forecaster tonight. Don't let me try to forecast anything. I'm here to evaluate when players get selected, because I legitimately at the top of the show said Landon Dickerson could fall a lot tonight because of the injuries. Never mind.
Nope.
Right here to the Eagles. Another team all in trying to help out their young quarterback. Been a theme. But apparently they don't do that for aging quarterbacks, I guess.
No, they don't. It's unfortunate.
That's the thing.
And that leads to them retiring.
Yeah. So
Luck. Then he just retires.
Yeah, Andrew Luck.
With the
Well,
perfect-
at least Aaron's got a no line.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck retired because they wouldn't even let that man keep him protected back there.
That's very true. That's very, very true.
I need to
Landon
update the ticker.
I think Landon Dickerson, he has experience at least 4, if not all 5 positions on the line.
Yeah. One of my top 10 left on the board that I thought were best available for sure. So
that dude is built stout too. 6'6", like probably over 320, right?
Yeah, he's big. He's a big boy.
Did he have some injury problems?
Oh yeah, host of injuries, leg, ACLs, multiple. So yeah, 6'5", 333, big fella, and a guy who is a true leader in the locker room as well. Just a guy that you can tell everyone in Alabama rallied around this guy. I mean, the guy's tough. The guy wants to be out there. If he just can stay healthy, he's going to be a stud. Like, there's no doubt. Like, he went out there in the national championship and took a snap out there on a torn ACL. Like, obviously, it was a kneel down, but still, the dude wants to compete. Yeah. He put on the pads. He ran out. He walked out there. He's going to take a snap. Like, that's just absurd. So,
on that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way.
Really nice pickup for them.
Oh, absolutely. And like
sitting on the couch, he is a massive human being.
He is. And now Jalen Hurts.
Whoa, they
Devontae Smith.
44.
They have him 344 in there. See, that's what I'm wondering, because sometimes like they'll go, NFL Network will go with like from a while ago. Oh, they did the cool graphic of him at every position.
Oh, that's nice.
That's really cool.
To go to NFL Network.
Oh, you gotta go to NFL, man.
I just ESPN today, but
yeah, because I've seen at least the weigh-in numbers for Dickerson are 605.5, 333.
Okay, that's way more.
That's reasonable. 344 is big. That's big.
That's a freaking wrestler, like WWE.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
That's wild.
Listen, the Eagles are going to give Hurts a chance this year. There's no doubt. And, awesome stuff. Now everybody's showing the cartwheel at the pro day. He cartwheels at the Alabama pro day with Mac Jones. Obviously, he did it in the background. I mean, still off of an ACL surgery, like not that long. He hasn't. It's not been a long time, but like the dude's just.
One way to say that
infectious energy.
I mean,
it's infectious.
To make it fun.
Yeah, I mean,
did somebody trade up here?
Yeah, Patriots are trading up with the Bengals.
Why is NFL Network playing round 1, pick 3 on this stream? What is going on?
Whoa. Okay, Patriots are they moved up with the Bengals here.
That made no sense.
Also, the Bears have moved up to 39, up with Carolina to select here as well. So we've got a lot of movement early here in round 2, and I feel like we thought that this was going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of moving around, a lot of teams aggressive here where you don't have to give up a house like you do in the first round.
Right.
So the Bears moving up to 39 has got to be for Tevin Jenkins, and Christian Barmore is the pick for the Patriots. This is a Patriot pick. Some people mocked him to, I believe, what now? Patriots at 15 as well. So that's, something to pay attention to.
Going the people to pick. That's my favorite tradition.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I guess it doesn't matter, but it's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Pats should get a wide receiver. They probably should. I'm sure they will. Because I obviously I don't think I'm sold on a player like N'Keal Harry. I don't think either of us really were when he came out that draft, to be honest.
No, I still don't really. They were thinking about that one, but
yeah, it's just a weird body type, a weird skill set.
But I didn't trust it.
a weird skill set for a New England offense that was built on creating separation on your own with option routes. He just didn't do that. So Landon is a good player. I do agree. Landon doesn't look too happy to be an Eagle. Well, the organization's not the best, I guess, is really what this is. If Chicago on the clock at 39, this is Jenkins, is it not?
I saw that.
Oh, you did?
So.
I would think
it is. It is. The Bears are having a great draft right now.
Wow. Bears fans. Let them know. Let them know.
There's
like
insane
Kevin Jenkins and Justin Fields. Yikes. I mean, that's not. Yes, he is. Yeah. I mean, Jenkins, another guy, mountain of a man, pure mauler. He's gonna. I mean, his pass sets aren't bad. He has flexibility. He's played left and right tackle. Again, I think he just, when you look at him and how he plays, like we said, the quicker pass sets, the more like half pass sets that you talk about with shorter drops, he's comfortable with those. Now it's more like when you get Justin Fields, who's very patient going through his reads and likes to push it vertically, which I think you're going to allow them to do in that offense with Nagy. Jenkins is going to have to work on sustaining blocks as a pass protector. If he can do that, this is going to be a steal here at 39.
I just got so confused seeing the bottom of the screen, not our screen, but the NFL Network screen that said the Panthers used the 5th-year option on Sam Darnold. I was like, oh wait, yeah. It does not feel like it's odd with the movement that's happened.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's a lot of movement here early. And welcome in those folks who are here hanging out with us for the 5th time in a row during the draft. It's crazy that we've been here for 5 years, but we still here on day 2. And I remember the first time we did this, Nate, we were talking about, should we even do day 2? Should we even bother doing it? But I'm glad we did. It was a lot of fun. We got a pizza during. It was a good time.
Good time. That feels like it was 100 years ago, not 5 years ago.
Yeah, it does feel like 100 years ago. And yeah, there's Tevin Jenkins. You see it if you're watching on NFL Network. He looks to finish every play. He looks to get you on the ground.
Yeah.
There's a lot of quality offensive linemen off the board already on day 2, and we're just getting started. As Boomer would say, we've only just begun. So,
Ryan Pace trying to save his job.
I mean, he's done a heck of a job.
Yeah, I think he's doing well.
Yeah, as much as it hurts to say, he's done a good job so far. So, Atlanta obviously on the clock now.
Oh wow, Chicago sent 52, 83, and 204 for 151 and 39.
This is, I mean, look, we talked about it. The Bears winning the draft last night. They've done it. Ted Jenkins, yeah, I agree. Would have been a good fit for the Packers, but now he is a Chicago Bear. And, I mean, like we said, the Bears are killing it.
Right.
So, we'll see.
Until the 6th round now. That's pretty insane. They gave up a lot.
Yes. They did give up a lot, but I mean, listen.
I think it was worth it.
This is an all-in type of deal they're going for here. They've moved up now twice. They get 2, I believe, top 30 players in this draft. So, I mean, I don't hate that at all. I don't hate the moves getting aggressive.
It kind of is now or never for this staff because of how they've done in the past and how underwhelming it's been. So, I mean, I think they knew what they had to do. They had to come out swinging, and in a division that is historically very good year in, year out, and with tough rivals all around and a tough schedule this year as well, for what it's worth. They came out and did what they had to do. Yeah,
I mean, listen, Ryan Pace being great in a draft is not something I thought I would be saying, 40 picks into this thing. Here we are. And JOK still on the board. Wild stuff. Oh, I love it. Is that what it is for Atlanta?
I'm just watching the Atlanta. They are going around all the forces in the military.
Oh,
and they're
yeah.
Atlanta fans. It's really cool. I hate Atlanta, but that's fine.
So I'm going to say this, and also, isn't it great that Twitter already knows what the Lions pick is as well? Like this, they're so far ahead, and so Atlanta has taken Richie Grant, and that's my safety one, and I like Cosme more though. Well, Cosme's right there. He's right behind Jenkins for me on the tackle rankings. Cosme's still another really good player, really good athlete at the position. So, yeah, I think Cosme would be a great second-round pick for the Packers if he's there. But Richie Grant, whew, that's fun. That is fun. Oh, I got a graphic, actually. Who wants to see one?
Very nice. I'm not super thrilled about them getting him. I'm not going to lie, but
I don't blame you because, this dude's...
If we're trying to nitpick, I'm trying to make myself feel better.
Yeah. He's undersized. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, you're not wrong.
Let me just say, I don't believe that matters.
Yeah. 5'11", 197. Yeah. A little undersized, no doubt. So, like, when you look at a player like this, period, he's playmaker. And that's so evident. The football IQ is there. He sticks his nose in the run game with authority. He's got that Keanu Neal vibe about him when he sticks his nose in the run game. Great tackler. He's got great ball skills. He'll turn, he'll locate, he'll finish. With interceptions, he's got good range. He closes well with his speed when he blitzes, and he can work sideline to sideline. Now, the question is, obviously, a lot of people tried him out in man coverage with guys in Mobile, and I think, he's very physical. I wonder if he's going to get a little grabby when they ask him to do that, if they ask him to do that at all. So, and I think when he's working single high a little bit, he needs work on route concept recognition. I think too many times you'll see him kind of miss a backside vertical route or a backside post, and he'll kind of be focusing on what's going on and what's coming towards and away from him early. So those late routes that get down the field kind of trip him up. So he needs to work on that, but still a very, very good player at the position.
Right.
Somebody Atlanta should be happy to have in the building.
I remember I was listening to one of the Draft Network podcasts. It was with Sycamore and Ben? I don't remember.
It was Benjamin Solak, yeah.
It was Solak because it was when Sycamore sounds like the dude perfect purple hoser.
Yes. I remember you saying this. Yes.
Yeah. And I remember them saying about Grant, he had at least he had maybe 10 interceptions in his career at school, which is insane ball production for what it's worth.
Yes.
F team. But there might be, how did they phrase it? They were like, we'll see if the ball skills can cover up the missed tackles and blown coverages. Because there are some of those, according to them. And
in it.
For me, if you make 10 interceptions, if you get 10 interceptions in that kind of a defense, I think you've got the makeup to be a starter in the NFL, no doubt. With that ball production, put him in a cover one or whatever and just let the dude take over.
Yeah. Heck yeah. This defense needs more production, and they need to there's so much that they can get better at on the back end. Merrick would be interesting for Detroit. Detroit picks actually Levi and Wuzurike. But yeah, when you look at now AJ Terrell and Richie Grant early addressing the secondary, they moved back. They got a fourth from Denver in the process. Maybe go get another impact player early on day 3 tomorrow. But yeah, I like what Atlanta's done so far.
Very interesting to see the reaction, just because so many Bears fans I follow just to see. Some of them are very angry that they don't have any more picks, and I'm like, you don't need that many more picks because you're getting 2 great players out of it. Well, theoretically. I guess you can only really deal in theory anyway, but
Yeah.
yeah, in a while ago, so that's cool.
This entire draft is based on theory and blackjack,
AKA
or roulette,
what's
or
happening to JOK right now. Because in theory, we thought he was going to go in the first, and he didn't.
oh, okay.
Uzurike? Oh,
Yeah, it's on Wuzurike for the Lions. Now the Dolphins have moved up to the Giants spot.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yep. So they have moved up, and Wuzurike is going to be the first one that makes me have this ticker not be available. So I'm going to try and keep the most recent selections up there for you guys watching. So Tyson Campbell, Elijah Moore, Javonte Williams, and Javon Holland, what started us off, those will not be there going forward. But Miami, who obviously recently selected Javon Holland, I don't imagine this is for JOK, but it is not for JOK, actually. It is indeed a person I see now. And we'll talk about him for sure. I believe I actually have a thing up for him. So the Dolphins have selected Liam Eichenberg, tackle from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So interestingly enough, the fall of Sam Cosmi continues. That's interesting. Obviously, Dylan Radins.
I mean, this has to be, they must like how ready he is. I mean, he's not the quickest with his feet, but I mean, other than that, I feel like he's pretty ready for the next level. Like, I mean, it's in a talented class. I'll give it that. This is a pretty talented tackle class. So Cosmi continues to fall, but I think you can plug this guy in at left tackle and be fine.
Well, here you go. Let's take a look, shall we? At Mr. Liam Eichenberg. Here we are. Oh man, something with these banners. I gotta start key binding these banners to go away. But anyway,
right.
6'6", 306, and yeah, I think Nate said it. You know, this isn't an elite athlete or like an elite mover by any stretch, but he's rock solid in nearly every way. So Miami Dolphins here are going to get a guy who, you know, can start right away, of course, on at tackle, wherever they want to play him, left or right side. It gets interesting now where they're going to go with a guy like Robert Hunt, if they're going to move him back inside. But yeah, play strength in the run game. He displaces defenders. He can turn defenders. What he needs to do is work on his hand strikes. And he's very predictable with the two-hand punch that he does so often. So he has to mix it up. He has to generate, you know, power back at the defender in more than one way. He's got to be able to vary those punches up. If he does that, he'll become less predictable, and I think he can succeed on the outside. So a fun player. Don says, in theory, the Yogi Berra quote is interesting. I like it.
I just found the high school basketball version of Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to send it to you in a tweet.
The high school basketball version.
Quite interesting. It's mostly the hair. It's mostly the hair. It doesn't quite have that Ken doll look though, but it was jarring to see. I was like because I'm so in draft.
Oh my goodness.
And I was like,
oh my. I think his hair might be longer. That's crazy.
I think I'm gonna hate him wherever he goes unless it's Illinois, because like that's the kind of guy I love to cheer against. Anyway.
Yeah. The Giants are indeed loading up. That is for sure. I mean, look, Cosmi, Radins, Spencer Brown, Walker Little, all still there. One for the Colts and two for Green Bay, you know, if they want to go that direction. So is San Francisco? No, they're not.
There are an insane amount of trades going on right now.
Trades are flying up because this is the Raiders moving up, and the Raiders actually did something right here.
They're almost like completely half
of the board has been traded. Half of the board, yeah.
Like the TV just cannot keep up. So it's kind of like, why even really look at it?
This is
It's a mess.
Tackles are indeed coming off the board. And the Raiders actually have selected a good player here at a very good value in Trayvon Merrick. Finally comes off the board to the Raiders of all places. I like it.
The people's highest safety, actually.
Yeah, it is very much the consensus safety one. So, yeah, heck yeah. I mean, got to be excited about that. I mean, if you're a Raiders fan, really, Trayvon Merrick, really good player. I liked him even at 29 for Green Bay. I would have liked that for sure. I think he's a versatile player. Actually, I've got a graphic. Great player. Let's talk about him. Let's talk about Mr. Trayvon Merrick, shall we? Shall we? Mr. Trayvon Merrick, who, I mean, good player. I think the Pack could go tackle or guard. I agree. I think that's very possible. So Trayvon Merrick.
I'm just trying to keep up.
I know the trades are nuts right now. Like, because obviously Twitter and us are going to be ahead of the broadcast. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy right now. When you look at the trade, half the picks have to be trades at this point. But Merrick, 6', 202, versatile safety, box, slot, deep half. And I think you're going to talk about that with a lot of these guys, even like Grant and, Merrick and obviously Holland, who went earlier. Smooth transitions and coverage. He's got good instincts. He's assignment oriented. He's always in the spot he needs to be. So the very assignment oriented approach is, I think, something that Gruden likes, and probably Mayock does as well. He flashes the range and the ball skills. I think 2020, the one thing I would, if I had a complaint, was he just didn't finish some interceptions in 2020. I think if you look back to 19, there's a play that jumps out where he, snaps his hips, turns them, and closes, and actually snatches a ball away from Mr. Rondale Moore. It was a heck of a play. And, if he can continue to do that, if he proves that 2020 was more of an aberration in that area for him, I think you're going to get a really, really good player and easily the better of the two picks for the Raiders at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
So
do you think you play more in a cover 1 or a cover 3? What do you think he's better in?
I
think he's pretty heavy cover 1 from what I've seen.
I mean, yeah, I would say single high is where he is best. I mean, I think this is still more of a strong than a free safety at times. I think he can do both. I still think Richie Grant was probably more of the free safety type of player for me. But Merrick's a heck of a player. Like, this isn't no knock to him, but I think he can do more than Richie Grant can. I just think Richie Grant's calling card is a little bit better than Merrick's with the range and ball skills. But I think Merrick is very good at a lot of things. So the top 3 safeties coming off the board are the guys I really liked.
It could be interesting to see how he develops in terms of run support and just how that comes along. Because, I mean,
absolutely.
Everything else, he's fine. I remember hearing or reading somewhere along the line, because this safety class is a mystery to me behind the top guys. Somewhere that it's like he's got a problem sometimes where he looks at the quarterback too much in man coverage. He's a little quick to get there, which isn't inherently terrible, but it can really cost you in certain circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes the horizontal like speed that he carries across the middle of the field is a little bit lacking, and I think you see him kind of be a short strider. But again, ultimately, I think you're more interested in him playing a lot of zone coverage, whether it be as a robber deeper down the field and making plays in the box. So yeah, I mean, overall, like, this is a great pick, and maybe cause me a tackle. Yeah, I think it's very possible for the Packers to do so.
Also, with Trayvon Merrick, you get really dope footage of him in those absolutely chef's kiss TCU uniforms.
Yes. Can we talk about how elite those are?
I love them.
They're elite. They're elite.
Big Jersey guy.
Yes. To the
New Jersey.
That's a nice jersey.
The newest MLS.
I like it. And who is that?
What's that?
Who is that?
Austin FC.
Austin. Okay,
Yep.
got you. Okay, well, there you
their
go.
logo. Wait, it's on this side. Pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. I like the green.
Yeah,
I do like the green.
Gotta love it. Cowboys fans are very upset right now, by the way. So many of them wanted Morig for them.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I've seen.
Kudos to the Raiders for.
Somebody
is it for Dallas?
Luke Johnson did.
I found it. Oh. Well, I mean, this is a good player. You know, Dallas fans, like, it's a good player. But there are definitely character concerns. Crazy that they've now done this with back-to-back players in this draft. But it's Kelvin Joseph, the corner from Kentucky. I think he has a lot of great tools. I think he's physical. I think, he's very much a guy who will get in your face, impress, and he'll be feisty and kind of a nuisance at the catch point, really. And so, again, I think there's a little bit of technique issues, not a lot of starts, not a lot of experience in college to this point at corner. So that's the other knock on him. But again, yeah, there's off the field concerns, and now Dallas has now done this with 2 players in a row to start this draft. There's a lot of talent on the board, Packers fans. I'm just letting you know.
They have Drew Pearson announcing that Dallas pick. That's pretty cool.
Oh, Pearson. He's the dude who went nuts in Philly.
Yeah.
So
he just went into the Hall of Fame, right? I think
he just did because he was the I don't remember what they call the elder statesman that they elect. I forget what they call that, but yeah, there's a lot coming up here.
To not be in the Hall of Fame. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. Jacksonville on the clock at 45 here, and they are going to select the tackle run is moving, folks. The tackle run is moving. It is Walker Little, actually.
Really?
Yes. The Jags are going to go Walker Little, the tackle out of Stanford. Obviously, people were right in that the NFL was higher on a guy like Walker Little than a lot of the draft analysts and Twitter scouts, if that's what you want to call them. I still count people as analysts. They do a lot of work. A lot of people on this site do great work. So, but a lot of us, we're scared of the injury history, and he hadn't played very much in 2 years. So evidently that does not bother the Jaguars at all. They've seen how good he can be as a pass protector. And if you go back to the tape where he's back there playing in what year, I don't even remember what year it is, 18, I think now, 2018. He's really good. Foot quickness is good. Like he's strong. He's great technique, and a lot of people were talking about him for a long time now. They've been talking about Little for a long time. I remember he was talked about with Andrew Thomas a lot as a top 2 guy way back when, and here he's finally been picked. He's finally going to the NFL, and he's going to a team that needs help at tackles, truthfully, because Cam Robinson, do you trust him there? Even though you bring him back on a franchise, I don't think so. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. That's a little bit of a swing in the second round, but again, I'm not mad at a swing like that. If you're the Jaguars, you have a lot of picks tonight.
That's a very, very interesting. That graphic with the Cowboys secondary, a couple of years ago, or even last year, Kelvin Joseph, Trayvon Diggs, Keanu Neal. That's a lot of fun. But with Keanu Neal's recent injuries, it's interesting, but still a good looking secondary there.
Yeah, I remember, the draft where, Nate, you remember where they had Cheeto Wouzier, they drafted Jordan Lewis, they drafted Xavier Woods. Like, all of these guys influx in the secondary, and everybody thought this is the group that maybe not all these guys are going to be great, but a couple of these guys will fill roles and be able to get the secondary back where it needs to be, and it just didn't happen for any of them, which is wild. So hopefully,
I would have thought that Awuzie was going to be good. I was really high on him.
That was the one guy I think most people were
not just.
Yeah. So now Joseph and Diggs. Diggs, a little bit raw still at the position, but he's fun. He can make plays on the ball because he's a converted receiver. Now you get Joseph, who again doesn't have a lot of starts, but it's upside. So yeah, Diggs was fun. I mean, the kid had ball skills for days. So okay, yeah. So let's see. What do you think about Dylan Radins? What do we think about Dylan Radins? I do have a graphic on Dylan Radins.
You do?
Yes. North Dakota State. Mitch said I said last night I liked him until I didn't.
Yeah, that's usually
okay. That's how most of these draft picks are like. But yes, I get what you're saying. I understand. Dylan Radins for me there are questions. I still think. I think a lot of people are higher on him than me, and I'm trying to figure out why that's the case. Because he had a good Senior Bowl week, but when you look at the film at North Dakota State, it was a lot of he's out in space bowling people over in the run game. That's great. Those are Division 1B linebackers. He better be doing that. Yeah. I think the foot quickness laterally was an issue for me, truthfully.
Yeah.
But I will say, if you're going to bet on him, you're betting on the guy he was down in Mobile because he played guard, he played tackle, he can do both things. And I thought he looked a lot better than he did at any point playing in college.
Well, I think a lot of the problem also that I've noticed watching him is he tends to play upright when he's out there. And I think some of that might come from playing against opposition that's not quite at the top level.
Yeah, can you just overpower him?
He does have the frame that I could see him, growing a little more mass, getting that NFL-ready body and, maybe starting off. He's got the ability to swing as well with how well he moves, far as hard. But yeah, I think his forecast is good, but I think he needs time for sure.
Yeah, he's going to need some time. Now, if you put him in, that's the thing. If you overpower, guys like that at your level, the technique can get sloppy. And so, I'm impressed with what he did though in Mobile. I think he looked a lot better. The knee bend was nice. He needs to get more flat of a back though. Because I still think if you lean too much, even when you bend your knees, there are guys who are going to take advantage of that. So, again, he may be better protected early on playing guard, but we'll see. Mitch says, I want Shelvin so bad. Tyler Shelvin. Hasn't played since 19.
The Bengals are up now.
So the Bengals moved back, right? With
I think so.
New England.
Really quick.
You're good. So the Bengals moved back with New England here. The Bengals pick is interesting. The tackle run continues.
Oh, did they pick Cosme? Or
no, they picked Jackson Carman from Clemson.
Oh.
So
I don't know about him. I'm not going to lie to you.
The question with Carman is really going to be, again, for a lot of these guys too, is pass protection. The dude's a mauler. He'll overpower you at the point of attack. His hand punches are good. And I think that's something that, is exciting for a player like that. But, overall, when you look at the foot quickness a little bit is where I'm going to struggle with a guy like him. And I think he's better fit at guard. So the Bengals, I don't love that. I think, if you're going to go tackle there, that felt like it was going to be Cosme. But here's what I will say now. When you talk about the run we've seen on tackles, Chicago doing the right thing, going up and getting their guy in Tevin Jenkins before, and really probably setting all this off. So, again, I don't want to say it anymore. I'm sorry to the Packers people who, obviously follow the YouTube channel and listen to all my stuff. Ryan Pace is doing great things right now, unfortunately. So here we are. So if you're a Packers fan, you love what's on the board. I saw I like Miners at center. I think for Miners, he has to learn the center position still. I think that is going to have to he's going to have to start at guard, and I think that's true. I think Mitch brought that up. So yeah, I could see maybe him being a long-term solution at center, but he's at guard. So this Bengals pick I don't love, and I'll be honest. I don't love this. I think Cosme, Radens, even Spencer Brown, are players that I'd rather have than a guy like Jackson Carman. But these guys are making NFL decisions in front offices, and I'm not. So
I'm just not like. Usually I've heard of most that would go in the second at least.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Walker Little and Jackson Carman coming off back-to-back is something.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you play him at guard, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't think you try him out at tackle. I really don't. I think if you want to play him at left guard next to Jonah Williams, fine. Do that. That's okay. Like, I don't hate it. ESPN has Cosme 12 picks away. Well, I think it's possible that the Packers could get Radens or Cosme. The problem, of course, is that the Indianapolis Colts are lurking, and they took Kwity Paye yesterday. They've talked about how they want to address the left tackle position. I think one of those guys comes off there to Indy, unless they are thrilled with a Terrence Marshall or a Rondale Moore.
Who is also sitting in line there as well is New Orleans. And with their recent tackle rumors, I would not be surprised with their affection for drafting offensive linemen if they picked one off too, if they're there.
Yep.
Because the wide receiver class still looking pretty good. They got their defensive linemen. They still need a corner. But a lot of teams need tackles. It's hard to draft a good tackle, so take a stab at it,
Yeah, I mean, I think tackle is the highest success rate in the first. Obviously, it's still difficult to do. We've seen, guys like Luke Jokel be top 5 picks. So, I think this is a position that I think, evaluators you got to hit. And so maybe, you're the Raiders last night and you're thinking, I don't want to mess around. Like, the problem is they took him over Darisaw. So that part hurts in itself. But they go after a guy like Leatherwood, who they trust to play somewhere on this line, whether it be right tackle, left guard, right guard, and he's going to be a good player. If you feel confident, they make the move. I'm not saying it was the right move, but day 2, there's a lot of these tackles with questions. I still think Radens has question marks. I still think, obviously, Carman and Little both have question marks. Spencer Brown, who I think will come off the board at some point in the next, 20 to 25 picks tonight, is another guy we're going to have to talk about as well, who's 6'8" and needs to play with better leverage. He has to get so much lower to low man win. But I mean, there's questions.
There's questions, and there's still some nasty guys on the interior, too, if you're really looking for protection and upgrades. I mean, you've got Humphrey, you got Davis.
Humphrey still on the board. It's crazy.
Quinn Maynard's still there, like we
Miners,
said.
Yeah, the Whitewater guy, yeah.
It's like there's a lot of guys left that I just would feel at least a little more confident in. I've seen this. Is it Paulson
Chargers.
Or no, it's the other one.
Asante Samuel Jr. Wow. Charger fans, enjoy. That's an incredible pick. I love that pick. He was one of my 10 best available coming into today. I mean, heck yeah. How can you not be excited about Asante Samuel coming to LA? Obviously, you move on from a guy like Casey Hayward. Man, this group is fun. Asante Samuel Jr., a guy who is really zone aware and is great reading quarterbacks' eyes. Just has instincts for days. He's going to be more effective in off coverage. That's okay. A lot of off coverage played today in today's NFL. Don't want to make mistakes. So that's fine. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He's patient with his technique, and at the catch point, He'll kind of bully you and be that like annoying mosquito at night that you really want to get rid of, but you can't. So how is this not fun? If you're a Chargers fan, you should be thrilled. Slater falls to you. Now Samuel falls to you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well executed two-fister for the Chargers so far. What else can you say?
Yeah, it's a good look. I don't think there's any denying that. I really wanted this guy on the Saints as their second round.
I understand.
Technically sound, the instincts are there. Everything's under the attention to detail. You got to like it.
I know a lot of people are saying this, but I agree with them. This feels like when they let Antoine Winfield Jr. slip last year. I don't know why he got to fall all the way to Tampa Bay at 45, but he did. He's a really good player already. And here we are with Asante Samuel Jr. I'm not saying bloodlines to automatically make you good, but hey, you got to be happy with this one. It doesn't hurt because you're learning things at a younger age than others are about technique. Just learning good stuff, becoming sound in your football IQ as a player. And when you play the same position, it's even better. So,
I feel like that's even kind of rare to a point too. To see someone come in playing the same position as their dad or uncle or grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
Because even J.C. Horn, his dad was a wide receiver.
Yes.
Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, the cell phone Horn.
Mm-hmm. As a Packers fan, the Chargers are my secret crush. I mean, how can they not be right now?
Super likable.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they're way more likable than the Rams, if I'm being honest.
They're super good too.
Yeah.
They're gonna be good.
They're gonna be good. Yeah.
They are riding the ship very quickly after adding Justin Herbert last year. So, Niners are on the clock now.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track. I
They
only know
moved
that
back.
because Matt Miller tweeted, "If you're trying to keep track."
Yeah, that's the thing. I had people messaging me that are like, "Yeah, excuse me, how are we following all these freaking trades and these picks that are too ahead of the broadcast?" I'm like, I don't know who's doing it, but you're a hero if you are doing that. So
you're just guessing, basically, at this point.
You're a hero. So
yeah, no joke.
So now, Nate, as the Niners pick's going to come in here, and I'm going to update the banners, but like, how are we feeling about a Chargers run to the playoffs in 2021?
Really good.
I feel like we got to feel really good about it,
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, they were set pretty well off before this anyway, and now this is looking really good. I mean, Slater and Asante Samuel Jr. huge pickups. Yes. Slater literally is a huge pickup.
Yes, that is true. Yes, I do agree, Captain, about the powder blue. It's good. I like the powder blue. What do you guys think of Bolton?
That's facts.
What do you think of Nick Bolton?
Nick Bolton.
I do like Nick Bolton. Obviously, I think with Nick, what the heck? Sometimes this ticker. The 49ers selected Aaron Banks, by the way. So another guy who's I think a really, really good player in a power scheme where now that's really going to be the question mark now for a team like San Francisco who runs a lot of wide zone. How do you feel about Aaron Banks getting out in space? I don't love that, but
yeah, it's not the best, but I do like him. I mean, Notre Dame linemen have quite the pedigree, if we're being honest. Multi-year starter with them. I remember watching him before, but I'm pretty sure he started multiple years. But I think he'll bring plenty of experience and a quality option. How big is he?
He's tough and he's powerful. He's huge. He's huge. He's huge.
He's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
I think, at worst, mid-level starter potential for me.
Mm-hmm.
Could always get better, but
yes, I would agree with that for sure. I mean, the guy who 6'5", 325, huge. He benched only 24, whatever. Like, yeah. Oh, yes. Let's get to the Nick Bolton too. Yes, I don't want to miss that question.
Before that, Ronnie said Aaron Banks is basically a walking vending machine out there.
That's fair. Yeah.
He's huge.
Yeah. So Carmen is a 4th-round grade for me. If anybody was interested. So at tackle anyway, I think he'd probably be a bit more of a round 3 player. But yeah, let's talk about Nick Bolton really fast. I think with him, the testing wasn't great. But I think when you look at a guy like Nick Bolton, I think he is more of the prototypical Mike linebacker with good instincts. He's keyed into what deep offenses are doing. He's very good with his angles, especially plays that are going outside the tackles. He's not going to be the guy that deconstructs blocks because of his length, but I do think he's a guy who can dip under blocks and make plays. Nick Bolton, a little bit shaky in coverage, but for a team who likes to have a linebacker who is your cleanup guy, makes plays downhill in front, Nick Bolton is a very good player in that sense.
Pressure up the middle is going to be huge. If a team likes pressure up the middle.
Yes. And yes, JOK is still on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if he was the pick to Arizona. I haven't seen it. Oh, I have seen it. Oh, my. Yes. Bye-bye, Mr. Receiver Man.
Who came up?
So we talked about this last night with the Arizona Cardinals, who, again, were a team that a lot of people – they did take Rondale Moore. So we talked about this
with Cliff Kingsbury.
So we talked about last night that the Cardinals wanted to move up for a guy like Jalen Waddle because obviously, a deep threat who can make plays down the field, and you have a vertical offense that you want to get Kyler Murray throwing deeper down the field, make big plays, one-play drives, all that good stuff. Now, Rondale Moore's a guy who, I think he's got crisp routes. I think he's a tough player after the catch, obviously turns into a running back. So explosive, field tilting speed. It's just injuries. Is he going to stay healthy? So Cardinals are collecting wide receivers indeed. They really are. That is very true.
I'm just worried about Cliff Kingsbury's utilization of him. For the same reason that I worry about certain players fitting into schemes at certain places. I don't know. I hope he can figure him out because if you figure out Rondale Moore is a really dynamic weapon. But I don't know. I mean, I think he'll be fun to see out there, especially with Kyler Murray throwing him the ball.
Yeah.
I like your lights. Those
Thanks.
are cool. They're cool.
So yeah, new thing tonight, people. We've got our lights in the background. We'll change them for when people pick. When it gets darker, you'll even be able to see them more.
So
but I agree.
Are those lights like the string?
No, they're legit. Here, I'll show.
Yeah, show me them. I'm curious if they're like mine.
These are actually legit spotlight
they're like legit
things.
Spotlights.
They're legit spotlights. So we're gonna have some fun with those. And for picks tonight, we're gonna have some. They do have speed. The Cardinals have speed. Kirk.
That's very true.
Obviously Hopkins is your possession guy. They're gonna get. I would love to see them use mesh concepts with a guy like Rondale Moore. But I still think this is an offense that's ready to go vertical, and we'll go vertical at will tonight. If I'm Green Bay, if I'm being honest, I move up for JOK and don't even think about it at this point.
If I'm Green Bay, never mind. I won't say that.
If you say quarterback, I will remove you.
You know me too well.
If you say anything about a quarterback or if with the name Kyle, we're not gonna start.
Well done. That was exactly what I was going for. Wouldn't that would be quite the FU to Aaron Rodgers? That would be quite the FU.
Well, yeah, for sure. So Giants are on the clock. We got some blue in the background for you guys. A little not Trask. Yeah, no, never Trask. I would like to. It's interesting. I know a lot of people who I interact with on the lovely website that is YouTube, who want the Packers to get a linebacker early. Right now, you're looking at guys, and I'll pull up even my board, and we'll talk about this. Guys who are still available at linebacker, and I don't think you have to force the issue. Nick Bolton, Pete Werner, Baron Browning, Jabril Cox, Monty Rice, Dylan Moses, Cameron McGrone. All players I'd be comfortable with for sure in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Now, more than others, I mean, again, if you want to like better athletes in space, you're going to want a Jabril Cox, a Baron Browning, Pete Werner. Giants picks in. I don't know what it is. Nate, swear, yo. That's just going to bring people in here to spite. Kellen Mond? There is a guy on our Gold Zone podcast who loves Kellen Mond and would.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Everybody has their guy.
So I would like to once again shout out Brooks, who was on the show last night. Obviously, I don't have him ranked very highly. I have him as a third round guy, but Monty Rice is a guy I would stand on the table. I would stand on the table for in the mid rounds because I mean, he's not this elite athlete like Micah Parsons or anything, but he's just darn smart and good with his recognition skills and just playing good at everything. Coverage, downhill, range, get outside the tackles. Like, I mean, we love that. We love a player like him. MJ replied, why?
He said, why? And I said, gonna need a backup for when Aaron.
Oh my gosh, dude, knock it off. Knock it off.
I mean, you can't leave your quarterback room empty. I'm just saying.
I swear on me, mom.
I'm just saying.
I swear on me, mom. Okay. Yeah, Giants. I don't know. The Giants are a team that have now really confused me tonight, the last couple nights now, because I'm really – MJ, what did you say about Trask? I didn't say anything. MJ, I said nothing. Nate said something.
I did. Jake said something. I don't know who you said. Trading up for a linebacker?
I said trade up for JOK. That's what I said.
Oh, yeah. And then I said, well, I would trade up and draft Kyle Trask. Well, actually, I didn't say it. Jake said it, trying to get me not to say it.
Well, Nate said he would move up for quarterback, and I knew which quarterback he was talking about.
Because I'm always talking about him.
Yes. Mitch says, my picks are still in play. Cosme, Stokes, and Shelvin. I do remember Mitch in a YouTube comments talking about Tyler Shelvin. I remember having a discussion about it. True nose guard who is really effective at that spot. He's not going to wow you with his pass rusher, but he's going to eat up space at a high level. Giants should go JOK. Problem is they picked Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher from Georgia.
I definitely thought they would have gone JOK there.
Yeah, I mean, I think either what it is with JOK is, again, teams are just not comfortable knowing where to play him, and that honestly doesn't shock me because of how really ill-used Isaiah Simmons was in year one with the Cardinals. So, yeah. Some of these coaches just aren't caught up in how to use hybrid players.
Yeah. So I think players like him will fit more in a couple years, in my opinion. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah.
As more coaches get a little bit younger, we see that kind of older style linebacker phase out, more safety linebacker hybrid. I mean, you don't want this dude as a Mike or a stack role. It's just not going to be sustained, consistent success, in my opinion.
Talk about JOK.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to have him be a Mike. The problem is weird saying coaches saying tape is fun doesn't translate. And that was a quote that Miller had from some scouts.
Yeah, I saw that.
The problem is I don't know what that means. The tape doesn't translate. Because, again, when you look at big nickel safeties, these will linebackers, they're getting smaller. Like, Deion Jones wasn't huge, but he was great in Atlanta, and he's been very good there. So, I mean, I struggle with this a lot, and I hope Joe Barry starts pounding the table at this point. Again, I don't know if he does fit a big nickel. Exactly. Like, this is where Joe Barry needs to stand up and be like, listen to me. This is a good player. This fits our defense. And then you walk away with Stokes and JOK to start this draft. I don't give a fluff who you take in the third at O-line. I don't. This defense has been lacking playmakers. The problem is they've been throwing capital on defense, and it hasn't stuck. It's about time it will with Stokes and JOK if it happens. The Washington pick is in. I don't know who it is yet. Trade up and get him. I agree. Give me Bo Callahan, MJ. Give me Bo Callahan. Oh my gosh. You see this Levi and Uzurike quote, Nate? I'm sending it to you.
I did not.
Oh my goodness. I do. I think that was a great pick by the Lions, by the way. Dan Campbell has his hands all over this draft. Oh, Washington's up. Hold on. Let's get the red up for the Washington football team. Oh, there it is, folks.
Do you see the tweet under it that said that press conference was like a Scorsese film?
Yes.
That's incredible.
I'm sorry. The football team has selected Sam Cosmi.
Really?
Yeah. So, again, Indy, I feel like, is now a candidate to trade back if they don't like Raidens.
Yeah.
So you guys like the Stokes pick. Took me off guard. This is where the Pack should try and move up. Absolutely, I agree.
Also, the Browns traded up to the next pick.
That's JOK.
They're loading up, dude.
Is it though? Wait, is it though? Or are they going to take like Terrence Marshall? That's my one thing. Like, I don't know. So I like the Stokes pick. Took me off guard. I thought the Stokes pick was good. And then, like I said, on YouTube, obviously I did the initial reaction video. Obviously, I'm going to go look and take a look at, the tape all the way through, go through like 11 games of his from past year. We're going to have a lot to say about him. But I do think he's a talented player. And so when it comes down to Stokes, I think you're either looking for a player between him and Samuel. If you want guys to be more man-friendly and man up, I would probably lean Stokes. But I get how good Samuel is. But again, Stokes is the other thing, is the Packers like the threshold. Stokes hit the thresholds that Samuel did not. So that's the other thing. So I am a fan of the Stokes pick. Obviously, it hurts that Newsome and Bateman both went a few picks before. But I'm not going to hate that. I think, obviously, it was one of the guys on Goody's board who they liked a lot. So
Browns gave up 52 or got 52 and 113. I didn't see what they gave up.
Oh, it's so hard to see the orange lighting on this.
It's dark, or it's bright outside still.
Yeah, it still is bright.
It feels weird to be back in the time of year where it's like sunny out ever.
It is. It's true. It is a weird time. Does Goody believe those six are going to do us any good? I guess it depends on who the sixths are, truthfully. Stokes has the tangibles. I agree. I think the one thing is, and I'll point this out. Hopefully,
the Browns did it.
They did?
They did it.
Yeah.
Watch, now he's going to be a stud.
How can you not?
Dude is going to have a giant chip on his
How
shoulder.
can you not? So JOK's gone. He is a Cleveland Brown. Cleveland, my goodness. I mean, so let's talk about the Browns now, because I truthfully believe the Browns they're cooking. They are cooking. They have now signed John Johnson III, free agency. They bring in Newsome to play opposite Ward. Now they're going to have a plan, hopefully, for a guy like JOK. That defense is nuts.
That
defense is nuts.
Defense.
And Nate, Delpit's coming back this year.
Yes.
Off injury.
Thank
My
goodness.
word, are they
I cannot
loaded.
wait for him to play.
My goodness, the Browns, they're nuts.
I mean, this is an incredibly explosive linebacker. He fits on that, blitz-oriented, but he took a big step forward this year, for being honest, raising his name up. Drafted in the second round, which a lot of people thought he might go in the first. I thought he might go in the first. If he continues to jump, holy crap. I know I said earlier you're not going to play him as a Mike, but if he can learn a little bit about the stack roll and expand his game just a little bit, with this dude's explosiveness and his technique, his versatility, wow. This is looked back on as a great pick compared, we'll see how he kind of lines up eventually. But if they can use him like Notre Dame used him this year, I like it.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, how can you not love this selection? I do think so. Yeah, Smitty's not happy.
I thought they would take him at 26.
If you're a Steelers or a Ravens fan, and you have now watched what Cleveland has done on defense, you have got to be a little angry or a little upset or a little scared. Yeah, Cleveland and Washington. That is a great point. Lots of young talent. I think the Chargers, you could throw them in there as well. They're loading up. I love what these young AFC teams are doing. And yeah, the Washington football team as well. They're young. They're talented. If the Jamin Davis pick hits, that defense is ridiculous. And now you have a guy like Cosme who you feel like you're set at tackle now. Who's going to play quarterback? I have no idea. Heineke, I don't know. Like Kyle, I don't know. But
Kyle Trask.
Washington has every
He'll be there. He'll be there.
There's a chance they do that. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, they're loading up, and that's exciting. You get that when teams suck for so long. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. At least, like, I would think Andrew Berry needs some credit for sure. Like, I get it. The Browns are in position to get capital, but there's still no guarantees when it comes to the draft in general.
No, of course not.
Andrew Berry has been killing it since the moment he stepped in that room. And you can argue Kevin Stefanski has killed it the moment they stepped in the room. I don't like they're loaded. They're loaded. They're going to have a fun time. And Cleveland can legitimately sit there the rest of the draft and just take best player available, continue to stack up. So, yeah, JOK to the Browns. Yes.
Interesting. That's a nice landing spot for him, if we're being honest. I mean, as far as fits go, I'm a huge fan of it.
Oh, yeah.
I know Cleveland's going to be very happy with that.
Yes.
I like how the Cleveland fans and the Packers fans in the audience are right next to each other.
They know where it's at. They know where it's at. That might be a little switching of the guard there, actually.
Yeah, somebody might they might irk over into the Browns.
Oh, like two teams that are going different directions, I think. Right.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna. So Tennessee now, as we move off JOK, even though he's a fun player, and I had a lot of notes I wanted to talk about, but truthfully, I mean, like when you get a guy who can, and I will talk about him actually. You know what? Screw it. You get a guy who can weave through blocks. He slips blocks. He's super athletic, and I think the biggest thing is the high effort and hustle plays you consistently see on tape. There is no, I take this play off, then I'm going to hustle. I'll take this play off them. No, this is the motor is hot and the hustle's there every play. So Cleveland getting a great player and a guy who can man up. He's going to be a matchup guy as well. When you talk about these big slots, these tight ends, these quicker receivers, he's going to get his hands on the quicker receivers, bump them, get them off their route, get the rhythm off in that offense. He's going to be able to go up with the big frame, the big body on tight ends. I mean, this is a guy who could use so many ways, but truthfully, right away, if you believe that he needs to take steps in his development, this is a guy who can come in and match up with guys who you're concerned about week in and week out. So the rambling is done. Titans should take a wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, this could be Terrence Marshall. So we'll see. I mean, this is fun. And I'm sure Packers fans were sitting here hoping JOK falls, hoping Cosme falls. I still think now, in my mind, if I'm sitting here, Green Bay is still, I think, what? Like 10 or 11 picks away. I'm still thinking about a few players. One of them, Dylan Radins, I think is definitely on their board, and they would consider. I do think Boogie Basham is on their board, which is probably a crazy thing to say. Packers fans may not like that, but
the Titans get the tackle if they wanted.
Is it Radins?
It is.
Okay, so the tackle run. The tackles are running.
They wanted him when they could get him. So, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. This now really is starting to feel like Green Bay is going to go corner or wide receiver. And that should excite some Packers fans, I think. I think I have a graphic on Dylan Radins, but we did talk about him as well. So Maybe we don't. I don't know.
Jeez. Watching some of these JOK hits on the highlights that are being circled
Green
right
Bay
now.
takes Sermon. Wait, no, that's not real, right? Green Bay didn't actually do that, right? They didn't trade up to take. No.
I have not seen that.
I don't think so. That's trolling at the highest level.
I got to be honest with you. I don't think either New Orleans or Green Bay is moving at this point.
Little Titans blue on the clock here.
I think the Saints might end up taking Melifonwu.
That's what I was wondering. I think Melifonwu was starting to get to that point where teams would be comfortable with the athleticism, that length,
and
the physicality that he brings.
Cox. It depends on how they look at their linebackers right
now. Jabril Cox gets a slow, high-pointing wide receiver. Yippee. Terrace Marshall's not slow.
No. He's like
Terrace Marshall ran in the 4.3s. His acceleration's unreal.
Yeah, like you don't.
Terrace Marshall's not slow.
When you don't see the speed a lot because that's not what they asked him to do at LSU. Really,
no, they didn't.
It was the Mike Thomas role more than that. Like
Terrace Marshall's on their board.
Yeah,
6'2", 205, ran a 4.4 flat.
Terrace Marshall second is on most teams' boards. I would say
he's a second-round grade from me. Where does Eskridge? Where around is Eskridge projected? I would say, for me, I put a second on Eskridge because I'm just probably one of Eskridge's biggest fans in the draft community, truthfully, because I just don't think there are a lot of holes in his game other than if you want to nitpick size and contested catches. But he's smaller. He's not going to do that. Like, you're not asking Rondale Moore to do that either. So I think he's round 2 for teams. I bet he's going to be a third round guy. He's going to go in the range that you talk about, guys like Murray Rogers going and Tylan Wallace. So I think he'll be around there. I think he'll go tonight. If he doesn't, I'd be a little shocked. So we'll see. I know with Terrace Marshall, he has been linked to the Packers tonight. Rappaport talked about the Jaguars, the Jets, and the Packers as potential landing spots. The Jets was a weird one because they now have Mims Davis and Elijah Moore. Probably was assuming Elijah Moore wasn't going to be a pick for the Jets at that point. But the Colts pick is in. I thought this would be a move back.
I want to say this. When I was just watching North Dakota State highlights, like quality-wise, I watch a lot of football players in high school for college scouting. You know that. A lot of people know that.
Yes.
Their like quality of their film, like not the players necessarily, but some of them, it's like watching mid to high level high school football team highlights. Like the camera work is just not on par, and it's just kind of funny to me to watch.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
It's not the best. Let's just say that. It's not the best.
Yeah, I understand. The smaller schools like that'll get you. Whenever I someday, Nate, get like Southeast Missouri tape or Villanova tape or UTSA, like there will be it'll look like that. It does kind of look that way. When you have a dominant player in those type of games, yeah, it kind of looks like a high school highlight film.
Yeah.
But ever since Andrew Berry got here, the Browns are loading up. And I think there's a lot of steam right now, Packers fans, for Boogie Basham to be the pick at 62. Not saying that's what everybody prefers, but I do think it's a possibility. And I did have him as one of the 10 the Packers could target in my video today. So that's a little exciting for me, I will say. Shameless plug or anything, just saying.
Hey, I mean, you do that. You do that.
I don't think I put Cosme on there just because I thought he'd be gone. But him going later, actually where he went was like a little shocking. So on the video, for those who don't know, I did a video on the Packers Day 2 targets. On that list was Brady Christensen from BYU. Boogie Basham was on there. Dylan Radin's obviously gone now. Dwayne Eskridge, Amir Smith-Marset, Javon Holland, who went right away, basically. Nico Collins, Pete Werner, Quinn Miners, who very much could be in play at 62, and then Spencer Brown. So those were the 10. Be interesting to see if we get 2 of those correct tonight. It'd be fun if we did. So Kansas City pick coming up. We're going to be talking to a guest, I believe, fairly soon about that. So, and he'll probably stick in here for both Kansas City picks since they're both at the end of round 2. Maybe talk a little bit about the Orlando Brown trade as well. Braden Holcheck from Full Press Chiefs will be joining us. I believe later as well, we will have, once again, Grant Schwieger talk about the Vikings, who have, I believe, like 1 million picks, I think, right? That's the correct number in round 3. They have 1 million.
I think
maybe 2 million.
Like 1,000,003. Like
okay.
I think you're close, but I think you're shooting under a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. It's fair. But they have a lot of picks, so.
Wait, Rondale Moore's only 5'7".
Yeah, he's 5'7", like 181.
Yikes.
So
I mean, not that matters that much, but like, dang.
Yeah. Let's see. My best tackle left on my board is Spencer Brown. Then Jalen Mayfield, then Deontay Smith, then Christensen. It seems a little early for one of those guys. It'd be interesting if it's Mayfield.
I was actually just kind of thinking Jalen Mayfield might come off the board here.
Do we have it?
Wow.
Oh. So the Colts have decided that they're legitimately all in on this defensive line.
How have I not seen this yet?
Ayo Odeyingbo, defensive end from Vanderbilt, is the selection. And Nate gave a little look. A little bit of a look there, which, again, understandable. I mean, not talked about because of an Achilles injury. So that's why, again, you don't hear about a player like that. But Tennessee was at first, right? So Dayo Odeyingbo.
He was a round 2 from Matt Miller, so that adds up from Vandy.
Yeah, I think without the injury, this is again where you think he would probably land, and
right, dude. Are they?
Indy
the Colts
says,
are going to line up.
Let's do it.
10 people on their defensive line and just say, "We're going to get there before you can do anything about it."
Yeah, pretty much. So I do like that, though. I think
with the Achilles and everything, it's something.
I think that is a really nice pick for the Indianapolis Colts. And
I do not know very much about him. Let's
get a little yellow in the building for our Steelers fans. What?
Pretty versatile on the line.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Again, when you have like strong side defensive ends like the Colts like to do, they're very much, a traditional like 4-3. They do the strong side end, they do a rush end. The Colts will like to have Odeyingbo kind of to be that strong side defensive end who could do. He's good against the run. He'll stack and shed, and he'll make tackles for loss in the backfield. So I think it's a smart pick. It's a good pick. Defensive line class is people are iffy on, but I think he's a nice player. So they double? Yeah. Steelers pick is if they aren't running up to the board to select Creed Humphrey, I will be shocked.
This is super random, but Jake, Matt Carpenter has pinch hit a 3-run home run the last 2 games.
That's where we like Matt Carpenter at.
That is so random.
Little baseball talk for you guys.
I had to say that because otherwise I'll forget. Oh, the Steelers take Pat Freiermuth.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Oh, I was ready to put in Creed Humphrey as the pick. Oh my goodness.
I think they should take Najee Harris again.
Wow.
That is a Steelers pick, if we're being honest.
It's also a steal, to be honest. I think Freiermuth was really a guy who I thought was an early second round pick type of guy. And obviously a lot of people have him linked to the Jags either at 25 or 33. Doesn't go there. We are now seeing that the NFL not high on its tight end class outside of Kyle Pitts, who really isn't even a tight end. He's just a unicorn. So Freiermuth, well-rounded, really does everything. Wait. Do I have a thing? I think I might. Hold on. Let me see.
I honestly think he is a really nice pick right here.
Oh, he is. He's
a big guy, and he can move around the formation quite a bit to create those the favorable matchups for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about running hard after the catch, too. Like,
Yes.
he puts his head down and he goes.
You talk about a player who, truthfully, when you look at him catching through contact, he'll sustain any hit you throw at him over the middle of the field.
Yeah.
He's tough. He is very tough, and he's well-rounded in really everything that he does. He's not an elite movement skill guy. He doesn't have that elite athleticism, but he's a tight end. So what do you expect, right?
Yeah.
Catch through contact, short and intermediate routes. He's crisp. He's smooth. And he can sustain blocks at the point of attack. I mean, that flexibility to play inline, play slot, he's a good player. And sometimes when there's not a lot to say about a guy before the draft, that's a good thing because you just know, like, there's nothing, and again, nothing elite is maybe not a good thing, but there's nothing bad about a player like Pat Freiermuth at all.
No doubt.
Nothing bad to say about him. Got some Gronk in him. I know a lot of people. I will say a lot of people are looking for the next Gronk, but I do think he has the versatility.
I gotta say this. I'm not sure we'll see another Gronk. Like, I mean, I agree, a little bit of Gronk in him, but like for a while, I mean, that dude is.
It's hard.
I think we forget how special he is.
He is
athletically. It just made no sense. But I agree. I think you see a little bit of it in Fryman. He's got a big box to catch. He's fun to watch.
Oh, he is. He's very fun to watch.
One of the things that I enjoyed watching about Penn State football.
Yes.
There's not a lot. I'm going to be honest. Tight end of the year in the Big Ten this past year as well. Worth noting. I will be right back, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, Pat Freiermuth, I mean, really nothing bad to say about the guy at all. I think he came in as easily the second tight end for a lot of people. And, I mean, when you look at what Pittsburgh needs, they are really surrounding enough to give Big Ben and this offense a chance to really go out with a bang in 2021. Najee, now Pat Freiermuth. Pittsburgh clearly feels comfortable, I think, at least from what we've seen now, where their tackle room is at, which is a little concerning, honestly, with Chuks Okorafor and Zach Banner. But they clearly feel comfortable potentially getting a center in the third round here or moving back up, but they get a player with great value in Pat Freiermuth, who, again, we talked about is a really good player in general. So that's a fun pick for Pittsburgh. And now we got Seattle on the clock here, and they've gone to commercial while Seattle's on the clock, of course. Why not? But Pat Freiermuth. Was wondering when the second tight end was going to come off the board here, but Green Bay's got a lot of options. Packers fans who are still here, Green Bay's got a lot of options with their next pick. They can go, and a guy we haven't really talked about is Elijah Molden, who can play a lot of the nickel in this defense. So that's a possibility. So we'll see. But the real question, I think, is probably on a lot of people's minds so far in this draft is, what is wrong with Creed Humphrey? Like, why has Creed Humphrey not been picked to this point? I still don't believe that Creed Humphrey would be in play for Green Bay because I just don't think he fits what they like to do. Truthfully, he's a great phone booth guy. His awareness is off the charts. His football IQ is off the charts, but he's an inside zone power guy, right? So, like, I don't think that's a fit. Now, again, Green Bay may surprise me and say that that's the fit. They don't care, and they go Creed Humphrey. But the slide, Nate, the Creed Humphrey slide, what's happening?
I'm not sure. I don't really know. I mean,
I guess I kind of asked you that like you're Ian Rappaport, and you.
Well,
like, what's Nate supposed to?
Told me that they just don't see Creed Humphrey as anything above a third-round guy on the interior. At 6'4.5" ish, probably.
He went for it. I respect.
I really
the play.
tried.
I respect the play.
I truthfully have no idea how tall he is, but he's probably about that.
6'4", 302. There you go.
See, look.
He has the one of the 2 10s, 100th percentile athletes on RAS this year.
Really?
Yep.
I mean,
him and Spencer Brown.
A lot of experience. He's got 36 straight starts or whatever, like that insane number.
Uh-huh.
I think part of the thing with him, excuse me, as I had snack time, might be the fact that he, in the right scheme, he's really going to thrive. But I see him. Well, obviously,
No!
but
No! Not to Seattle. No!
wait, who is it?
They took Dwayne Eskridge, Nate.
Oh no,
Son of a gun. They
that's
took
a nice pick.
Eskridge.
That is a really
No!
nice. He is dangerous in the slot.
That's not fair. Seattle adds weapons for their quarterback.
They do. They do.
What the heck?
Although
Are
Russell
you
Wilson
kidding
is
me?
kind of tired of getting beat up also, and they just drafted a wide receiver. So
I'm so mad. That Seattle offense is loaded. Eskridge and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, you're the Rams. This is Humphrey, is it not? Our pal Jake Ellenbogen over at Downtown Rams has been talking about Humphrey all draft season long. Like, how is this not it here? Also, I have a Dwayne Eskridge graphic because I love Dwayne Eskridge, so we're gonna
put it on the screen. Then.
Put it on the screen. I wish I had more of these for you guys. It was just a really busy day, and I want to do so much more. But all right, give me.
Also, hot take here. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Lemonade's incredibly underrated Girl Scout cookie.
Wow. I guess it is time for that. So
snack time.
I forget it's time. Okay, here we go. Dwayne Eskridge, guys. I'm sorry. I need to play a song. I really need one of the world's smallest violins sometimes because I need that like music. Because seriously, this is a little saddening for me. They got Dwayne Eskridge. All right, let's talk about Dwayne Eskridge before the Rams pick. 5'8", 190. He's yoked for a small dude. Okay, short area burst, the long speed. Okay, he's excellent hands, large catch radius for his size. Again, it's large relative to size. Don't get that twisted. But I know you guys in here are smart. You understand. Competitive toughness. His release game is very, very good. If you didn't see his reps in Mobile, I suggest you go take a look. You just look Dwayne Eskridge, all Senior Bowl reps on YouTube. Great video, shows you. Also, I did a video on Dwayne Eskridge if you're interested in that because he's such a dang good player. Anyway, create separation with ease. He has good hand usage at the line of scrimmage to create space. He's really impressive. He looked like a seasoned vet down in Mobile, and he can have a really good career in Seattle. That's a heck of a pick. I'm sorry, rest of NFC West.
I'm sorry, Russell Wilson.
I'm not. Dude, Russell Wilson just got a great player.
He's going to get hit every
I understand, but listen, Dwayne Eskridge is a beast.
He's a heck of a player.
He's a beast. And you say you want to, and you're saying protect Russell. I understand.
I'm saying protect Russell Wilson, or he's going to force a trade. He's already kind of gotten there. I don't know. Maybe if you got enough weapons to throw to, you don't need time in the pocket.
Yep. If you got guys who can create separation very quickly, I guess Seattle's operating under that.
Yeah, which they do. I will agree, they do.
Ben Glassmeyer, a guy who I respect, says he hates this team so much.
I saw that.
Hayden Winks, of course, who does a lot of analytics, saying Dwayne Eskridge is 24. I don't give a crap if he's 24. Terry McLaurin was 23. Heard the same BS from this about that. Last year, same BS. Van Jefferson's 24. Don't draft him. Like, that's annoying. I hate that sometimes. I really do. But yeah, again, I think Creed Humphrey and guys like Quinn Minor still on the board, and Seattle has repeatedly neglected that position. The Rams has to be Humphrey. No, has to be, right? And this has to be Humphrey.
Humphrey for the Rams? Yeah.
I would think so.
I mean, I would imagine. They do surprise me sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, We'll see.
I'm trying to find an appropriate gift from my circumstances right now.
I mean, man, that just sucks. Like, truthfully, like that really sucks. And now Kansas City is probably going to take Terrence Marshall. So be prepared for that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
The wide receiver. Oh, no. They're taking De'Ami Brown.
Oh.
They're taking De'Ami Brown. They're going vertical. Holy crap. They got De'Ami in the second. Wait, what? Excuse Rams, what are you doing? Baby, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Are you serious? You guys did not just do this. They took Tutu Atwell.
What? Did they really?
What is happening? I'm not even the Eskridge pick doesn't bother me, even though I get it. Seattle has other needs, and they did. What is Tutu Atwell doing being a top 50 pick? And that's not really anything against him. Joshua says the Rams got speed. Honestly, though, you could say they got speed, but like his speed score relative to other guys in his class isn't that good. Like he ran 4.4 something at 149. That speed score isn't that great. Also, truthfully,
he's a really small guy again.
149 pounds. 149 pounds.
He's listed at
Rondale Moore.
That's got to be soaking wet.
In the same division, Rondale Moore squats 4 of him.
That's insane.
He squats 4 to Atwell.
Crazy. That's just absolutely crazy. Also, he's really not. I mean, after the catch, yeah, he's a threat, but like, he's not that dangerous downfield, in my opinion. Granted, Louisville didn't exactly have a quarterback that could throw to him at that point, but
I feel like truthfully, slot defenders are going to blow on this guy and he's going to fall over. Like that's really not good news. Like this is for the Rams, this is a gadget, give him reverses, let him return kicks type of player. That is just a weird selection to me. As a weird selection.
I don't know. They've seen what happens to Brandon Cooks after getting popped all the time.
And like I'm sorry, but like, what is the Creed Humphrey slide is confusing the ever living out of me.
The Saints are going to take Creed Humphrey. Watch. It's going to happen. I'm actually kind of betting on that now.
I have just so many questions with this pick, and I don't really just do not understand what we're thinking here. Like, so basically, you have now watched most of the NFC West now go with these smaller gadget players. You see the Cardinals go Rondale Moore. You see now Seattle go Eskridge, and now you see Atwell come off to the Rams. How is this not a De'Ami Brown or Terrence Marshall?
If you're the Chiefs, it would be
right.
Definitely. You would think De'Ami Brown is where it's going here.
I would hope so. The run is starting, and it's not. Peter Schrager just said that Sean McVay told him Tutu Atwell is Deshaun Jackson.
I see it.
Why did you sign him then?
Yeah.
So you signed D-Jax and you added
D-Jax.
Yeah, he's going to be on a lot of highlights getting lit up, Joshua. Yeah, I agree.
It's rough.
I'm serious, though. Like, I'm sorry, 149, but you took – I would much rather take Eskridge over Atwell easily.
I like the Kansas City pick. I really do like the
Kansas City pick. It, and we were talking about him earlier, actually.
Yeah.
So, I assume you mean – I assume he's talking about Amari Rodgers because obviously we were talking about Rondale Moore, and I've done that before where I do that.
I do that.
Amari Rodgers is an interesting
I literally do that all the time.
But I do like this KC pick. I agree, Nate. I do like it.
Yes,
and now they have no
Bolton. I do that all the time.
They have now gone linebacker back-to-back years in the second round. Last year took Willie Gay in the second out of Mississippi State. Now they're going to select Nick Bolton here from Missouri, who let's talk about is downhill thumper with great instincts and great football IQ, truthfully. I think he's just a really good player. I don't think you're going to bet on him to hit any certain ceiling that a Parsons or a JOK or even a Jamin Davis can hit. However, this is a player who on day 2, if you need just help at linebacker, you just need a player to be solid, to be from like 7 or 8 yards in, just to be a solid player. Overall, this is Nick Bolton, and he's a finisher. He can dip under blocks. I give him credit in that department with his athleticism. So what's up now,
MJ
Nate?
just hit the nail on the head.
What?
He tweeted, the Bucks, bam, linebackers, you lose. And the Chiefs said, at 58, we'll take one of those.
That's true. Marshall to Green Bay. That is the question, isn't it? I still think De'Ami Brown is in play as well. I think, right, he does fit it. Does he fit it? Let me check. Now I got to make sure I don't look like an idiot.
That's nice for Nick Bolton, though. Coming out of Missouri. He is.
Yep, De'Ami Brown will be on their board, I think. Green Bay take these nuts. Okay.
I didn't realize Nick Bolton was second team All-American.
Yeah, he's a good.
Nice.
He's a really good player. He's really good. Yeah, I mean, he's just good. He's just good. He's not. The floor is high, the ceiling is low, and the ceiling is the roof in this scenario. I did it again tonight. But yeah, I mean, I like the Bolton pick. I think it's good. Immediate starter on your defense. Him and Willie Gay should be a lot of fun. That'll be a fun linebacking core. Willie Gay's got more athletic traits than Bolton does, and Bolton's just a solid football player across the board. So Packers are going to be up in a few picks here. Carolina's on the clock now. So I looked up De'Ami Brown. I think at 6, it's just a hair over 6 foot and 189 pounds that I think he's in play. And we can talk about why as well as we get there. I do think I have a graphic actually for De'Ami. So if he gets picked here, I do have one for Marshall as well, Packers fans. So let's hope it's one of those. I do have something on minors. Marshall, Cox, Rogers. I would prefer a guy like De'Ami or Amon-Ra St. Brown to Amari Rogers at this point, just because I think the ceiling's higher. And I think with Amon-Ra St. Brown, there's literally nothing he's not good at, truthfully, and he can take snaps in the backfield just like Amari Rogers can. So I think you get a better player, a better athlete in Amon-Ra St. Brown over Rogers. But I get the love for Rogers because he is a solid player. I still think De'Ami's on the board for them, and I do think Marshall is. Jabril Cox would be interesting here. I don't think I'd love that, to be honest, considering guys like Pete Werner and Browning are also on the board at this point. So I'd prefer them to wait. It would be shocking.
Did Carolina just trade up?
No, they traded back from where Cleveland was at.
Oh,
that was a Cleveland trade.
I thought Kansas City was ahead of New Orleans right now. Maybe
Kansas City?
I'm
Wait, Kansas City? You're talking about Kansas City now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kansas City got Baltimore's pick, the second rounder, in that Brown trade. That's why that was their first of 2. So they held on to that second that they had.
I see. I got it. Sorry.
Wanted Eskridge. Me too.
All these trades are so confusing. I don't like it. But I think a lot of it is we see teams that aren't super sure about depth past the top 100, 150 because of all the craziness. So they're trading up to get their guy, you know?
Yeah. I want to know if one of my top available players is still on the board. The answer is yes, because it's Creed Humphrey. Let's talk. All right, so we got a guest coming in. Everybody, we're going to have some fun. It is Mr. Braden Holchek from FBC Chiefs. He was on the show last year. Finally got to see him. Obviously, the Chiefs trading for Orlando Brown. Didn't have a first-round pick, but they come out here with, I think, Braden, we'll see what your thoughts are on this, but I think a really solid player overall.
Yeah, I think the main thing that the Chiefs have kind of wanted to add to the defense this offseason is speed, and I think that's one aspect that they're certainly going to get with Pete Bolton, the sideline-to-sideline guy. And you look at what they already have last year in Willie Gay, who kind of started to put it together at the end of last season. Certainly a faster linebacker room, and certainly guys that can potentially cover as well a lot better than what they've had at that position in the past.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think Nick Bolton's your, high football IQ, reads everything well in front of him type of player. And then you said it. You have the guy, Willie Gay, who has athletic traits that are off the charts. And like you said, if he puts it all together, it's going to be a heck of a duo for this defense.
Yeah, and Anthony Hitchens, it's overall probably been a little bit of a disappointment since he came over a few years ago.
Sure.
Probably had one of his better years last year as far as with the Chiefs, but yeah, there's always a little bit of stuff that you're wanting more from him, so to speak.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Hitchens, yeah, I know a lot of people. I don't remember that signing. Feels like forever ago, since 2020. Feels like an 8-year deal, but yeah, he did come over and yeah, I mean, truthfully, this defense looking a lot more interesting. I think they were a team that definitely relied on the stars on the defense really to carry, and now you see them putting together really a whole unit, which is cool to see.
Yeah, and I think even the Jaron Reed signing's gone a little bit under the radar.
Absolutely.
I think that'll kind of allow Chris Jones to see less double teams, which seems like he's had to deal with every year. So if you can add maybe even one more solid pass rusher, yeah, I think overall this defense, just to see where they were in 2017, 2018, and where they're at now, it's crazy to see how quick they've been able to change that.
Yeah, you definitely got to love what they've continued to put together now. So where do you think they go here at when they come up? They're going to be up in I think 4 picks now, as the Panthers have obviously just selected Terrace Marshall, who I got to believe the Chiefs were potentially looking at. But I think there's one more receiver that would fit very well down there.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall was certainly a guy, but De'Ami Brown's kind of a guy that I honestly would have took in the first round if the Chiefs still had that pick. Just his production consistently solid at North Carolina. They need that X receiver type that can kind of be a possession type of guy for Mahomes, and certainly De'Ami Brown can win at all 3 levels of the field as well. So now that Marshall's gone, yeah, that's kind of the guy I'm keying in on right now.
And truthfully, it'd be cool to see if they do that. But truthfully, I would like Green Bay to select De'Ami Brown at 62. We'll see if that happens. Kep says Forsyth is still there. Yeah, I think he'll maybe in playing the 3rd. But yeah, I think. Who would like it? Nate, would you like to take the reins on Terrace Marshall and talk about him? And I'll even give you a graphic for you.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right, here's a graphic.
The first thing I want to say about this is Joe Brady is getting one of his wide receivers back. Joe Brady, the former quarterback coach at LSU, now, of course, with the Carolina Panthers. So he's getting one of his guys back. Terrace Marshall, absolutely ridiculous. Averaged about 100 yards per game or more 2 straight seasons, and was at best the 3rd guy 2 years ago. Then moved up behind Jamar Chase, the 2nd guy, and last year got to take the reins on his own and really made a good show of it. He's super versatile. In 2nd season of double-digit touchdowns, proven himself in the slot, out wide, pretty consistent, who's got really nice size and reliable hands. You love to see him high point the ball and come and get it. And also, as soon as he's got that ball in his hands, we talked a little bit about, you don't notice it right off the bat because he wasn't asked to do this a lot. He's got some speed, and it's sneaky speed. And I think it's really translatable speed as well, because when he's accelerating, he's gone. And I think that is going to really help him at the next level.
I agree. I think the key word is acceleration with Terrace Marshall. When he gets in the open field in a straight line, it's nuts. And Nate, I know you're itching to see who this is now for the Saints at 60.
I know.
So am I.
Now.
You know who it is? I
Yeah,
didn't see because I've been working on getting the Marshall graphic up. Who is it?
It's Pete Werner.
Ooh, I like Pete Werner, Nate.
I'm just glad they took
I like him. I like him. Guess what?
The linebackers that are left, it's a really good pickup.
I love that pick. I'm probably a little higher on him than most people are. Well, maybe not true. I think the draft community is definitely high on a guy like Pete Werner. So it's very possible that. But Nate, I do have a graphic for you on Pete Werner.
You like graphics?
He was my linebacker 5 actually in this class. I think he's just really good player overall. There were not a lot of holes in his game, truthfully. Maybe Maybe a little bit of the range sideline to sideline with the speed is maybe the one concern I have, but the guy is a former safety who can recognize everything that's going on in front of him. He picks up crossers. He picks up the short zones. He's so good at the little things. And he'll get downhill and he will knock your running back on his back when he flies downhill. I promise you.
Yeah.
He sees a running back in pass pro, it's over. They don't want any part of it. Maybe Javonte Williams will want some, but that's about it. Okay.
Let's just admire the fact that New Orleans is Ohio State South. It's absolutely insane. It's crazy.
True.
And it's every year. It's nonstop. It's interesting. But yeah, I think he's one of those guys, especially while you still have Demario Davis, that can, grow this first year, but still carve out a strong role and then, come in harder next year, especially. And as Demario kind of, I would think, starts to fade out of the picture a little bit because he's getting up there. He's 32. I don't remember how old he is, actually.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
But he's definitely getting up there. Yeah, he's 32. I was right. So, yeah,
nice.
That's really exciting.
Nailed it.
I'm glad. I was hoping they would take a linebacker. I thought they were going to take offensive line, truthfully, because that is just what they do all the time. So it'll be interesting. Cornerback remains pretty big need. Let's see how that helps.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, are you getting echo, Nate? I'm hearing echo.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I definitely hear echo. I don't know. I don't know who's echo, but Werner is a really nice pick. And Nate, I promised you a graphics, good sir. Let me help you out with that. It's going to be in green and gold, unfortunately, but you know what? I think it's okay. I think you'll live, buddy. Share the screen.
Also, while that's coming up, I'm going to talk about the amount of weapons Sam Darnold has now. Not to mention getting Joe Brady as a coach to learn from. He's got Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall Jr. Wild.
Yeah, it's loaded. That is a loaded group. That's the true X now in that offense. Yeah. Buffalo went Gregory Rousseau last night. And here's the graphic in AP. Werner, 6'2", 238. Coverage chops. Obviously a converted safety. He's good. He uses his length well. He's got pretty good length for his size, and he deconstructs blocks. It's pretty impressive stuff. I think obviously the zone awareness. And like I said, Nate gets downhill, and he'll plow your running back right over. And not afraid. Plays with the hair on fire. Just is a strong player in this class. Second round grade for me. I think it's good value here for the Saints.
Yeah, and coming towards the end of the round, you really have to watch. But I think that's as good as I could have asked for there, especially with Terrace being off the board. I wouldn't have minded that pick either.
I imagine you wouldn't have. Yeah, I can understand LSU to New Orleans, the little connection. I'm sure Jabril Cox would have been fine with you as well to be the pick there for the Saints.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I will say, I think I like
Saints don't draft LSU players, though. So
well, that's true. They do draft Ohio State players, though.
Yes, and many of them. So. And as someone whose college team got beat up by Ohio State his entire life, I'm okay with that.
Oh, the Bills took definitely, I think, one of the players the Packers would have been very happy with at 62. It was one of the 10 players I will say that I mentioned in my video today on their targets, and it is, I believe, Carlos Basham Jr. here for the Bills.
Boogie.
Wow.
It's just a little unfortunate. It's a little unfortunate, but we did talk about it. Again, I think 3-tech, 5-tech versatility that you can see the Bills are clearly with Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison, they're not at complacency there at that position. They're getting older. Now they've added Rousseau, who is all projection, but all upside. So they add him, and then they add a guy who can legitimately, like I said, I think he has some of the best hand usage in this entire class, truthfully, and he rushes with power, but he's quick. That's the one thing. He's not speed. He will never be speed.
Yeah.
At 274, but yeah, he's skilled, and he can play 3-tech, 5-tech, and that gives you some stuff to work with there if you're the Bills.
Burst and bendy boogie bash him.
Burst and bendy, not as bendy, not as bursty though. He's hands. He's hands, Nate. He's hands.
No, but it's more fun to say, even if
I understand. I get it, but he's power. He is power, and he is hands.
Burst and bendy boogie bash him.
Yeah. Well,
you just wait for it. He's gonna live up to it.
So, any chance this is Kellen Mond? No.
Small chance.
Sorry.
Big chance, Kyle Trask.
Listen, if I'm Green Bay, obviously I'm sure they're going to have a discussion about a player like Creed Humphrey. If they're thinking, you know what, scheme fit, don't care, let's get a good player, then I understand that. Now, there's been some fire, some comments linking them to Quinn Miners, who is here. LaFleur and Goody fist bumping makes me feel like it's offense.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think. I don't know about LaFleur. I don't think. Obviously, if Boogie's on the board, I don't think LaFleur is fist bumping Goody. I just don't. I don't believe that's the case. Oh. What?
Someone just tweeted that Pete Warner treats running backs and pass protection like a mild inconvenience.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. And I know the pick. I see it. It's not Jalen Mayfield. Thank the Lord it's not Jalen Mayfield.
Well, it was offense. You were right.
Here, I know. I knew it was going to be offense because I'm telling you, there is no way LaFleur is going over there fist bumping the crap out of Goody like that if it's not. This is it, folks. And we talked about it. But I did say that I didn't know if he was going to be a fit when I did the center video earlier a couple months ago. I didn't know if it was Josh Myers was going to fit them. But they're going Josh Myers here at 62. This is the center replacement right away. So now, guys, you get to enjoy. Go throw out the video on Jake Hansen. Go throw out the video on Elton Jenkins because it's not either of them, but it certainly is Josh Myers. This will be fun, and I think a lot of Packers fans are going to be mad that it's not Creed Humphrey. They're going to be mad it's not Quinn Miners. Here's the thing. Quinn Miners really hasn't played center
he's relatively
first of all, he's a guard. So the move to center is a projection for Miners. And I know a lot of people think he can do it, and I understand why they believe he can do it. But Myers has been, again, he's a 21-game starter, 31 games at Ohio State. I mean, I'm not upset with it, but I do think I do remember Brooks last night, Nate, and this is something I'm wondering is Brooks talked about how Myers was maybe a little protected by the two guards.
Right.
But if he's good and he's protected by two guards, one of the guards in Green Bay is Elton Jenkins.
Right.
Who is elite. So, I mean, again, they go to the well at Ohio State for another center. So, a safe player at the position. Now, the Chiefs pick came in fast.
Uh-oh.
So, it is quick. So, I'm really wondering. No, and I'm weird. It's weird. Again, it's weird because people are off the walls on why Green Bay didn't take Miners. And I swear I'm going to have to start tweeting during the draft, and I don't like doing it. But
yeah, you just leave me to do it.
Like, guys, Miners isn't a center right now. I will say, whoever Creed Humphrey murdered before the whole draft process started, it must have come out because I don't get it. What's happening here?
So is that who the Chiefs are taking it?
I would think Creed Humphrey is a Chiefs selection. Now the lighting looks better, Nate. Yeah,
it does.
Looking better.
Yes.
Looking better. We got some red in here for the Chiefs. This is Diami, right?
I would not be mad if it were Creed Humphrey though.
Or if it's Creed, right? It's Creed would be the piece that finishes it.
Yeah, Austin Blythe only signed for one season. I don't think he'll honestly be locked in for the center job for like the full season. So I would not be surprised
There we go.
if they win a center at all in this draft. But
Well, it is indeed Creed Humphrey to Kansas City Chiefs, and so now we get to listen to Packers Twitter talk about how they took Myers over Creed Humphrey, and that should be just a lovely, pleasant conversation, I'm sure. But hey, let's talk about Creed Humphrey. I mean, it's about time we talked about Creed Humphrey. It felt like we were going to be talking about him a lot earlier tonight. But let's do it. Let's talk about him. I mean, I think what goes unnoticed is, and Brooks had a nice story on him last night, is how much he works, how hard he works in the film room, how hard he works to consistently get better at his craft. And they just showed PFF 0 sacks allowed in his career. That's 1,300 pass block snaps. In a phone booth, it's impossible to get around this dude. And now, by the way, again, we don't know Kyle Long, obviously, and Brandon, I'll hand you the floor here, but Kyle Long and Joe Tooney on his sides. Like, hello, this rebuild for the Chiefs happened in what feels like an instant.
yeah, and I think the main thing that I guess just watching all the offensive linemen this year, one thing I was kind of looking for in a lot of guys was strength and how they finish blocks, and that's something that stuck out when I watched Creed Humphrey. I think he's a guy that can pull and climb to the second level fairly well if he needs to. I wouldn't say it's necessarily perfect, but yeah, I think in an offense like Kansas City where there's some moving pockets and a lot of rollouts, I think Creed Humphrey makes a lot of sense given what they've already added to the offensive line so far.
Sorry.
What's wrong?
The Bucks took someone.
Uh-oh.
They took Diami, didn't they?
No.
Oh, okay.
They took Kyle Trask.
They took Kyle Trask.
No, they didn't.
No way.
They took Kyle.
Wow.
They did.
They took Kyle Trask. I mean, at least he'll be behind a good offensive line. I mean, if he gets to learn behind Brady, there's no telling. I mean, I don't know how willing Brady is to be a babysitter, but
Wow.
that is something. In the second, he probably would have been there in the third. Do they have a third-round pick? I don't know, actually. They could have got one. They could have got one.
What happened?
I was just saying Kyle Trask would probably be there in the third, but they have to wait quite a ways, actually. So.
I think they had a third rounder, but yeah.
It's at 32, pick 95. So, yeah, they would have had to wait a little bit, but he might not have been there. Maybe I have joked myself into believing Kyle Trask is actually, like, that bad.
Yeah, I think Packers fans who are in here, good size, big school, save, needed center. Does Jenkins move to right tackle? Now, that is a question, isn't it? I think he can play anywhere, so I wouldn't hate the idea of moving a guy like Jenkins to right tackle. But, I mean, you have Turner out there who's played the position. Jenkins is a guy now who's just going to be, locked in at guard because that's where they've played him. And then, we need him to play here. Okay. Like, I still think tackle's in play for Green Bay at some point in this draft after this Myers pick, because Myers is a locked-in center. So it's interesting, but obviously Kyle Trask to Tampa Bay, it's wild. But Braden, I mean, in one off season, it took one game to have two guys. Obviously, the starting bookends were out. Now they're almost out of the picture. It certainly feels like, for the most part. And they've rebuilt this line in a matter of months. It's absurd. And the Chiefs still get Orlando Brown, and they still get to pick two guys here who can make an impact on both one on each side of the ball in the second round. Like, this just has to be almost a dream scenario. Yeah,
and I think just talking about how quickly they fixed the offensive line. I think ever since Brett Veach has been the DM, he's kind of overcorrected those spots when, whatever it's been has kept them from either making it to the Super Bowl or winning it. We saw him, bring in Tyrann Mathieu and Frank Clark in one offseason to fix the defense. The year Spagnuolo came in, and then, the offensive line. I honestly, I figured that they would make a ton of moves, but I didn't think that honestly they would be all this impactful. I thought it'd be more depth guys at first, creating competition for guys like DuVernay Tardif, for even just Lucas Niane as he kind of gets settled in a little bit. But yeah, this has been, I think, even better than I expected, just for immediate reaction from this offseason.
I mean, it's possible, the NFL has made sure to script the Chiefs to get a guy like Creed Humphrey in the second, because my goodness, I mean, not that my ranking is end all be all or even matters at any point, but I am a first round player. And he falls, and I think I had 25 first round grades. So he's top 25 player, and he falls here to 63. That is incredible value in my opinion. And I think most people are on, the Twitterverse, the analysts out there would tell you that. Like, they have, and he said it, Lucas Niang, a lot of people like that pick and like the value of it.
Yeah.
In round 3 last year. So this line has flipped completely from last year, basically, in perhaps the best way possible that anyone could have imagined. So it's really cool to see. And obviously, good God, Tampa Bay. But, still, I mean, you're Tampa Bay. You don't have needs. So why does it really matter to you that much? You're taking a quarterback. Your starting quarterback is 43.
Yeah.
That's, I know. And I get it. Second round is probably stupid early, truthfully. But hey,
dude,
they could have had De'Ami Brown in this offense.
Yeah.
Could you imagine De'Ami Brown here? My goodness. Honestly, I just want to hear what people say about this.
Machine Gun Kelly announced that pick, and I think that's the most appropriate way to announce Kyle Trask, in my opinion.
He's really milking it. He's taking his time to select.
He's what we like to call a bit of a diva. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he's taking his time up here.
He's taking his sweet time. Getting off the stage too, dog.
Hey, yeah, I get it.
He didn't even really announce the pick. He just came on stage.
Wait, Vike? Minnesota? Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me? Minnesota? Hello?
I don't think I'm caught up. Wait, what?
Minnesota took Kellen Mond? Excuse me?
They did, yeah.
Did the Jags pick, or did they move up a spot to make sure? Also, Miami Dolphins fans, Colin Coward says you're winning the draft easily, so I'm sorry now that your draft is now a failure. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. So
I would have taken Davis Mills over both of those guys.
Yes. But here's the one thing I will say about that is the NFL values starts and experience at the position.
Yeah.
Davis Mills has 11 career starts. The other two, Kellen Mond has 46, I want to say.
And Kyle Trask is very well built as well.
I think Trask is what? Trask has, I think, at least 20, right? So.
Oh, yeah. He started his junior season starting.
So maybe he is 24, 25, 26, maybe. But yeah, comparatively to Mills, only has 11 starts.
His redshirt junior as a full-time starter.
Okay.
So basically 2 years of starts.
Jason Licht has done an incredible job these last 4 years. This might be the first bad pick he's made in 4 years in the early rounds. And I'm obviously mostly jesting about it because we don't know. I mean, Trask gets to learn behind, Tom Brady.
Oh,
there are worse places to go.
65. I finally saw Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's funny because nobody even mentions Jacksonville's pick, but we skirt right over to freaking Kellen Mond because that's more interesting.
That's just how it worked.
Such is life. I don't even know what the Jacksonville pick is, and I feel like it's better than Mond. Is it?
Yes.
Hey, tell me who it is because I don't know. I don't see.
I think if you play him in the right way, it's a better pick. It's Andre Cisco.
Wow.
He's inconsistent in some
it.
regards, but the ball skills are really good. And I mean, like the splash plays that we've seen from him, like very nice. Also, size and athleticism at the safety spot. Very nice.
There are some people I respected. This is their top safety in the class.
So. Well, he's got all the tools to be the top safety in the class. I think it's all there.
I tend to agree. Oh, now that's a tweet. Tom Brady will be in the league longer than Kyle Trask. Send tweets. Wow. Okay. Yikes.
Tom Brady's been in the league longer than Trey Lance has been alive.
Yes.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't
that is true.
That's crazy.
That is true. You know what else I think is absolutely wild is how long ago does Tremaine Edmonds in the first round feel to you guys?
Oh wow. Gosh.
Because he's 22.
Let's see. That was that 18?
Yes, I believe so.
Wow.
It was 2018. He was a first round pick. He was 19 when he was drafted. He's 22 now. He is younger than a major portion of this class. Still. That is one of the wild things I remember because I was watching. Isn't it? I was watching old drafts this past week because I was like, when I'm in the zone, productive, I like to listen to it. And I remember them saying, yeah, he's 19. He'll turn 20 in May. I'm sitting there like, man, that is just absurd. Now it's 3 years removed. He's 22, and obviously there's still there's a lot of 22, 23, 24-year-olds in this class too. So it's crazy.
I love this Andre Cisco pick.
Oh, hey, Houston's going to pick as well. Houston. Golf clap. Oh, wait. You know what? Let's see if Schweigs is available. He wants to talk Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
Join the party here. Anybody want? Oh, my gosh. Kellen Mond went to Minnesota, and oh, no. That's so funny that.
Oh. I've seen the Texans pick as well. We'll sit on that one for a minute.
So the Houston pick at 67 is their first one. Did they take Jamie Newman?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was wondering.
You're on the right track, though.
Oh, really?
What?
Well, I was going to sit on this.
What do you mean on the right
minute.
track? Wait.
Are we done with Cisco? Are we done?
Sage Surratt. Sage Surratt.
No.
Oh, I was wondering if it was also Wake
Forest. Are we done talking about Cisco?
I mean, ball skills.
Yeah.
Converts into interceptions.
Yep.
He is elite.
All the tools.
Obviously, angles downhill. Yep. I would like him to just be able to sit back there forever and make plays back there.
So we have to talk about Kellen Mond too.
Kellen Mond. Here's what I have to say, and I'll put this on the screen here. This will be fun. This is a great little.
He's kind of slight. He's a little small.
He is 6'2", 211. Yeah, he's small. He's smaller than Lawrence, at least his weight.
Yeah.
There's what we have. Boom. Kellen Mond.
That's it.
Yeah. Iberians play. That's it. That's all.
I dig it. Well, for what it's worth, the guys at the Draft Network think that he has that's all the tools and skills to be a backup quarterback.
No, I actually watched some of their stream back last night to hear them talk, and to hear Ben Sullick talk about quarterback play is truly really fun to listen to. And of course, to go back and watch Josh Norris set the Huddle Report record was a lot of fun too for his mock. So that was fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do a good job. They do a great job over there.
So
Pete Werner's wearing 20.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I like
certainly it. Could be. It's what it sounds like.
I like it.
Wait, they did do it. They took a quarterback.
So he's going to take Janoris Jenkins' number.
Wait.
He's gone.
Houston took a QB?
Yeah, they took Davis Mills.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Trade Deshaun to the Saints.
Well, he might not be
Saints
playing.
Literally offered 3 first-rounders last year, and they wouldn't do it. So
he might not play.
Yeah.
Again, and that's why they're taking Davis Mills here.
It would be very interesting. I really don't think you should throw Davis Mills out there to start right off the bat. But it is Houston.
Oh,
They did hire Lovie Smith as a coach. I mean, that's pretty bad. That's rough. Like, even as a special assistant, that is rough.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
short
Texans,
to immediate area, I like Davis Mills. I just think he needs time to develop.
Again, Davis Mills is one of those guys who's also high variance player. Like he flashes with the poise and his touch. Like he has those throws that wow you with the touch down the field. The problem is we talk about accuracy a lot. We throw that name out there. There are throws that are absolutely wildly off target with him, but he has those precise throws that make you excited. Truthfully, and I've said this a few times, Davis Mills. Why are you not going back to school in a class that is muddled with uncertainty, where you can have another year of experience to play, where you have a lot of nice tools that I'm intrigued about, instead of going into a class that has 4 surefire top 10 players at the position and another guy who's going in the first, and then you see the drop-off. And when you have unknowns about your quarterback play, as we've just seen, there are teams that are taking the experience over Davis Mills.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm confused and why he entered the draft, truthfully. So
I'm just not sure. I don't know why he didn't go back to school. I think he needed the right situation, and I firmly am against thinking that Houston is the right situation. Although I'm thinking when I move to Austin, I get some pretty cheap tickets if this Houston team sucks like I think it will.
They will suck.
Yeah, I think we get some pretty cheap tickets.
So here's what I'm wondering is why. So you're taking a flyer on Davis Mills at this point, but maybe they don't have a first until next year. Do they not?
Probably
I don't know. I don't know if they do.
Probably not.
So we welcome back Grant Schwieger. He's back tonight again to talk Vikings. Braden's hanging out with us still as well. We were hanging out and we were like, Minnesota's going to be coming up soon, and really was a little shocked that it was Kellen Mond. A little bit, but we saw Trask go 64, so maybe that forces their hand. So yeah, Grant, you have the floor. Let's talk about Kellen Mond again.
Yeah, I'm guessing the Trask pick kind of made them feel like a run on that second wave of quarterbacks was coming, so they had to use that pick. I know for all of the day 2 guys, Mond was their favorite. That's the one they did most of their pre-draft work on. I didn't hear Trask's name or Mills' name quite as much as I heard Mond's name. So if it was going to be a quarterback, it sounded like it would have been Kellen Mond. But I am a little bit surprised. I'm obviously, if he was a super exciting prospect, he would have been gone by now, obviously. But I think the direction that shows that they're going, the ability to be forward-looking a little bit as a team has me excited. I don't think they're competing for a Super Bowl this year, so it makes sense to not be all in on players they're going to be helping in 2021. You got to look towards the future a little bit.
It's true. Although I would say Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot with little Thielen and Jefferson action might have been a good time, got to say. But I think you make a good point that they're looking long-term. So, yeah, and obviously, yes, I think a lot of people forget that the Texans are a football team and that they are actually going to pick right now. Because I think, do they even have 4 picks in this draft? I don't know.
Probably not.
Maybe they don't. I mean, Seattle only has 4, but yeah. So, Grant, they've gone Darisaw, great pick. I think most people would agree here that was excellent. Now they go Mond. They've got 3 more in the third, I do believe, correct?
Correct. Yep. 78, 86, and 90, I think.
Wow. Yeah.
That's nice. The way this board is falling, that is nice.
Minnesota, yeah. Love that for you guys. I mean, where do you think they go from here?
I'm surprised they didn't go edge rusher. I mean, I guess the edge rusher is available right now. I don't know if Ronnie Perkins is really their type of player. I mean, I know they kind of have their specific builds. They have a lot of needs. They can go wide receiver. You said Amon-Ra St. Brown. What other receivers are on the board?
Maybe they like
Diami Brown.
Diami, yeah.
Yeah.
They could like him.
safeties, you could go Jamar Johnson, you could go Elijah Molden. I mean, Xavier Woods and Harrison Smith are both only under contract for this next year, so those would also be forward-looking picks. Or anywhere interior offensive line. Had a little bit of a run there on centers with Humphrey and Myers. So obviously they didn't necessarily want to go center, but they have never been afraid to move lineman positions. So I don't know. They've got a lot, and I mean, I'm not sure what corners are still available that they like. But
yeah, that is interesting. The corner position, I mean, still, if Fatu Melifonwu is still on the board, and I think that's probably most people's top corner left, certainly intriguing. I mean, I thought he would definitely be an end of the second type guy, and still on the board. You mentioned edge types. I'm trying to remember what their edge type is really, with what they like.
They love the hyper athletic dudes. Anybody with a high relative athletic score.
I have a man, I think, that would be very interesting there. He actually dons the same colors as the Vikings. That is Mr. Ellerson Smith, who I think has taken some leaps up the board a little bit and obviously has that athleticism. That would be a fun selection. Yep. I think there are still guys on the board, like you said. Ronnie Perkins and Osai are two guys who are – more question marks, but Smith you consistently see him elevate. I think he had a great Senior Bowl week as well. Yep. So he'd definitely be fun.
He went to high school in Minnesota, and I know that they did a lot of work on him pre-draft as well. So that one, I agree, he would work. I think Osai is a little bit undersized, isn't he?
Yeah,
I don't know
a little smaller. So
he's more of a 3-4 possibly.
That's my guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smith is definitely a standout for sure.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I can also see at this point, if they don't have any of the edge rushers high enough on their draft boards worth taking, I could see them maybe just targeting one in free agency after the draft and kind of punting on it in the draft. But that's where I'm thinking they're at right now. I mean, after this sort of a run at the end of last night with Peyton Turner going earlier than most people expected. So,
yes. Yeah.
And Boogie Basham, I was hoping he would fall a few more picks, but
you and me both.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be. I really do think he was definitely on Green Bay's board actually at 62. So don't mind me just pouring sweet tea. But the Falcons took Jalen Mayfield. Where's everybody on Jalen Mayfield after that extremely interesting testing numbers he put up for a tackle?
I think he has short arms for one. But he does seem to move well, and he's only 20, I think, is another thing to remember. So if he has the ability to develop a little bit, I like his odds better. Of course, I feel like a broken record saying that about every day 2 prospect. But for what it is, he does get some good push in the run game, in my opinion, too. So some upsides, very interesting testing numbers. But
yes,
I think it's a curious pick here. I mean, it is in the 3rd round, though. So you're taking a shot on a guy that you think might develop well.
Yes. Made it. Yeah, I mean, I not too much else to say. I really think if he had tested out of this world, I think he would have been on Green Bay's board at 29, truthfully, because he is 20, like you said, and Green Bay does take young players in the first. But I think the testing probably turned people off to him, and the Falcons are probably going to now play Mayfield at guard. That's where they will probably insert him. They'll probably play on the left side next to Matthews, and I believe they have who is this? Who is the center? I can't think of his name. Oh, he's from last year.
Hennessy,
yeah. So they have Hennessy at center. They'll have then Lindstrom and McGarry, their 2 first-round picks on the right side. That'll be it's a pretty young offensive line, but they've done a good job at least putting that together. What do we got with the Bengals here? Yeah, if anybody's,
I forgot. Oh, Osai, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is. It's Osai. And Carolina traded with the Eagles.
Oh, they did.
For what it's worth. I know that pick, but let's talk about this one first.
Oh, Carolina broke the streak tonight. Dang it. They took an offensive player for the
right,
first
they
time
did.
since 19. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
We would have loved to see defense again. But Osai is intriguing because I think really this last year he's made more of a transition from a guy who's played a lot off ball into a guy who is now playing more on the edge. And you see he's got natural traits there, but I think he's still a step slower in his get off, and I think he needs to continually work on that to be able to bend around the edge. And so it's an interesting pick. I know the Bengals front seven is full of a lot of young players who are still developing. They have made a lot of picks on that line. I know Sam Hubbard comes to mind. They've obviously invested heavily at off-ball linebacker last year. So Osai's interesting, and we'll see. I mean, at this point in the draft, I think you're swinging at edge rusher, and why not pick one that was productive?
Right.
And had a great pro day.
Agreed.
Yes. Traits and athleticism.
Love to see it. That's what
Yeah.
day 2 is all about, for the most part.
Hate to. All right. I want to ask everybody here. Wait. Let me see. Let me answer this really quick. What do you think about Schyvinck here? I don't know. For me, Schyvinck feels like the guy that you would love to play in a 3-4. And I know Green Bay is going to go multiple fronts, but I just don't think they want a real true nose guy. I do think Schyvinck brings a lot to the table as a nose guard, nose tackle type of player who can eat up space, but not as much there as in terms of a pass rusher. But again, he's a good player. I still think if their Packers are going DT, they're going to take. They do like a little more undersized players, and so like Oso Digizua is probably on their board. Who else is on there? I don't think Togiai is, but I'm sure Nixon in his production it certainly has their attention. Milton Williams is an undersized guy who tested out of his mind, and he's produced like nobody's business. So he's probably on their boards too. But I think Sheldon's a good player. I just don't think he fits there. So real quick, and we go back. Thanks, Mitch, for that question. I appreciate it. Is this everybody's favorite day of the draft, or do we like round one more?
I think it's my favorite personally. I think there's always so much good value, like especially the last few years. It seems like the value's just like increased, I guess, on this day than what it used to be.
Yeah.
Agreed. Round one is obviously exciting, but it takes forever. I love going rapid fire picks.
It is. That is
that.
nice. Yeah, it feels good.
You get the people that are always in the replies of every mock draft saying, "There's no way so and so falls out of the first round."
That's my least favorite thing.
You can't fit 50 dudes into the first round. So you get the first half of the second round is a bunch of people that everybody's like, "How didn't he go in the first round?" And it's fun because everybody feels like you're getting really good value that way.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess I do like round one because seeing what the Raiders always reach for is always fun. I mean, Leatherwood's he's fine, but with Jenkins and Darisaw still on the board, I was really shocked by that.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think, though, obviously, you can just kind of, as a Raiders fan, kind of look and just kind of do this with the first and second round picks, and you feel like, oh, nice, I like it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have, just pretend that Merrig was your first round pick, and I promise it will feel better. Yeah, Brady Christensen, by the way, the pick for the Panthers. They have now gone back-to-back on offense. They're starting a new trend.
Yeah, they're changing things up.
About time.
They're tired of it. They don't want to draft any more defensive players. They're just tired in general. But yeah, let's talk about Brady Christensen, who is intriguing.
Pretty good foot speed.
Play tackle.
Explosiveness.
Yeah, elite athlete, wide zone, outside zone fits for days. If they wanted to do that, I think he was probably on a lot of Shanahan McVay tree boards. Let's say, but he ends up in Carolina. Who again, it's time to start building around Darnold a little bit more and try to go all in on this, and they're doing that. Might come in, play tackle, can play guard, either one right off the bat, and you feel comfortable trying him potentially at tackle as well. So it's a fun player. And Panthers fans, I think they've done well so far. No qualms with what they've done to this point.
Agreed.
And to what they've done is they have actually they move all the way back, didn't they? They have only made 3 picks, but J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, and Brady Christensen is a good draft. Wouldn't he free up? Oh, one Brooks. Wouldn't he free up linebackers? Yeah, Shelvin would free up linebackers. I'm just scheme fit wise. I just don't know if that's what they're looking for, truthfully. But yeah, Panthers. I've loved it. I love what they've done, and looks like the Giants picks in.
So, how do you guys feel about Brady Christensen turning 25 in the first month of the season, though?
I didn't realize he was that old.
As concerned I am about Dwayne Eskridge being 24.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Which is 0. I gotta say I love Eskridge, but yeah, 25. It's interesting because you're thinking second contract and you're thinking long term for sure. But
right,
I feel like with an athlete like that, he probably goes maybe 20 picks earlier if he's regular draft age. You think, in maybe the Cosme range, same level athlete.
Yep. Yeah, I do think that he would definitely go earlier if he was younger. And Giants pick, I see. Ooh. Yeah, so Christensen, fun player. Would have liked him in this on day 2 for the Packers. Obviously not available now anymore. Unfortunate. The Giants have selected Aaron Robinson.
Taking somebody at the nickel position, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Super fast.
They got to feel like a nickel with him, and now they have Bradbury and Adoree Jackson. They're liking what they see in the secondary. So that's fun. Ifeatu Melifonwu, where's he going to go?
I thought Seattle maybe was going to take him at 56, but
I would have been.
I don't know. That felt like just a good scheme fit for them, but
yeah, that was kind of a little shocking. It wasn't there in Detroit. Going back to back at defensive tackle. Going Al McNeil here.
Interesting. Did Dave Gettleman get a hold of the Lions phone? Or?
No, Dan Campbell's running the show.
It's true.
Dan Campbell wants to be tough.
You got to get low and bite kneecaps.
Yep. Dude, I will tell you, the picks are tipped all the way to 78 already right now.
What are we at?
We're at 73.
Wait, 78 is the next.
Are you
Vikings
serious?
One, so, all right.
Yeah, I have
let's
seen
talk about
the next Vikings pick.
How in
Okay, hold on a second.
I won't tell you.
Aaron Robinson,
okay.
fun.
I just saw Minnesota, but it was Benjamin St. Juice, not Minnesota Vikings, so I just got thrown for a loop.
Oh. Well, Aaron. Okay, well, so first, Aaron Robinson plays nickel, hair on fire. He's tall, he's long for the position. I think nickel's a really good spot for him, and that's where a lot of people are projecting him. No problem with the pick. Giants moving back, getting value today, and yesterday as well. Depends how you talk to. When you talk about yesterday, but Alan McNeil. This is a Dan Campbell draft. If I've ever seen a Dan Campbell draft, which we haven't, but I mean, Nate, he came from New Orleans. They have now gone Sewell, Onwuzurike, and McNeil. This is Trench City.
I mean, this is just taking massive human beings at every pick.
Yeah.
I mean,
skilled guys too.
It's smart. I feel like it's actually a smart plan when you know you're in a long-term rebuild. I mean, you want to be drafting guys that are going to be up for their second contract by the time that you're actually good, that are going to be costing a lot of money. I mean, Sewell probably will, but if you got, above average to good, trench players by the time that your roster is, ready to compete again, you're going to be sitting pretty well.
Well, and that's definitely one of the things we've seen be successful. I mean, even I know I keep coming back to the Saints, but it's where my expertise is. The Saints did that with Ryan Ramczyk, Teron Armstead. Even on the other end of the ball, you get Marcus Davenport, Sheldon Rankins. Of course, Cam Jordan was there. Even Trey Hendrickson recently. You build up these big guys in the trenches that are able to make an impact in the game. And different for the Saints because they had Drew Brees, but they built the other positions up slowly around them. Whereas with these teams, you take a quarterback this year, you take a quarterback next year, and they come in and they develop with these guys who have a couple of years, and they peak right at the right time. It's a pretty proven formula.
Yeah, I mean, no arguments here. I think they've done a great job, and the Eagles following suit now. The run on D tackles might be starting. They go Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech, and Washington's pick is in right after.
Yep.
Milton Williams is fun.
Milton Williams is
I love him.
athletic, productive.
But do you play him on the outside or the inside? That's one of the things that I'd see. It's kind of been up in the air.
Yeah, there was something I listened to was some thought maybe Louisiana Tech used him in a role they could have maximized him, I guess, in a better way. So I could see him maybe playing more on the outside if need be.
I think he's talented either way. And, you know, when you have that explosiveness and the active hands that he has, you can kind of get away with shifting him around. So, and, you know, some teams would value that a little bit more than maybe being locked into one position as well, especially in round 3. I think that's a good pick.
Right.
I really think Washington is in no hurry to develop a quarterback.
Oh, this is build your dang roster.
They got Fitz for years to come. What do you mean?
And
That's true.
Fitz
That's
in.
true.
I mean, hey,
The Magic
Benjamin
Man.
St. Just for Washington here. I mean, one,
Love it.
Melifano continues to fall. I hope teams aren't just holding it against him that his brother was an athletic freak who just didn't have a position and didn't pan out. I doubt that they would do that. But, I mean, Benjamin St. Just, height, weight, speed, press corner, patient. I love it. I think Washington, underrated draft so far. I think they've done a really good job overall. I think they have added pieces to the defense, and Jamin Davis. They added Benjamin St. Just now, and then they get Samuel Cosme in the mid to late second. So, yeah, I mean, really good job so far. I think by Washington, and then they're I think they're okay with Fitz running the show, and Fitz has some weapons to throw to. There's no doubt. So it'll be fun. Curtis Samuel, Logan Thomas, obviously everybody's favorite. Back in that draft in 19, Terry McLaurin, beast.
Scary Terry.
So yeah, incredible. And I feel like now that just the NFC East is just in a row here right now. Like, what's going on? It's like all NFC East.
Oh, the Saints
this is
traded
crazy.
up. The Saints moved up.
Oh, the Saints moved up.
They moved up with the Broncos. Hasn't been announced yet, but Ben Albright just broke it.
Nate.
At 76.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Saints had 2 picks, so I'm not surprised to see that.
Okay, the Saints. So let's talk about this. So Mitch says he watched Fields today, came away saying why he dropped. He thinks Mac Jones is now better. Justin Fields after a little study. That's interesting. I mean, I think
That is definitely interesting.
I think Chris Sims would agree with you. I don't know
speaking of
how you
Chris
would
Sims,
take that or not.
We got to get him on Vikings broadcast now.
So, yes, absolutely. Chris Sims should be doing Vikings preseason for sure because they're going to be playing Kellen Mond live. I mean, again, I think it depends. Like Mac Jones, who gets the ball out quick, but also is good with the deep ball. And Ben Solak, hearing him talk about the fit in New England yesterday was interesting. And he thinks that, that New England's offense isn't completely tailored to what Jones does. Interesting. Are the Bears going to run RPO? They do run. They do run a lot of different concepts. Nagy will. I think you should ask if the Patriots are going to run RPO because I'll tell you what, Mac Jones ran a lot of RPOs at Bama. I will say. So,
Have you seen the Cowboys pick?
no.
It's Osa Odigizua.
Thank you for pronouncing it.
I had to sound it out, so I hope that's correct.
I think it's
We'll call him Osa from now.
Bill
That's
Rossetti,
what it
who was on Twitter. He said it's Odigizua.
That's basically what Odigizua.
I think it's Diggy. Apparently,
It's just an accent.
It's very You're very close.
I put a Midwestern spin on it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Quinn Miner's just sitting there hoping he falls all the way to Green Bay, and they take 2 interior
Watch
linemen
the
in this
Saints
draft.
take Quinn Miners.
I would assume if you know the picks. What?
That really I was hoping for the Saints, but we can talk about Odigizua first.
Melfamu. Wide receiver.
Not wide receiver.
What?
The other need.
Quarterback.
Melfamu.
No.
Adebo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
We need to talk about Odigizua first, though.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
He's a really good athlete.
I mean, a little undersized. I think he's like 287 or 288.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
You think they'll put him as an end at some point? That's true if he is failing to produce because of size. Like, I mean, he's got good leverage when he bull rushes, though. So, like,
yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to start as a sub package guy, or they really believe that he can play some 5 tech in a more versatile scheme. That's the really the question with him, is because he is 288. But if you're going to ask him to slash and attack gaps, then I don't really care where you play him necessarily, because you're not going to ask him a 2 gap, right? Like, I don't think you're going to sit there and ask a guy at 288 to 2 gap necessarily. So, I Dallas, they have gone with what? Parsons, Joseph, and Odigizua now. This might be the safest pick they've made because of the 2 off the field issues with the first 2. I don't think that's necessarily crazy, but I mean, Parsons is insane. So but like, I don't know. Nate, I'm sure you want to talk about what the Saints have done, but Odigizua is a fun player who has pass rush upside. I actually think he plays with really good pad level, and that is something I will say you do not hear a lot from this defensive tackle class, and you don't see it either. Like, even on Wuzurike, who I really like a lot, his pad level is inconsistent. Togiai, his pad level is inconsistent. Nixon, his pad level is inconsistent. So Odigizua, I mean, he is a little smaller, so maybe that's why. But like, he's low, he stays low, which I do like. But Nate, I'm excited for you to enjoy this moment.
I think super exciting.
I think you like this, and I think I know why.
I think we probably traded both of our thirds, but I
think for one reason and one reason only, you like this pick.
Which reason?
2 words: ball production.
Yeah. Those are good 2 words. It was either ball production or versatility. I wasn't sure which one you were going with, because he is very versatile in his scheme.
Ooh, Lee.
But I truly think if they put him out there with Marshawn Lattimore, that's going to be big. That fills a huge hole more than anything. The instincts and football IQ are there.
Nice. On the broadcast, DJ, my man. First thing on the list was ball production.
Hey, look at that.
Look at that. Boom. DJ and we're on that wavelength, Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I think when you look at him, you see ball production immediately. I mean, at the catch point, he is a nightmare. And that's – you don't want to meet him there. Let's just say.
No.
You want to create separation on him because you don't want to meet him at the catch point. You're not winning.
Also, he's got pretty good agility, too. I at 6'1", I love the stats. In all honesty.
He's a great athlete.
Yeah. And competitive, too. He fights, too.
So, well, we're talking about ball production here. 2018, 4 interceptions, 17 passes defensed.
Mm-hmm.
2019, 4 interceptions, 10 passes defense. Those numbers are just stupid.
I'm just
like those are insane. That's Madden numbers. Especially the other thing is 2019 was 9 games he did all that. So like it's crazy.
I am extremely hyped about this pick. Like
I would be. I get it. I know a lot of people are like uber concerned because Gabriel Davis beat him vertically a few times.
Yeah.
Gabriel Davis was a vertical plane receiver, so I mean, you beat him at what he does well. So I understand.
That's why you have safeties back there.
I like.
That's why you signed Marcus Williams to a big contract, or you franchise tag Marcus Williams. This is one of those things.
Absolutely,
that is very exciting. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, Lee. So we drafted King's replacement and Lindsley's. When are we taking Devontae's after he follows 12 out the door in 2022? Why are you hating? No, I know. Lee's a Packers fan too. Franchising him would be interesting. No, I do think he stays. I think you can pay Devontae Adams. He may leave, but I think I think you've really lost out on his replacement because his replacement went 10th overall. That's who plays like him. I don't know if there's another guy who I would say plays like this. And the Chargers doing the right thing here in selecting a wide receiver who just makes plays. He's not this, elite athlete, natural explosion to his game. He does good things across the board. It is Josh Palmer from Tennessee. Again, it just makes plays. There's nothing else you need to say really about him, truthfully. And he gets targets down the field. He wins down the field. He wins at the catch point. His body control, his adjustment skills are really good. Again, you're not looking for this elite explosion guy out of cuts or elite explosion guy in space or anything, but this is just a guy who can just really be a productive player, and he doesn't have to have all the pressure in his face right away because you have one of the best separators in the entire league in Keenan Allen. But I think this gives him, and him being Herbert, more reliability at the position. Like Jalen Guyton's fine. He's not going to be a long-term number 2. Like you're not betting on that. So getting Palmer with Allen is something I do like. A good deal. Chargers have been killing it today.
Yeah, the Chargers have had a great draft.
And I know Braden's probably not thrilled about that. I understand why. But I mean, they went and got Herbert, and they get Slater, they get Samuel, and now they get Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
Well, on the other hand, the Chiefs have had a great draft.
The Chiefs have had a great draft, yes. I would say
usually Chargers draft really, really well. It's just haven't been able to put it all together, but now that they got Herbert, maybe it'll change fortunes for them.
It's certainly looking
always
that
been
way,
the big thing for them.
Yes, it's so true.
I think I think Derwin James' 5th-year option was picked up, if I'm not mistaken, within the last couple of days. So I think he's probably going to be back and fully healthy. You would expect this upcoming season.
Yes, for sure. I mean, interesting. Bad QBs at Tennessee. That is certainly true, Mitch. I will say that is definitely true. And the Vikings have now made a pick here, and it's Chaz Surratt, the linebacker out of UNC. Interesting.
Wow.
We haven't seen a guy like Baron Browning come off the board yet.
Oh, wow. I completely forgot about him.
Yeah, Chaz Surratt comes off the board. Yeah, because I feel like with the athletic profile that Browning put out, that there is no way he's still here, but he is. We do have a Vikings pick here, so.
I didn't expect linebacker to be the next pick, but I guess Anthony Barr on the last year of on his contract, another forward-looking pick, I guess. So you can't be upset that they're, got their eyes on the future of the franchise. But I think there's some bigger needs with players that could fill them. I mean, I would have loved to see Jabril Cox there. You want a coverage
he's
linebacker?
On the board too. Holy cow!
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh my!
So I'm not going to get too strung up on third-round picks, but I would have liked to see him go another direction. But I've been wrong before, so who am I to judge?
And I will say, this is my favorite thing about the draft. And I know people are posting these all the time. I saw one that was earlier about what a great value for the Bengals. Oh, it's a horrible pick. What are the Bengals doing? Like you see it back to back. Mitch believes this is great value for Minnesota here in Surratt. Truthfully, Surratt going downhill to try and get off blocks, it's not great in general. I don't really see. He gets stonewalled a lot. His trigger is good. That's an upside play. I think he's still working on his run fitting in gaps. I think he still struggles at processing in that area. But again, I think he's solid when he's manning up some of these slower slot guys because he's got the athleticism, he's got the straight line speed to kind of carry them deep in coverage. Like we said, I think he transitions well downhill. So a guy who's working on his instincts overall. I think he's still a solid player. Just going to keep developing because I think he's still a guy I thought was more lost in the shuffle in this class, truthfully, at linebacker. But again, guys like Browning and Cox, I think Monty Rice is super underrated, truthfully, in this class. I know I didn't give him the highest grade. I still had a lot of the guys with the athletic profiles above him. But, I mean, that guy just does everything well. He's like Monty Rice is the Amon-Ra St. Brown of the linebacker class, truthfully. There is nothing that Monty Rice does that is elite, truthfully. But he does everything well. He does everything well, and so does Amon-Ra. They both do it. They both. It's crazy. That's my you get your in-draft comp instead of comps for players anywhere. Minnie will coach him up. I don't doubt that Zimmer has a plan to coach up Surratt. If anybody can coach him up, I think Zimmer will do very well. And now we get back-to-back Raiders picks. Is one of these Amari Rodgers from Clemson? They have to take a Clemson guy, right? Like, they have to do it.
That's true.
They have to.
Okay.
It has to be.
I was gonna say I think Surratt was kind of one of their guys too, so that maybe was part of the reason the Vikings could have taken him. That was something I know a lot of Raiders fans were talking about him. So maybe they go Baron Browning or Cox here.
That would certainly make sense. Yeah, I know a lot of people were thinking maybe JOK would come off at 17 and did not. And you've got good players here. They do take Alabama guys. Is this Dylan Moses with one of the two picks? I'm just saying.
It could be.
You never know.
My thing with the Surratt pick, I think he'll be successful, if only because this dude is determined to be successful. Like, to come back from what he's come back from as a quarterback and play linebacker and play it well. I mean, playing in 13 games, starting 11, his first team all ACC, and runner-up defensive player of the year, like in 2019. It's like, to come back from that right after that is crazy. I know it hasn't been there maybe since then, but I felt like he looked better in 2020 than he did in 2019. It didn't stack up the stats as much, but he's an impressive player. I think he found a right spot, and I think that'll benefit him a lot, like you said, with Mike Zimmer especially.
That is true. And he doesn't need to be forced into play year one, so like that might be very big for him. Obviously, that's a good point.
He'd work his tail off on special teams. There's no doubt about it. He will. He will come in and do that right away. I have no doubts about that.
God forbid the Vikings special teams unit be as bad as it was last year. So if you can help with that, that's more value than you think.
Oh, yes. MJ just tweeted at me, Nate, and said, ready for the Packers draft Tommy Tremble time? I'm like, yes, absolutely. Let's go. Let's go. I'm here for it. Let's see here. Now, is one of them Browning?
I think the NFL's back to milking the picks because this has been slower than the first couple pieces of this.
I will say, we're at pick 79, 3 hours in. That's still pretty good compared to last night, actually.
Oh, definitely compared to last night.
Well, yeah, last night they really like to milk things.
Yeah, that was like congressional hearing level of slow.
It worked for me. I had to get home in time for the Vikings pick. But after that, then I was like, okay, now we can speed it up.
Yeah, I got a couple more coming up. It'll be a lot of fun to see where they go.
Interesting. Did
they take Browning? Is that one of the picks or no?
Not what I'm seeing.
Oh.
I saw.
Is it pass rusher?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it,
sorry, I was
Lonnie Perkins?
Oh.
No.
Malcolm Kuntz.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh.
Wow.
It's interesting.
They're going back to the Buffalo well. Isn't that where Khalil Mack was?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. All right, next Khalil Mack. That's my comp.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Lock it.
I'm writing that down.
Lock it. No.
You heard it here first.
Yes. Oh my word. No. He's a smaller guy, is he not? I mean,
Yeah, I want to say 248, 250.
oh, that's actually okay. That's bigger. That's actually bigger than I thought. So maybe I was a little off there then. But interesting.
250. Yep.
250. Okay, so not even. Yeah, so not super undersized then necessarily. But it feels like the Raiders do a lot of 4-man front though, with those bigger guys on the end. So I'm wondering if this is more of a Sam linebacker role then.
Right.
If he's not going to play.
They did bring in Gus Bradley. I don't know if that'll change their plans much.
Maybe that could be.
They might run a lot more 3 safety looks, I think, possibly this year.
Heck yeah. I mean, when you got a guy now in the second round who could play pretty much any of those 3 spots in the safety looks, then yeah, I think then the Merrick pick makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they brought
Related to
back,
George. I don't
Carl Joseph too, I think.
Nate, you did not really tweet that. Nate.
I told you I was going to do it.
But that's interesting. Malcolm Kuntz. I'm assuming related to George. I would think so. I would think. I mean, the Raiders draft has been interesting. So
Taking like interesting. Okay.
Oh, I actually think the Raiders pick at 80. Braden was talking about the looks that they're going to put together.
It's divine intervention.
Yes, it is. It certainly is. So Malcolm Kuntz, yeah, a little undersized, but Sam linebacker. So he's interesting there. He definitely dominated competition at the MAC level. So get another guy. I think that's definitely got Mayak and Gruden all over it. The next one.
Just like
Definitely.
to say, Kuntz was 198 on the consensus board. So in true Raiders fashion.
That is a Raiders.
Yep.
Yeah.
Through and
They're
through.
taking
That's for you.
guys
That
at-
one's for you, Braden.
They're taking guys at 2.
For sure.
Yeah. But the next one, you talk about fun. They're going to have some fun with pick 80. So let's hurry up and get pick 79 out the way. Just announce it, and then I'll flash to pick 80. Because
Alec Ingold just switched hats with the Raiders fan that was in Goodell's chair. That's awesome.
nice.
That's awesome.
Malcolm Kuntz. Then the next guy,
I love Ingold.
Divine Diablo.
Oh, yeah, that's a good pick.
That's
I
a
like
nice
that. This dude, okay, he's big for a safety. He's
one.
like
6'3".
yeah. Oh yeah. He is, I believe, 6'3" and a quarter, 226. And Virginia Tech actually had this guy line up in deep looks at 226. So
Probably pretty heavy in the zone then, right? When they would have him deep.
Yes. Yes. I think they were much in like a lot of quarters and too deep looks.
That
But
makes
like
sense.
he is interesting because of the matchups you can create. We talked about this with JOK earlier tonight. But when you talk about Diablo, I mean, again, this is a moldable guy. He's probably gonna play more strong safety. I don't imagine you're going to see him deep a lot of looks, and that's probably where they're going to put Merrick now in a lot of looks. And he may play linebacker. That it was just crazy to think about. But if the Raiders had interest in JOK, then maybe he does play some will even in that defense. But he's moldable, Clay. I think you put him as a matchup guy, and I think he's really patient reading the run, which is something good. If you're going to key him into being a linebacker, that's something I think that maybe sold them on that. And got really nice length, 33-inch arms for a safety. He'll get in passing lanes. But again, I think he needs to improve his transitions, get off blocks a little bit better. Because obviously he's transitioning potentially now from safety to linebacker. So there's definitely a learning curve that goes with that, but it'll be interesting.
I have also seen the Dolphins pick.
You have. Is it a running back?
It's a tight end.
No. They took him? Or they take Brevin?
They took Long.
Oh, they took Long.
They took Hunter Long.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess they're not going to draft Jordan. They have the same player in Gesicki.
Yeah.
But
That's kind of what I was like wondering because I don't know
What do I
much
think?
about Hunter
Oh.
Long, but I figured he has to be complimentary to Gesicki more than anything.
I mean, Hunter Long is one of those guys who's like good blocker, good receiver. He won't, he's not going to flash when you turn it on, but like just overall really solid. And I think that, again, Miami making good picks up and down the board. I mean, Tremble and Jordan would be interesting for them to think about at this point, but I mean, you can't go wrong. I think Hunter Long, a lot of people were higher on him than the two I mentioned as well. There were some of those people out there. So what do I think of Peyton Ramsey on day 3 for the Packers at quarterback? I mean, I think they're going to take a quarterback on day 3. I do. I would rather take Felipe Franks' arm than a guy like Peyton Ramsey, but yeah, just his arm. Maybe put him on Peyton Ramsey.
Like just
the arm
that.
on Peyton Ramsey. Yes. Yeah, just Felipe Franks. Just his arm, actually. Yes, that's what I mean.
Very graphic.
I got you. I agree.
So, yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in Peyton Ramsey. I think it'd be fun to dive into the tape. I haven't done a lot of Peyton Ramsey. Honestly, I just don't like scouting quarterbacks anymore because people have gone to the bone on it, and just Twitter makes it worse, to be honest. But
that's true.
I didn't go super deep, but if they draft him, I will definitely be looking at it. So, Brady Christensen made this too long. Not long enough for long on there. Thanks. But yeah, Hunter Long. I just like I said, a well-rounded player. Great mitts, big catch radius, good adjuster. You can trust him on the back shoulders. I think he does really well adjusting to that, which is really exciting for him. I just think he's really just more of a smooth glider in the passing game than anything else. But again, a solid player for the Dolphins, and they've had, again, like I said, a good draft so far from top to bottom to this point. And they get their blocker in line, and I think it is a compliment, like Nate said, to a Mike Gesicki. Washington picked up again. They've been killing it so far.
Yami Brown's still there, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yep.
he is.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, De'Ami Brown, both there. Mari Rogers. It's
I've been
crazy
on the wide
Wyatt
receiver
Davis
train
is
to
still
Washington
here.
for so long,
but-
so I feel like I'm deja vu every time they're up. I'm reading off the top wide receiver. I love Curtis Samuel as a number 3. I would love to see them take somebody else. At this point, I think whoever they're taking is wide receiver 3, but
Yeah,
at least to
probably
start
at
the
this
year.
point. Yeah, I would agree. Well, there's some interesting offensive linemen still on the board.
Yeah.
As well. Wyatt Davis hasn't come off the board yet. No, I think the big knock with him is he's a little undersized at the position. So maybe teams are just kind of a little hesitant at the moment to take a chance on a player like him, but he's still a really good player. Quinn Miners still on the board. Maybe it's just people think he's a guard and they don't value it. And like Davis is tumbling because of that reason. And then the toolsy converted tight end, Spencer Brown, still on the board. Very intriguing. 6'8", 311. So,
And you're a Illini boy.
oh yeah, Kendrick Green. If Green Bay didn't go with Myers there, I would probably be pounding the table for Kendrick Green at this point. I am a big Drew Dahlman guy as well, but I do think Kendrick Green's versatility would be probably a better fit for Green Bay if they went that direction. But we don't have to talk about interior offensive line for the Packers anymore. They're done. Checked it off for the night, and it's over. But yeah, I like Kendrick Green a lot. Grant, that's a good to bring him up because he will bury you. He will bury you. His hip shoulders, built that torque ability with him is crazy. He's got the movement skills too, which is dangerous combo. Nate, we're talking about Kendrick Green.
Ah, the fridge. That's what they called him.
No.
in Illinois.
I know they did.
Get
but
the
if there's
fumble
a-
Rooski going.
Listen, if there's a fridge in this draft, it's got to be Shelvin or it's Deontay Brown, right?
Deontay
That's
Brown.
one of the
Nickname
two.
is the fridge. Did Shelvin
No, I
and Deontay
understand.
Brown claim the nickname? No.
No,
they
I'm not
didn't.
saying, but if I had to pick a prospect
That's why
who is an
Shelvin's
actual
falling
fridge,
down the
that
board.
it's probably Deontay.
Lack
What's
of
up?
nicknames.
Lack of nicknames. Lack of creativity. It's a
Red-
big thing
red
on the
flag.
field.
Red flag. Teammates
Yeah,
don't like him
no
enough to
doubt.
give him a nickname.
No doubt.
No showed at his birthday party. No teammates showed up.
It's just scouts have known to call him boring.
No, they didn't.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, man.
Of course they didn't, Jake. I was joking.
Washington.
Finally.
Oh, man. Washington football team. Talk to them a little bit. They are having a day. It's De'Ami Brown.
They are having an
He comes off the board here. Oh, Nate, you know what we haven't done in a while?
What's that?
We've gone to a graphic.
Let's go.
Let's do that.
Say
We
again?
haven't gone to a graphic in a long time.
We
wanna
should.
to
Let's
one,
go
Nate?
to
You
a
wanna do it?
graphic.
Let's do it. All right. Bet. Let's go. Let's talk about him. Where's my thing here? What is Rappaport saying? Anybody?
Oh, they're talking
I'm not
about
watching.
Deshaun Watson. Of course.
Oh, because they took Mills? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Dimey Brown. Ooh, yeah. We got a graphic up. I mean, this dude on a vertical plane is just utterly nasty in general. I mean, he'll win down the field, no problem. He has the speed, eats up cushion. He stacks defenders well with his hands. Again, you'd love to see wide receivers who use their hands with technique, and that's what Brown can do on a vertical plane. I will tell you, I don't see a lot of players do this either. When he is not done after his route is run, he works back to the football, I think, better than anybody I've seen in this class, and it's not close. The late adjustment, he'll move back. If Howell is sitting there, he's looking through his reads. Brown's like, I'll help you out. Works back the ball so well. He's tough, and his ability to track. And when you talk about tracking, a lot of people just think, yeah, it's so easy. It comes right into your hands. Like, no. Like, when you have a quarterback like Howell who likes to throw to that outside shoulder to the sideline, you talk about a guy who can adjust and drift ever so slightly to the sideline and make that play away from defenders. That is what Dimey Brown does really well. And I think he's efficient changing direction. He can win on the slant route. I think he's still got to develop in more of that intermediate area, working over the middle of the field. I think he just sometimes looks uncomfortable when he works over the middle and is not full speed. When you talk about like plays that are more of a mesh concept, he looks uncomfortable and his play speed drops. That's something I think he needs to work on. His contested catch and catch through contact is a little hot and cold, truthfully. And you see flashes of him hanging on and making plays at the catch point. But again, at his size, that's not what you're really going to ask him to do. You're asking him to win deep and create separation with speed. That's something he does. And he will win underneath too. I think he's got the two-step release as well and the speed release. I think his release game, obviously his package isn't super diverse, but he's got two go-to moves at the line of scrimmage. So, and he does hesitation moves. And you see a little drop his hips, the feet stutter a little bit at the top of the route, maybe to sell that comeback, and he bursts right by you, vertical route. So I do like what he has in terms of his strengths. Obviously, I talked about the weaknesses over the middle of the field. I think you can develop that. You can correct some of those things. Just get more comfortable working over the field. So, Dimey Brown, great player. I'm excited to see what he can do with an offense then. And Ryan Fitzpatrick, who says, you know what, I'm going to unload this sucker deep. Not afraid to.
True.
And all three of the receivers in Washington can do this. They can all win down the field. It's going to be a great time to be a Washington fan. They're going to have a lot of fun.
Forgot how much of a great combo that's going to be.
Holy cow.
At least this year.
Good time. Yeah, this year. Then you know what? You can really make a move for a guy like Howell or whoever comes out of the class next year that you're confident in. But again, this is a team that Washington, they've done well tonight, and no reason they can't compete. Sure would like to move in front of Minnesota. Yeah. Oh, no. Caroline took my guy. How dare you?
I really, really like this pick. A lot.
Sons of guns, Carolina. Are you kidding me? No.
That's a big time move.
And
they're building around.
And he
Sam
goes
Howell.
to Joe Barry. Oh man. That's
Packers
amazing.
traded up
It's amazing for him. This is Amon Ra.
to 85. Packers went up in front of Minnesota. I guess we
Amon-Ra.
got Cowboys at 84, right? and then Packers traded up to 85.
I think it's one of two things. Either they're going to go and look at they either like Spencer Brown a lot, or they're moving up for a guy that they like in Amon-Ra St. Brown, or it's the guy who they've been linked to for a long time. It's Amir Smith-Marset, potentially, as well. I don't think they go big body like Nico Collins at this point, but that does fit their mantra at the position, what they like at threshold. So I hope it's a receiver. If it's Elijah Molden, I'm not going to be upset at all.
Ooh, yeah.
That would be fun. So, the double dip, but Green Bay moving up. Here we go. It's not Trump. Maybe it's Brevin Jordan. I'm sure Packer fans would love that.
Absolutely. Right.
I'm a little mad, though, that Carolina took the guy I like a little bit more, truthfully. But Nate, you want to talk about Tremble in Joe Barry's offense? Sheesh.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Sheesh.
I mean, I just a flex weapon to say the least. He's got a lot of potential. He can play in a lot of places. He spent a lot of his college career behind guys like Cole Kmet. Last year they had an amazing freshman tight end, Michael Mayer. But this dude was consistent even through that. His potential is way higher than a role player like he was there. Not to mention limited targets, but they were good catches when he did get targeted and a great blocker. So I think he's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. He is intense. He gets after it, blocking you. Great awareness as a blocker. So, I think that you're getting right away. But I do think his athletic profile and his movement skills, I've seen enough. Body control, he made a nice catch. I mean, saying he made a nice catch on the sideline, there's the sample size is horrible for him. But, there is some film of him making some nice plays in the passing game. I know he double catches a little bit, so people are concerned about that. But, man, the upside, it's wild for a tight end like that. Because, again, I know that you're betting on projection there, and when you're going to do that with Tremble, he better be a great athlete, and he is. So, Carolina, good job. Chauncey Golston was the pick for the Dallas Cowboys. I know the Packers pick. It's okay.
I do too.
I know it. It's okay. It's not what I would have done necessarily, but there was talk of this, and it doesn't shock me. Let's say. But Chauncey Golston, anybody else feel like that's a little early for a player like that?
I would say a little
agree.
bit. I think he's got the size and the length that people like coming off the edge and setting the edge, though. The ability flashes are there, but yeah, a little bit early. But I know what they like about it. It's one of those things.
Yeah. Oh. I'm sure we're at least people in chat are not worried about who the Cowboys picked, and they do not care because Green Bay gave up 135 to move up here and select Amari Rodgers from Clemson.
Okay. Wow, they finally got a receiver.
Let's talk though. Listen, Packers fans. I mean, if you're in the chat and you have not watched the Amari Rodgers video on the channel, you better go do it right now. Go blow it up. Blow it up. Okay, we did the whole film breakdown and everything, so I don't even have to do it for you guys. But man, I can't wait. This will be exciting because he's got running back build. And don't tell me Green Bay's gonna be like, yeah, let's see if he can take some touches in the backfield, make things interesting. Wait, that means Nate, you know what that means? We have a graphic because we've done a video. So, but now are we doing Rodgers to Rodgers? Is it going to happen?
I'm thinking they're looking for their Rodgers replacement. Unfortunately, Jake. So that's what I'm thinking. They'll give all jersey refunds. They'll switch him from 12 to 17 or whatever he's going to wear. No, obviously that's Devontae Adams, but I was just throwing that
8.
out there. True, all the single digits. I'm excited.
Any return kicks?
I think.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I would say so. Not as well as a guy like Smith-Marset would for you, which I really thought that would be the move. I didn't think the Packers were going to go undersized at wide receiver. Truthfully, I would have thought. I mean, I guess Amon-Ra would have been slightly undersized, but Amir Smith-Marset is 6 foot. But Amari Rodgers, this is interesting because he's not an elite athlete, and the Packers normally do that. So this is a lot of outlier stuff that they've just done. And all right, let's see. We got one. Let's Babinga. Here we go. Enjoy, viewers, this extremely orange screen that you're about to see. Listen, we make him for the players. He's a slot gadget guy. I mean, this isn't like, necessarily a big play threat consistently over and over, but again, I think he's efficient as a route runner. He's crisp in the slot, and that's where you're going to see him a lot of the time. He doesn't waste motion at the top of his routes. I think a guy who definitely plays bigger than his size at the catch point, and that's something that I'm sure that LaFleur was talking about in the room, as well as his dense running back like build. He does have return ability, so there you go. Put it on there. And there wasn't a last-minute edit there, so there you go. Mitch, can he return kicks? Yes. I've watched too many people in this class, and I must have forgotten. So, but receivers for me, I'm not even worried about kick return ability, and that's probably why I'm not an NFL front office, by the way. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have this elite speed, but he has the stamina to sustain it, and that's something that's good about him, and he makes plays outside his frame. Now, what I think after the catch for him is his athleticism and twitch and burst. It's not where I think you would like to see out of a lot of the slot receivers. However, I think his field vision and awareness are what makes the difference for him after the catch. His spatial awareness, knowing where defenders at and making smart decisions in space is how he's going to make his hay after the catch in the NFL. So again, he's going to be scheme production, maybe lacks a little bit of a different gear, but again, this is a guy who I really believe is going to come in and work his tail off at wide receiver. And again, a high character guy, really, truthfully, at the position. He'll be fun. And hopefully it is Rodgers to Rodgers and not Love to Rodgers.
I think they moved up to get in front of Minnesota right away because
I would assume so, yes.
Minnesota traded back from 86, so
they did?
They must have said, all right, Rodgers is gone, we're outie. So
interesting that
that's how I view that. Because I know the Vikings would have liked someone like Rodgers as well.
Yeah. There's going to be there's a headline there's somewhere, Nate, that's like no love for Rodgers.
There is.
There are so many layers to that.
Journalistic
no love for Rodgers.
Headline writing.
A weapon for a Rodgers or
no love for Rodgers.
Like that. No love,
but love to Rodgers. How about that?
I dig that.
No love to Rodgers, but love to Rodgers. At the same time. That's wild.
All right, I'm gonna have to bounce, boys. But you have a good rest of the.
Wait, the Vikings did pick. They picked Wyatt Davis.
Did they?
Yes.
Someone said that they had picks 90 and 93 now. Maybe we had some false information. Well, if it's Wyatt Davis,
they moved back from 90 to 93. Maybe I don't know.
That could be it. Yeah,
okay.
I guess my Twitter lies sometimes. I'll take Wyatt Davis.
It doesn't look like they have 90 or 93 anymore. So
that's valuable.
You know what? You can't trust Twitter. You think you can sometimes, but I'll
it's the Vikings.
Poor man's Percy Harvin. Yeah, poor man's Percy Harvin.
Really poor man's.
Oh God, I don't love comps. I hate comps so much. Sorry, Mitch. I just hate comps because I feel like the problem is you compare somebody to Percy Harvin. People try to do it with Tony, and people are like, oh, you're lazy. They both went to Florida, but like that like Kadarius Toney might actually be like Percy Harvin. So then. That's why I hate it. I would say, honestly, Amari Rodgers compares more favorably to Randall Cobb than a Percy Harvin. Truthfully, maybe more of even a Ty Montgomery might even be better actually for Packers fans if you're looking for a comp. That is something I would say is in play. But Wyatt Davis, I love the value here, right, Grant? I mean,
absolutely. I mean, you looked at mocks mid-season. People had Vikings taking Wyatt Davis in round one. I mean, the guard play in Minnesota was so atrocious that people were willing to take a guard in the first round no matter what. And I know usually unless it's a Quentin Nelson, you don't want to, but he maybe took a little bit of a step back in 2020 than he did in 2019, but the first, second round caliber player is still there. And that's the type of player you like to get in round three. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, Darisaw and Davis. I mean, you're a Vikings fan. You got to feel good about that. I'll take another Cobb. He was a bear killer. He was. This is true. I need to get that Amari Rodgers video tweeted out so it can get some
My DMs
views.
have been like blowing up about Saint stuff. So sorry, I've been kind of looking at the screen.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
It's been interesting. An interesting night.
Yes, it has. How about the start of the second round? Like 3 teams out of the first 15 stayed at their original picks. It felt like.
Yeah,
Literally
that is
insane.
wild.
It was so fun though.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. I mean, how the frenzy, and I think we mentioned it a little earlier. It was that I think a lot of teams were hesitant to trade in the first because they didn't want to give up a lot of future assets at the position, right? In terms of next year's capital, which there's a report that a lot of teams are like treating it like gold. I saw that. I think a lot of people saw that. So, moving back with giving up limited capital on day 2 is definitely in the cards, it seems, for a lot of folks. So let me get us caught up.
All right, I will head out on that note then. I was
right.
under the impression they traded back, but
Yeah,
you
I
guys
was
have a
as
good
well,
rest
but-
of the have a good rest of
Thanks for
the night.
coming in.
Thank you for having me, boys.
Always.
Take
Always.
care.
Bob.
Appreciate you. Take it easy. Well, we have a Steelers selection, and I would assume that this is Pittsburgh. Yes, Pittsburgh gets a serious player here. I love it, Nate. Nate, it's our boy.
Oh,
Kendrick
is it?
Green, Nate. It's Kendrick
Oh,
Green.
That's a great.
It's
spot.
Kendrick Green.
Wow.
I love that.
Oh, we'd love to see that. I mean, listen, with Kendrick Green, the movement skills are incredible for mirror match. He's played guard, he's played center. I mean, the movement skills are unbelievable laterally, and then you get a guy who's like, yeah, I'm willing to toss you around all game, rep after rep, hips and shoulders. When they're in sync, he'll torque. The torque he can create is awesome. So Pittsburgh fans should love that.
Looks like the Rams just traded up. Sorry.
The Rams
The
trade up with San
49ers
Fran?
trade up?
Or
Yeah, 49ers traded up with the Rams pick, it looks like. Melifonwu, maybe?
wait, the Rams move up to San Fran spot?
Sorry, San Francisco traded up.
To the Rams spot. That's
yeah.
interesting because you would have thought, well, maybe I guess the Rams were thinking about Kendrick Green potentially, and maybe see that's the pick, move back. Maybe San Francisco comes up and they're like, you know what, we would like a Drew Dahlman here for some outside zone as a center. I mean, we just saw one go. Wait, no, really? They actually took that guy? No, they didn't. They did?
Dude, that's awesome. I love that that's where he went because that is a great
Kendrick
spot
Green?
for-
Yes. Oh, I love that. Also,
is
the
an
49ers
incredible
took
spot.
Trey Sermon, by the way.
Oh, really?
Wow.
What the heck?
Wow, that's different.
That's
Why
odd.
does it say the 49ers are in that spot? What is going on? Oh, wait. Never mind. I'm dumb. Hang on. Okay, never mind.
They took him.
I'm less
Wow.
confused now.
Nate, I don't know.
thought you said the
Nate, I don't even
Packers took
remember.
Trey Sermon. I was like, what?
Oh, no.
I was so confused.
Yeah. Well, I think the Packers are done tonight.
Yeah.
But okay, so here's what I'll say about a guy like Trey Sermon. I think a lot of people are hesitant on him, and I think it's because he came out of nowhere at the end of the season and produced unbelievably. I think really with him, it was we're moving from an offense at Oklahoma that was a lot of spread and a lot of just, with him at least, it was they're running these off tackle runs from shotgun, and they let Sermon get into space all the time. So Sermon had to go back, start processing how zone concepts will work at the Ohio State system. It took him some time, but when things opened up and he started to understand, everything clicked, and he off to the races he went. And now you go to a San Francisco scheme where he started to learn these concepts, the concepts of the cutback. I would be concerned. This dude can bowl you over. He lowers his pad level, creates through contact, and truthfully, his best trait is that hip flexibility that he has. Flexibility to be able to maneuver around, get into the right crease. And I think that's really underrated. Obviously, he doesn't have the elite burst, the long speed of a guy like Raheem Mostert, but I don't think they need that guy because they have Raheem Mostert. So, but a guy who, again, has solid burst, maybe not the long speed, but I think that this is a solid pick for the Niners. I know people will probably hate on it a little bit more than they should. I like it. And I tell you, Nate, that Mr. Jake Ellenbogen, who I've mentioned once more for tonight, who's streaming right now, is probably livid because he likes Trey Sermon a lot. And to see him go to the rival Niners probably hurts him a little bit. And now did Sermon just become RB2 tweets are flying in. So interesting.
Gotta wonder.
I mean, he could. I guess he could be. But like, do you?
Oh dang! Aqib Talib loves the Debo pick for the Saints. I just got an update.
You know who else he loves? He loves Stokes to the Packers too.
Hey!
High five!
I would listen to
Aqib Talib 5. No?
Orange Peanut.
There you go.
Wait, I missed.
Oh.
Got Orange Peanut.
Got Orange Peanut for me.
For me.
I will say, if we want to talk about running back landing spots, Harris, obviously, to Pittsburgh is still, I think, the top. Then it gets interesting because Javante's in Denver and Etienne's in Jacksonville. Do I trust Jacksonville with Etienne? I don't think so. At least from what we've heard already with him, that's concerning. That they trust him as a third down back, which makes zero sense. And now you have Sermon, who's my RB5, and I think a lot of people had him lower, probably in the bottom of their top 10, which I understand. Injuries probably played a factor. Age probably plays a factor into that a little bit too. But still, like, a guy who's just now really intriguing. And where do we see the next running back come off the board now? But I think the Sermon, I could see it, I guess, being potentially the RB2, potentially because of landing spot. So,
yeah, the Javonte one was, I don't know, really weird to me.
That was odd. That was odd for sure. I feel like everybody in their right mind thought they're moving up. They're going to get like a Merrick or a JOK, someone else for that defense, and then they didn't do that. The Texans just gave away 3 day 3 picks to move up to 89 here. I mean, obviously, this has to be for another quarterback. You know, you never know about Davis Mills, so maybe you're reaching for a guy like Jamie Newman. I have no idea. But now it's like, I mean, this is like, just take a good football player, Houston. Like, please take a good football player. Oh, they did. They actually did that. No, they did the thing. They did do it.
Somebody that I'm a
did.
pretty good fan of. I have a thing for Michigan wide receivers for some reason. I noticed
they did the thing. Yeah, they did that. I like it. I
like Nico Collins. I really do.
Yeah.
I do too.
I think he's a big guy who can also be a nice vertical threat with some pretty good speed as well for being 6'4". He's got a long stride. His route running could use some development, but I think he's going to get there. Or if you give him the right tools, I should say he will get there, in my opinion.
I mean, again, another guy who I think is probably underrated, obviously because of quarterback play, but another guy who's also underrated, I think, winning deep down the field. And another guy who has solid speed to win vertically. We talked about how De'Ami Brown uses his hands. When you're 6'4", 215, you can use your hands, use your frame, use your strength to stack defenders, and he does that. And he's a guy who's, give me all of the smoke at the catch point. He's a beast there. And, obviously, 3 years down the road, Deshaun Watson, if things don't end up well, they have Davis Mills to Nico Collins, set the whole thing right. obviously.
I dig it.
So, and again, I do like that.
Yeah.
The question is now, I think at receiver is, you look at, I think 3 names, at least for me, in my top 15 personally, but you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's still here. Tylan Wallace, I know didn't test well, but like he's got explosion in his game. I'm fairly confident Tylan Wallace could jump over me standing up with some of the just insane catches he makes at catch point. Like his body control, his leaping ability is insanity. Oh, and here you go. We talked about it earlier, actually. So Nico Collins, I mean, really nice pick. But now the Vikings are going back, and we talked about them potentially going edge.
Yeah.
It's not Ellerson Smith, who we mentioned, but it is Patrick Jones from Pittsburgh. Again, and people are asking about on Twitter about Ronnie Perkins. I would assume it's the athletic profile. Because
yeah, no,
I
it
mean,
definitely is. He's got good speed too, but he fights well with his hands too, from what I remember.
I think he's very much a hands technique player.
Yeah.
Who I think teams want those quick, agile, like the elite physical traits, and maybe Oh, is the Stanford QB still there? No, Stanford QB went to Houston at 67. So how about Sermon? I'm excited for Trey Sermon, but we talked about him. Amir Smith-Marsette's interesting because a lot of people thought he was going to go in the 3rd round. The Bills and the Packers were the biggest ones linked to him. Maybe it's Buffalo, but Cleveland's pick is in. They've been killing the draft so far.
Yeah.
Just killing it so far, and we're gonna get a pick. Ooh. Oh, and it's Myles Garrett coming out to make the selection. Oh, there was talk of this guy being selected on day 2, and it happened. And it is Anthony Schwartz from Auburn, who has legit speed at the position. I mean, again, I do think there are more questions than answers with a player like that.
Right.
Who really just wins with that speed and has not really gotten a lot of nuance. I mean, I will say he on like deeper routes, like the post routes he runs, when he run a lot of vertical routes with him, he does a good job maintaining speed while changing direction. And I think that's a certain positive, but I think there's just still so much he has to work on to be like a really true 3-level threat. You can obviously give it to him in a gadget role as well, but I think he's gadget and he's speed right now. Personally.
Yeah.
I don't know where everybody else is on him. He is a true burner.
Definitely a true burner. I think he does pretty well after the catch too with that speed. He's got I think he has the suddenness that's going to help him at a longer level. So
he does have line of scrimmage suddenness. Yes.
Yeah.
He does. He is sudden at off the line of scrimmage. That's true. Good point. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah,
no, that was it.
My mind races. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. And now, like, let's. Who's the best player available at this point now? I'm intrigued.
Oh no, my stream froze for the first time tonight. Been doing so well.
So Schwartz off the board now. They're available. I'm looking through. I mean, this is wild that like we're talking about maybe teams are really keyed in on how deep the linebacker class actually is. There's no Baron Browning. There's no Jabril Cox. Those are the 2 really big names of the position. Obviously, you could talk about McGrone, I think Moses, and Monty Rice. I think Rice is being knocked for athletic reasons. Moses probably being knocked for injuries and his season last year, it just really wasn't that good overall. Again, that still potentially could just be coming back from injury, and then McGrone, who I think is very toolsy. But again, I'm kind of shocked where we're at with that. Melifonwu still be on the board is nuts. Maybe.
Yeah, it's very different, isn't it?
That is an interesting one. And Oh, we talk about it, a linebacker. And then here we go. I love this. Tennessee. Good job. Monty Rice.
Wow.
Monty Rice to Tennessee.
Trying to get my stream back up in mobile here.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Another Georgia guy, Brooks.
Yes, Brooks. The football IQ on Monty Rice is unbelievable, and you see it when he's, especially the Florida game, and you watch him in the Florida game and what he does. He diagnoses a lot of what they did with Tony as a gadget player, and he finishes. And to see you finish on a guy like Tony in space is, that's impressive. I don't care what your size is, truthfully. Like, that's hard for DBs to do. So when you get a guy like Rice who does that, he's also, again, exceptional against the run. And I think he has requisite speed, and I think he's really good at carrying people in coverage down the field, which is not something maybe you would think of a guy with that athletic profile. But I think he's just, again, like I said earlier, a guy who's just good at everything. Like, he'll get off blocks. He's stout. Like, this front seven for the Titans is good. Rousseau is not still out there. He went first round to the Bills.
Yeah.
At 30. But I like Monty Rice. I do enjoy. If you got time and you're, popping a little Monty Rice film, Titans fans, I think you'll enjoy yourself. I really do.
Whoops. Okay.
Not too many picks left. We're running down here. I think
fixed it. Finally.
Oh, Tennessee is another pick, huh?
An interesting question. What is wrong with Baron Browning?
I don't know. I honestly listened to something that there was a report out there that some teams thought he would be best as an edge rusher, but I do not honestly understand that. I can't remember, what did he prefer, inside or outside? I thought he said that one time, but
I think inside.
Inside, okay.
I think so. Yeah, he plays a will usually.
So this is what I'm wondering is with him. Because really, truthfully, Ohio State, what they did with him is like, they were like, okay, so basically you're going to fill in where we need you because you can do a lot of things. And I'm wondering if teams like JOK, who fell to the Browns later in the second, are like, I don't know what to do with you right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just really not sure what the plan is. Like, he's played off. He's played, like we talked about, rushing the passer. It's true. You don't know, but
like a Zach Bond type. Like, he just played a bunch of places.
Yeah,
but not even quite to the level. There's so many inconsistencies.
It's funny that we always feel like we have this conversation sometimes with Ohio State linebackers.
Yeah.
It is weird. A guy like Darren Lee, who I think was a little more undersized, and people are like, oh, can he even play the linebacker position?
Yeah.
Jerome Baker was another guy who was a little more undersized. Raekwon McMillan, was he athletic enough to play linebacker? Like, was he going to play Sam? Like, they wanted him to play, more off ball, but they're like, he's a little bigger. Can you play Sam? Like, it seems like there's always these questions with these Ohio State linebackers, which is wild. And apparently there's none with Pete Werner, though.
Right.
Because he played some safety, maybe. Oh, Walker Little. Walker Little did go to the Jags at, was that 45 or 46?
45, I believe.
45. Okay, so Walker Little did go to 45. The Bills, I mean, do you throw a shot here to Amir Smith-Marset because he's a deep threat?
Maybe.
That's what I'm wondering here for that. At this point at night. Also, Schrager at the board they're at, the LEDs are like stuttering so bad right now. If they're doing that on purpose, that is not good. Like, it's not. I guess it's not good either way. Bills, Ravens, Bucks, Patriot. We got a lot of comp picks.
Bills took Spencer Brown from UNI.
I was just about to say, if they don't go like receiver, I could see getting some protection for Allen in there.
Now
this is a really nice pick.
Now that, folks, you talk about toolsy. Wow, that's fun. Northern Iowa. I'm sure we're going to get one tonight. That's the other thing. Quinn Miners.
Yeah, he's still on there.
There was all the talk about him potentially being, the guy who would set the record for the highest D3 player drafted, and he's still here. And
I
I'm
feel
wondering,
like a lot of that was just social media going crazy over him at the Senior Bowl.
It could be.
We've seen so many times.
It could be, yeah. But do you wonder? You maybe have in the back of your mind though, if the Rams are kind of lurking.
Yeah.
At pick 102, thinking maybe we got this. Nate Hobbs is definitely still there. Yes,
that's true.
Spencer Brown though. Oh, do we want a graphic? I made one.
You have a graphic for Spencer Brown?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I didn't make graphics.
Better be rare length because dude is long.
I think the first thing I put was converted tight end, but
okay. Well, I mean that adds up.
Oh, you know me. Here we go. I actually did. That was correct.
I feel like he's got good instincts too, from what I've known.
Oh, here we go. Graphic on Spencer Brown, the converted tight end, 6'8" and a quarter, 311.
That is
big boy. Came into Northern Iowa at 220.
Yeah,
as a tight end.
Put him in a fullback.
1 year later, 280. The movement skills and lateral quickness, incredible. Why? Obviously, because he played tight end. This dude is the 100th percentile athletic score for tackles, though. He
has the highest
set the record.
Tackle ever. Yeah, on the RAS.
He is the king.
Yep.
I should have put a crown.
King Raz.
Should have put a crown right here.
King Raz.
King Raz. Yeah, I've always wondered how to pronounce that.
King Raz. Well, it's against what? The spread or raw athletic score, right?
Relative, yeah.
Relative athletic score.
Yep.
So I think it'd be Raz.
Raz.
Okay. If you have to. If you must.
Yeah. I think, like we've talked about, I think we mentioned it earlier with Brown. It's just a leverage thing. He's so tall that, like, even when he knee bends and he's good at it, he has to get lower, and it's tougher to do for 6'8" guys. So, it'll be interesting. I do think he was definitely worth the selection here this late. So yeah, I like the pick for the Bills. I think the Bills. What else did the Bills do? I don't remember what they did in the second round. Now,
Rousseau and
who did that?
Who was it? Gosh,
who in the
was
heck?
it a defensive tackle?
Oh man, now I've losing it. I don't remember who it was. Boy, who was it? Was it?
Because it was like right by the.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's Boogie Basham.
Oh, okay.
It's Boogie Basham. So they've done. So this Bills draft is classic. Bean McDermott. Let's address the trenches, and they've gone really toolsy with two of their picks.
Yeah.
So in Brown and Rousseau.
Do you think? What side do you think Brown is? Like going to be better for him long term, the right side.
I know he's played a lot of right tackle, so I feel like the familiarity is there, and that would my guess be if I were going to put him somewhere, I think it'd be on the right. I think we've talked about this. I think we've mentioned it before. Like, truthfully, I don't know. Like, half the tackles say that no problem, I'll move over, and the other half are like, I could never do that. So that's obviously the question you have to have. And I mean, either way, I think this is still a project. It's still going to be taking time to develop. So I think the Bills will have a plan in place. I would personally play him on the right, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah.
Also, the Ravens have selected Ben Cleveland.
Oh, really?
They've selected. If there was the one person I would take in a gladiator pit, it is definitely Ben Cleveland.
Yeah.
Like, there's no doubt about it.
He's huge, and
he's huge, and he's fast. Yes, exactly.
He's got long arms, which helps in combat.
The combo is unmatched of those two things.
Yeah.
So
the mountain, Ben the Mountain Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean we had another nickname on this show. Oh, Fridge for Kendrick Green.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
he's bigger than a fridge. He's a mountain.
Yes,
and he is the mountain, which is a direct reference.
Yeah.
Yes. Just in case you were wondering.
Indeed. Who's the hound of this class then?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome. I came up with the first one.
Okay, let me think. I would say, oh no, to be athletic though, so it's not Deontay Brown. Actually, I like this pick by the Bucks. Also, Tampa Bay is going to select Robert Hainsey, and I assume at the very least this is not a pick to have him play tackle. Well, maybe right tackle if they move Wirfs over, if Donovan Smith moves on. But I think there's a lot of potential on the interior, guard, center. I think he has potential to do both those things. He did a lot of work there in Mobile at those spots. Again, the Buccaneers, they can do whatever they want, so they can maneuver around as much as they like. I still think it's a nice pick for them.
I do enjoy my Notre Dame offense.
Oh, I have the hound for you.
Do you?
It's Aaron Banks for sure. It is Aaron Banks, definitely from Notre Dame.
I see.
Yes,
He's probably my favorite of all the Notre Dame linemen this year, I think.
I can understand that. Yeah, I think he is so powerful. He is just in the phone booth, impossible. Have fun. And you can say that a lot, quite a few guys in his class actually, but he's certainly one of them. Him, Creed Humphrey, Dickerson, a lot of guys in the phone booth who are, we're not letting you move us. Darisaw on the outside. So, Patriots pick. I hope it's not. No, wait. Oh, no. Okay. Shoot. Okay. I thought for a second someone said that the dream is dead for Quinn Miners to Tampa Bay, meaning I thought that someone was talking about him falling and Tampa Bay was going to move up, that he's the pick for the Patriots. I'd be very sad because that's another offensive lineman that comes in. Potentially it's going to be a starter very soon. Oh, no, they didn't. The Patriots did the thing. So we were talking about a certain prospect that was falling, and we were unsure why.
Yeah.
Well, the fall is done.
Oh, okay.
For Mr. Ronnie Perkins.
So they took him
from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I think this is another guy that if you look at what Belichick has done, this makes total sense. Why? They drafted Chase Winovich.
Yeah.
I think there's some similarities there. I think Perkins, obviously not the best athletically, but again, he first step, good hand usage. He's more of a technician, and I think Winovich won with his hands as well. And so you see, these smarter guys who can play some Sam and play some on the line for you. And has Bill done a lot of trench work outside of who did they take in the second round? This is so bad. I've terrible memory.
Barmore.
Oh yeah, okay, so they did trench work.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So I know last year they got a couple guys on the offensive line. Obviously got a starter in Onwenu. Now they go Barmore and Perkins for their defensive line. That's nice. I like that.
It is interesting. I think he's going to be a little frustrated with his run defense, especially on zone reads, but he chases really hard.
Chases. Yeah. If there was a team that I feel comfortable about refining a guy,
yeah,
this is probably your team.
That's biblical
Ronnie
truth
Perkins.
right there.
And I do think the Patriots probably did get a steal where Barmore was selected. So, in my opinion, but yeah, it's exciting. I think the Patriots fans, I think the turnaround is going to be quick.
As we knew it would.
Unfortunately, so we'll see.
We knew that it was going to happen.
So yeah, I'm not much longer. We're really reaching the tail end of this thing on day 2, which is honestly my favorite day. Nate, is this your favorite day? I know I asked Grant and I know I asked Braden about it, but is this your favorite day?
My favorite day of the draft?
Yes. Sorry. I assume it's probably not your favorite day overall. My bad. Yeah, I would assume not. But
I think day one might be my favorite day because it's so relieving to not finally know.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's fair.
But
That's
I think my
understandable.
favorite day of watching guys get picked might be today. I don't know. It's a toss.
Yeah.
I enjoy both of them, but for different reasons.
Mhm. I get it. Yeah. I mean, it is certainly fun to see the fire of these guys who get picked on day 2. And really, I think Matthew Berry also say this about fantasy football, but I think in round 1, you don't win a championship in round 1, but you certainly can lose a lot in round 1. But
Yeah.
you're going to win a lot today. You win today, and you fill some starters in across the board. You're going to have a good time. The Patriots
I know
selecting
the pick.
for Perkins is nice.
I know the Broncos pick, but not the Chargers pick.
See, that's the thing about Twitter is it scrolls past and then you lose your spot.
Somebody just broke the Broncos pick, but not the Chargers pick. Somebody that's been breaking all of them.
Oh,
Very interesting.
Oh, is it Draft Diamonds?
Yeah,
Okay.
they do a good job. I like them.
Okay, so someone said the Chargers should just void their 3rd round pick, so that can't be good. Then, do we know?
I have not seen it.
I haven't either.
I will.
Oh, I saw it.
okay.
Oh, I saw it. What? Why do people hate this? Well, okay. Never mind. I understand why people hate this because there's one of the guys is on the board still that's probably better than him in a lot of people's minds. But, Amari Rodgers and Eric Stokes trained together this offseason. We love to see it. So the Chargers, when we talk about Ronnie Perkins, Perkins, he looks ready to go. He's at a fun draft party, that's for sure. They're excited. Yeah, this dude's gonna work his butt off, and he is a fun player. There's no doubt. Showing some highlights now. I mean, against the run and as a rusher, I know watching him use that long arm to knock Tevin Jenkins over might be one of my favorite plays I've watched this whole cycle.
Yeah,
truthfully. That and I've seen it so many times, and it doesn't get old. People post that all the time. Like it's good. I like it. So the Chargers have taken Trey McKitty.
Oh, really?
Nate, did you hear me?
So
Yeah.
Chargers took Trey McKitty.
Yeah, I heard.
The darling of the Senior Bowl at
I
tight
also
end.
love his name for what it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm assuming Chargers fans are mad because of one, there is a guy out there by the name of Brevin Jordan who has not gone yet.
Right.
But truthfully, if you think about it, the athletic profile that he put together in his testing, not something teams are gonna look at as much, unfortunately. So, but Trey McKitty's interesting. It's a move tight end.
Yeah.
So
He
maybe
really gets in the soft spots from what I remember watching of him, like breaking up zone coverages and stuff. So
he can make some spectacular catches. He's acrobatic with the football. So, the one-hander at the Senior Bowl, everybody's going to remember that. But again, it's some really impressive catches outside of frame. So that's the one thing I think you get excited about with McKitty. But again, I don't know what Chargers fans should be excited. This is another weapon for Justin Herbert. You have added Palmer, you've added McKitty, you've got Slater to protect him. Like, this is the dream here. And I know that they don't have a Hunter Henry who's going to block your tail off, right? Like, they didn't get a Tommy Trimble in this class or a Hunter Long. There are guys on day 3, I promise you, maybe even undrafted free agents that can block. Like, off the top of my head, like Tony Poljan from Virginia will get after it as a blocker. John Bates will get after it as a blocker from Boise State. Like they don't have to worry about like blocking tight ends. Luke Farrell blocks just fine. Like trust me, this is a playmaker you should be excited about. And I understand, Brevin Jordan still being there. it's fine. But Rodgers reminds me of a slightly better Ty Montgomery. Lee, I actually did bring up Montgomery when he was the pick. Yeah, brought up Cobb and Montgomery. I think he's somewhere in between the two is a good way to put it. So, yeah, I like the Rodgers pick. Lee, what do you think the Rodgers pick? Nate, do you have the Denver pick, by the way?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
I thought it was Quinn.
Oh, really?
Wait, oh, no way.
I'm pretty sure.
No way. Is
Yeah.
it really?
Yeah, it's Quinn.
Wow.
Oh, no, Denver. Oh, my word. Okay, so, Denver has done everything right to give Drew Lock a chance.
Yeah.
Wow, they selected Miners. Unreal.
I actually like the Ty Montgomery and A. Rodgers comparison.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
I like that.
I mean, this is a cool moment.
I mean, Quinn Maynard's the run block.
Oh, yeah.
Hard.
I mean, he does those sort of almost not even a full pull necessarily, but he does those half pulls in their offense where he'll just come over and knock you over.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I mean,
Didn't
I think
get to
you can
play.
put him at center or guard. I mean, you have to teach him technical ability a little bit better, I would say, but he's got what it takes, in my opinion. I think he's going to come along quick and play really well. I like this fit for him as well.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, but Lee, if you're still here, because I'm interested what you think, man. Tell me what you think of it. But I will say, I mean, the Senior Bowl, the way he played, the way he established himself, and play with good leverage, took reps at center, did battle with the two studs down there in Wuzurike and Odigizua, who really just wrecked everybody else all week long. I mean, for him to hold up against those guys, it's impressive. I know it's just one-on-one drills with no pad, with pads, but no help side to side. So it's on an island. It's not really game simulated, but it's certainly fun, and he showed out. So
yeah, I love the
yeah,
story.
Miners.
To say the least, I love the story.
Oh, the videos, the videos. For those watching, if you haven't seen Quinn Miners on YouTube, first off, their name is down here in the banner. Go look him up on YouTube. The videos are so cool. They're good. They're really good stuff. So check that out. You will not be disappointed. LA Trimakitty. Sticker going for those hanging. Denver, yeah. Denver putting on a show so far. They get Patrick Surtain. They get Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
Just fun. And, if they really want to do some power football, Javonte Williams and Quinn Miners, I would say is a good start to that direction if they would so choose. So we love that.
This is the most Wisconsin whitewater football training videos I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I am impressed.
Yes. It's so good.
That's incredible.
It's so good. It's so good.
Pretty sure I went to school with several Quinn Miners.
Tyler Browning is not having a fun time with the Cowboys draft.
No.
Who is it? Do you know?
I just saw someone tweet drafting a 7th round cornerback is sure something at 99.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's Nahshon Wright. Brendan would be hyped. It's an Oregon State guy.
Wow. Whoa.
I mean, he fits their mold. He's tall and he's long.
He's 6'4", 183?
Yeah, he's tall.
Whoa.
Holy.
I think he's got good upside, but I don't understand why they drafted him here unless they know somebody was coming after him.
Oh, yeah, that's so weird. I don't. So we're sitting here. Lee, here, what you got? Like the Rodgers pick, good to get a compliment to Devontae and MVS. Yeah, I think he'll get snaps in a lot of different ways. They're going to get him touches backfield, in the slot. They'll give him the quick hitters. They're going to enjoy using him, and I think Packers fans should be excited. Denver Broncos tweeted the gut. That's all I tweeted. Nice. Okay.
Dang, he has 64 tackles in 18 games. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well,
They
It
are
is.
thrilled. Jerry Jones.
It also
is
must mean
thrilled.
that your first
Wow.
and second level of defense is not good.
Yeah,
Because you're
that's
getting
true.
to make plays in space. But
Well,
hey,
Oregon
you
State
know,
isn't exactly the
listen.
football hallmark of the state.
Listen, they could. Here's other. He could miss those tackles, so at least
That's exactly right. The Cowboys room, the entire room looks thrilled. So they must think they pulled one over on everybody.
they did.
They're good.
Sure. Let's go with that.
They must think so.
Wow.
So I'm just confused because they're obviously going with these lankier players at corner now. They've gone Joseph and they go to Sean Wright.
Yeah.
If they want a nickel, what is stopping them from an Elijah Molden,
I don't know.
who is still on the board, by the way?
Yeah, I keep
crazy.
forgetting about that.
And then they have Ardarius Washington, who's probably going to play some nickel, as well. So I know they're undersized, and I get it. The NFL is gonna knock them for that, but like at some point, at this point in the draft, go get some talent.
I just don't fully understand why they have reached that many times in round 3.
Like, I'm sorry if I'm Green Bay right now. Yeah, Molden and Melifonwu. Yeah, Molden I think is a little less surprising to me because of size, and people knock that. But like, Melifonwu.
The Lions.
Oh,
took
really?
Melifonwu.
So basically, Dallas has decided to themselves they think Nation
and
Wright
the
is
Titans
better.
took Molden.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, flip them. But yeah, okay.
No, the Titans took Molden.
Yeah, right. So
and
they
the Lions took Melifonwu.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
You said the Melifonwu pick first, so that's why I was confused.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense though. I mean, boy, can you imagine Cowboys fans if both Melifonwu and Molden are good, and they're sitting there? Yeah. So we took this guy out of Oregon State, actually. Wow. Titans. The Titans made moves at corner first 2 days. Elijah Molden is a fun player. Football IQ is off the charts. I mean, how can you not compare the guy to Budda Baker with his size? It's I guess you can call it a lazy comparison, I guess, but like maybe Tyrann Mathieu' better one, but then you're putting expectations on that guy that he doesn't necessarily need to have. So that's why I hate comps again. But again, a smaller guy who's nickel, a little bit of safety.
Yeah. I like him in the nickel slot a lot.
Watch your secondary cook a little bit of cooking.
Yeah, and then Melifonwu on the outside. I like that. 6'2".
Yes,
he's rangy,
absolutely.
Athletic, not afraid to get a little physical up in there.
Yep.
Another guy that maybe could play as a safety or a big nickel. It's.
Yeah.
I think the ceiling.
Is the roof?
Is the ceiling low? The ceiling is the floor. The floor is the ceiling. The potential is high for both.
There you go. It's like, all right, floor, ceiling, all the same.
I had to lay that one on extra.
There you go. Fatu Melifonwu. Cowboys are doing bad because Jerry Jones is the owner. Well, you're not wrong.
Whoops.
You're not wrong. The Molden pick is fun. I mean, he's 192. Like, I get he's 5'9", but let's not act like he can't be on a foot. If he is 160, then I'd be like, all right, well, okay. Then maybe, there might be a problem here. But, like, he's going to compete his butt off. What a job. So the Titans obviously took the risk in the first round.
Yep.
But then they come back. Oh, they did get Monty. So they got Monty Rice and Elijah Molden, their last 2 picks. Just players who I think are just – those guys are such Vrabel guys. They're both Vrabel guys. Do your job, get in the right spot, and make plays for us. That is – yeah, those are – yeah, for sure.
They got
okay. I would like to shout out Daniel Jeremiah because he put Drew Dahlman as 63 overall on his board. So DJ and I are both Drew Dahlman fans to the end. I appreciate him. So, but Jabril Cox still here also, by the way. Baron Browning's still here. Are either of them going to come off with these last four?
See, we got what, Niners, Rams.
Ravens, Broncos. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe Denver likes one of them. I don't know if Denver would like those two.
I know the Niners pick.
And it's not either of those, huh?
Who were you talking about again?
The two linebackers, Cox and
Negative.
Browning. So it's neither of those. Okay. Well,
It's a corner.
oh, if it's a corner, DJ
Niners.
Daniel. I guess DJ Daniel.
Ambry Thomas.
oh,
Oh. I guess I should have guessed Robert Rochelle because of that. But
There
yeah,
are quite a few guys left still ahead that I would think of him, but he's got the experience.
Ambry? Yeah.
Too. I mean,
yeah.
he opted out
Back
of
to
the
back,
season this
yeah.
year, so I think we forgot a little bit, but pretty press guy.
Lee is obviously plugged into the league, and just saying Molden and Melifon were still there. Obviously, the league was paying attention and is like, "Oh, you're right, Lee. Bye bye."
Yep. They were like,
You're
nope.
coming off the board here.
They're like, you make a good point.
So here's something I want to touch on quick. Obviously, there's only a few picks left, but Michael Carter not coming off tonight. Kenny Gainwell not coming off tonight. Now, obviously, Sermon is more of the feature back than either of those two, so I get why he comes off before them. The league just treating these guys as satellite backs and really saying, you know, obviously Gainwell probably getting knocked because he didn't play in 20. And is Carter just a satellite rotational back? Is that what the NFL thinks?
obviously, I've seen some that think Gainwell's more of a slot gadgety type, but I don't know if I see that.
Yeah, I mean, oh, I see the Rams pick.
Really?
What an odd selection that is. What the heck? So, oh, you said we said the Niners. The 49ers selected Ambry Thomas. The Rams took a linebacker. It's neither Cox nor Browning. It is
South Carolina.
Ernest Jones
Wow.
from South Carolina instead of Jabril Cox, Baron Browning, Cameron McGrone, Dylan Moses, even a guy like KJ Britt, who I think a lot of people are interested in, even a guy in that defense like Derek Barnes, who could maybe drop down and rush for you at times if you so desire. Really odd. That's an odd selection for the Rams. The Rams have had two really questionable picks tonight, to say the least.
Some head scratchers.
Yeah, to say the least, I think. So
I've just been watching their reactions. It's very funny.
Of the fans?
A lot of it is who?
I mean,
like on every pick.
I mean, if I were a Rams fan at the thing and when they announced this pick, I'd probably be like, huh? Because, like, if you think about it.
I mean, everything indicates that he's going to be kind of a guy like, this is a weird comparison, but like what Manti Te'o ended up being that he succeeded at, like when he was with the Saints, where he's kind of that backup will and like on special teams can like really show out. Because, I mean, they say like he was the team captain at the next level or at the last level for 2 years with the Gamecocks. And, you know, he's just kind of got the tools for a special teams guy. But, like, it seems like an early selection for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
Jabril Cox is still there. If you're looking for an athlete.
Well, it's clear that the NFL, at least someone did, the Titans valued Monty Rice over. They valued still a linebacker who is smart, maybe not the best athlete, but smart and really in control when he's playing it, really in coverage and against the run. And they taking more traditional guys over. Like you said, Nick Bolton goes second round, who didn't test well, but he plays the linebacker position like Monty Rice does. and Cox and Browning are still here. Like the traditional, still like what you're getting here. Linebacker is still king at the moment. It seems.
The Ravens
What's up?
Pick I've seen.
Have you?
Yes.
Also, finally did this might be the favorite lighting that we've done tonight.
I like
easily.
the purple.
The purple is
Purple's
good.
my favorite color, so I'm
It
biased.
looks good, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, Jake said it. Yeah, over Dylan, Browning, Cox, McGraw, Wallow, Barnes, Snowden. I mean, the Rams. It's kind of a nightmare today.
It's interesting. I'll say that.
Wait, who is this? I will tell you guys, this is the first guy easily that I've not graded. What position does he play? He's a corner. Okay.
Wait, are you talking about the Ravens pick?
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, no, he's a corner. Most people just put DB because they don't know. He's a special teams. I hate to say this because this is when they come out and prove me wrong incredibly. Special teams player in the 3rd round.
This is Baltimore.
That's true. And he is a very
DaCosta,
disruptive corner from what I've seen.
I mean,
I was just looking at his video.
they're smart. They're smart. I would trust them in this scenario. But ultimately, here's what I think happened. If you're a Rams fan and you ever find this stream, here's what I think happened. They enjoyed the Malibu Beach House too much to even pay attention to what was going on.
That's fair.
This weekend so far. That's all. That's the only explanation.
Okay, fun fact for this.
What happened?
He transitioned last year at the start of the year in training camp from running back. And worked his way into a starting position, which kudos.
Do we have a school for him?
Are the Ravens just trying to put a running back at every position? Is that what's happening? He's from SMU.
Thank you.
Oh, is it what's his?
Jonah Tolles is a fan of Nahshon Wright.
Okay. By the way, the girl that announced it said Nahshon, but I thought it was Nahshon.
Maybe Nahshon because there's an H after the A.
Like, nah.
So maybe that is right. Yeah, maybe that is
Sean.
correct.
Nah, Sean.
Okay, so even next gen stats. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to these next gen stats grades or anything, but overall was a 50 for Ernest Jones.
Whoa.
It was a 50. I don't think I've seen one that low tonight, at least when I've been peeking over.
Woof.
That is not ideal. So either the league doesn't like the linebacker class as much as we do, or there's just something wrong with Jabril Cox and Barry Browning to the point where they are. I mean, Jabril Cox is like a lanky guy, so maybe they're wondering where he plays too. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the questions that I would love answered. Because really, truthfully, we only have one pick left to announce because we have the Brandon Stevens pick, and it's Denver, who has had a great night.
Yeah.
So if I were Denver, let me think here. I'm going to look at this board here and see what I like to see. If I'm Denver and I like power football, and I wanted offensive line depth, I would totally take a guy like David Moore here.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if I'm Denver, why are you not looking at one of these linebackers?
Right.
At the moment, I don't know. Have we seen it?
Seen what specifically?
The Denver pick.
I have not.
I wouldn't put right tackle out of the equation either. They've had Juwan James has dealt with some injuries.
Is this maybe where a Stone Forsythe or a Deontay Smith comes off the board? Maybe a James Hudson, although Hudson's definitely a project, but
what is going?
I love this. So Zach Cruz, one of the Packers guys I follow, he says another way I'm looking at this draft for 2 days. Packers got a Sam Shields type, a Corey Linsley type, and a Randall Cobb type. I like it.
Oh, hey, the slide stopped for Baron Browning.
It did?
Yeah,
Wow.
Broncos. About
Denver.
time.
Have a day, okay? Have a day, Denver, and really just stick it to everybody right now because play chess. Your secondary is nuts, Denver, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you decided to just take Surtain, even though you have a loaded room anyway. I respect it. And then we have power football extraordinaires, with Javonte and Quinn Miners, and then you come back here, Baron Browning at the end of the third round here, at the end of day 2. Love it. So picks, we're going to talk about, I think, for a long time, potentially here at the end of the third, are obviously the Ernest Jones and the Nashawn Wright picks, for sure. Dallas had an interesting day. Truthfully, they had an interesting day, and
If I was a Cowboys fan, I would be.
Yeah. I mean,
At the least, confused.
yeah. I mean, Baron Browning. Again, we talk about Baron Browning. He is a guy who, again, we talked about we're not sure what position he's playing, but he's pretty good in a lot of spots. I think he's flashed as a Sam edge rushing type. I think he's, if he had a chance to develop there, I think we would have potentially called him an edge in this class. I think there was a certain possibility he would have definitely been a 3-4 outside linebacker. But now you're getting a linebacker who's played some Sam, who's played some Will. And the one thing I love about Baron Browning, besides the pass rush chops, is his eyes, his quickness, his awareness in zone coverage is outstanding. The dude picks up crossers so well in zone coverage, and he finishes. And, gets good depth on his drops. And so, this is a guy, you have him in space, I think you're going to have a good time. If you're going to ask him to get off blocks 24/7, you're not going to have a great time, I don't think. This is a guy who's good in space and good in coverage. Leave him there. When he's not doing that, let him rush. I mean, the Fangio defense, I don't think will let him truly rush necessarily because of how it's set up. But I still think, again, with a coverage guy in space, I think you're going to have a lot of fun, Fangio. So,
yeah,
enjoy. And with that, it doesn't feel like a party, but I just want to do this for fun.
I think it's cool.
I wish I could have a setting like this where it does this. If there is one, I haven't found it because I just opened this app a minute and a half before I went live today. So here we go. Party. We have one more day of the draft, but the second day is over. And it's crazy, Nate. Another year done.
Yeah.
We've done 2 days of this. It's crazy. We sit here for 9 hours and talk about this for 2 days. It's crazy. Oh, what about Nwangwu and Jaquan Bailey? I think Nwangwu is a returner, and with his speed, I talked about this on a YouTube video for the Packers, talking about their running back targets potentially. I still think he could end up a Packer because, one, he brings return value, but again, you have Amari Rodgers, so that might be off the table. But a guy who is pure speed, and he's tough as a runner, and he fits both of what the Packers have set, it seems like, as their trends and metrics for the position. Over 200 pounds, over 10-foot broad jump. Those two things have been the common thread for the linebackers not linebackers. Wow, Baron Browning on the brain. The running backs in Green Bay over the last few seasons that they've drafted. So Nwangwu, I'm sure he goes just because he's ran that 4.3 flat. It's just an absurd number. Jaquan Bailey, I don't think he gets drafted, truthfully, but he could find a home somewhere on a roster come training camp. So we'll see. So thanks, Sis, for the question about Iowa State players. Next year, I promise, will be a better year for Iowa State players. You have Breece Hall. And that's a good start all in its own right. Charlie Kohler, another one potentially. But what a better way to wrap this up, I would say, than let's throw the winners. Why not? I just think athletically there's not much there. The defensive line class is already weak. There's a lot of good players I still think on the board. Again, he's maybe even more of a 4-3 end than a 3-4 end. I just don't think for NFL teams there's going to be a lot of people who move the needle for him. I just don't think he does a lot, truthfully. But again, a guy who could land on a roster and you never know. So that's what I think for Bailey. But again, I think Nwangwu will land somewhere, no doubt. So focus on the positives. But who's got a winner for today?
I'm trying to consider. I think the winner, the Senior Bowl, was a big winner today. They had a lot of guys go.
A nice one, a good one.
In terms of even higher rated guys. The Saints took 2. So, or 1. They've taken 2 total. But
yes, I knew what you meant. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Overrated or not even rated quarterbacks. Kellen Mond and Kyle Trask. Winners.
Yes, get paid. Top of round 3.
Get paid, boys.
We love that
Get
for you
paid.
guys. Woo. I think, the Broncos, I think, are a big winner today. I think they did a heck of a job. As I said, I think Miners is going to be fun there. I think Javonte, they're going to enjoy having there as well. That running back room is a little crowded. It's interesting. Obviously, down on Melvin Gordon. Here's a winner. Myles Gaskin is a winner today because the Dolphins, entering day 3, do not have a running back on their roster right now from this draft. So, Myles Gaskin, congratulations. You have not yet been faded in fantasy leagues. So there you go.
I think Detroit is at least a partial win. They've selected well.
Yeah, they double dip at DT.
Yeah.
I do like the Melifonwu pick this late. Imagine him panning out and next to Okudah.
I think the Jaguars continue to win too. I don't know if I'd call them one of the big winners, but the Cisco pick was good for me.
Yeah, people were down on the Cisco pick. I think that's their best pick today.
Tyson Campbell is an interesting.
Campbell's interesting.
He fits for them really well.
Yeah, I think Cisco might be their best pick.
Quinn Maynard's the winner.
D3 schools are a winner.
Yeah.
Okay?
Outdoor workout videos are a winner.
That's true. Unfortunately, I think a loser today, and it's unfortunate for him because I just think all he did really was not test well. But for Brevin Jordan, still on the board after 2 days, that's unfortunate to see. And I hope that he, the chip is forming on the shoulder right now as he sits there waiting to get drafted. Again, a move tight end who I think, that the upside's there to stretch the seam. But I think the question's athletically, and then there's not a lot of production at the catch point where the concerns. And, that's I guess what we're seeing here at this point. And Amon-Ra St. Brown still not taken is a little shocking to me. I don't know about you guys, but I guess we're drifting off of winners now. But
I would say if I had one winner for a team, just guys that I really love, is probably Washington football team getting one of my favorites in De'Ami Brown, Benjamin St. Juste. So I really, for a guy that's still kind of raw, I love his technique and man coverage. I think Cosme's kind of a guy, maybe not necessarily a guy that jumps off the screen maybe for what people look at in offensive tackles, but I think of just offensive lineman picks that have worked in the past few years that maybe weren't necessarily picked at the top. Athleticism and quickness. I don't think that's something that is consistently focused on by NFL teams compared to maybe what the draft community does. So I think even Cosme is a good pick there. So yeah, I gotta give Washington props.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give Cleveland props because they were like, screw this. We're ending the JOK slide right here. I know they took Schwartz, maybe a little bit of a reach in round 3, but go get a guy. What's up, Mason? How you doing, bud? Hope it's going well. Hope you're enjoying the Packers selections. I mean, Washington is killing it. They really are. And honestly, I think if I'm looking correctly, I have to look at what they did in the third, but I do like. I did like what the Jets did with Elijah Moore to start things off for their day.
Mhm.
Did they even pick after that? I don't think they did. Oh yeah, they gave up their thirds. Minnesota,
for the Vikings.
so they didn't. But I do love what Elijah Moore is going to bring to that offense, and let your guy Zach Wilson sling it, and that'll be fun. I think there's Denver, Washington, Cleveland. Yeah, I think Mason. Yeah, we hit all those. I agree. I think they're big winners. It'll be interesting. I think there's a lot of talent still on the board heading into tomorrow. That'll open things up. Who's like one player you're looking for tomorrow when they come off the board? Big loser Cowboys. Yeah, probably. I would say so.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. I can start. My DT3 is still on the board, and I would love to see where he goes tomorrow. Tommy Chogiai. I would love to see where he ends up.
Jabril Cox is one for me for sure.
That's a good one. Yes.
I think Stone Forsythe is kind of someone I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes.
No doubt.
I think somebody that's fun is Simi Fehoko. I like watching him. He'll be fun to watch.
Fun player. Obviously, Nate. What? Wait, who?
Mater Bebe.
Oh, Mater Bebe? Yes.
Yeah.
I was just going to bring him up. ESP, Brandon.
Yeah.
ESP. Yeah. I would love to know where Josh Mater Bebe is going tomorrow. I think it's going to obviously be a team that wants to get vertical, and it's going to be a team that, sees his toughness and speed after the catch as a real asset. So we'll see. Obviously, I think for sure our Darius Washington is somebody who I think a lot of the draft community loved. Obviously, even the safety position in general. So think about who went tonight at safety. Obviously, Holland, I think you count. Molden, you can count him wherever you want to count him. He came off. Grant Merrick, Cisco, and then Diablo came off.
Yeah.
Am I missing anyone? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
So we are sitting here with our Darius Washington, Hamza Nasir-Eldin, Jamar Johnson, who a lot of people like, James Wiggins, Gillespie, the other Bledsoe, the other Missouri guy.
Yeah.
There's Hufanga, who played edge, linebacker, safety, like DeMar Hamlin, Trill Williams. Like all of these guys at safety did not come off tonight. The safety board is fruitful at this point.
Yeah.
So obviously that's an interesting one. The Melifonwu slide stopped. We talked about the linebackers. Is there a rusher? Oh, yeah. I want to see where Ellison Smith ends up tomorrow for Northern Iowa.
Yeah.
That'll be fun little exercise. I think Indy's worn out their welcome as far as defensive line goes, even though that's a Ballard guy. Senior Bowl testing numbers. He's a Ballard guy, but I don't think they'd go there again. I mean, we'll see, but obviously Drew Dahlman, my guy at center, love to see where he ends up tomorrow. It's not going to be Green Bay because they get up and get Josh Myers. But I think other than him, though, interior wise, obviously Trey Smith still has a lot of fans, even though there are definitely questions. And see where he comes off, to see where Deontay Brown comes off tomorrow. See where a guy like David Moore comes off. I think it even had more fans than, and pun intended, than guys like Trey Smith and Deontay Brown, because he plays center, played guard. Nate is tired.
I'm really tired.
But I think the board is still has good names there, and I think the tackle board still has names. Obviously, you look at Smith Marset, Tylen Wallace, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Nice squeak there, Jake. But those guys like that off the board, Felton and Cade Johnson, the two undersized, gadget guys who made some hay at the Senior Bowl. Where do they end up? A lot of players still on the board. I think a lot of us like, and it's going to be fun. So there will be no stream for those who are still here tomorrow, unless you really desperately need it. There will be some other streams, I believe, live tomorrow, so go check them out too. Yeah, I don't know if I want to sit here for 6.5 to 7 hours. I would love to, but if the interest isn't there, we're going to stick to watching some Eric Stokes, some Josh Myers, and some Amari Rogers. And I'm sure Packers fans, I would think they're excited. I don't know why you wouldn't be. Nate, do you think Packers fans should be excited? I don't
see what the complaint would be. I mean,
Me
you
either.
finally drafted a wide receiver and you didn't draft a quarterback, so
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
And
I don't know
still,
if I'd be happy with how they've treated one of the greatest quarterbacks talent-wise that we've ever seen, but
yeah.
otherwise, yeah, I'm happy with the draft.
I will say, I think the Packers double down tomorrow at both DB and wide receiver. I think they will. I think they will do it. I think they will do it tomorrow. I don't know who it will be, but I mean, there are guys there that are absolutely worth the pick at this point. I still have 3 third-round grades on the board for wide receiver. So we'll see. Josh Myers was good. Yeah, so Mason, he says Josh Myers was confusing with Quinn and Creed. But here's the thing, and I will say this, and I brought this up, and obviously I know it's like everybody's feeling the heat, but Myers, I think, has better initial quicks and better short area explosion to get into space than a guy like Creed Humphrey does. And I know Creed Humphrey's a better player. I understand that. I think people might say Quinn Miners is a better player. I understand that. Quinn Miners has not had reps at center other than at the Senior Bowl, which to me, that's barely a game. It's a game and some practices. So I get it over Quinn. I do. I understand why people may be concerned with Humphrey not being the pick there. But again, Humphrey's the power inside zone. Myers maybe can do, and clearly Green Bay thinks he can do outside zone. So I'm trusting in Goody and LaFleur on this one for sure. That's what I think, Mason. That's where I'm at. But well, with that said, I think we've really covered all our bases to end the night here. And Braden, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah,
it was fun.
For sure. I think the Chiefs, you got to be excited. I'm sure you are, and you got more to come still, so that'll be fun.
Yep. Hopefully a receiver sometime tomorrow. It's what I'm kind of looking forward to. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if they traded up for a pass rusher for their first pick tomorrow, depending on what's still there. Cameron Sample's kind of a guy I could see being a sneaky good fit for them.
Juice. Yeah, he's got some juice, no doubt. Yeah. Well, Braden, thanks so much for coming on and talking Chiefs and hanging out with us. Make sure you go follow him. What is it again?
At Braden Holotek 9 with the number 9 at the end. And you guys can also follow Full Press Coverage Chiefs at FPC_Chiefs. And if you want to follow the main NFL account for Full Press Coverage, it's at Full Press NFL.
Perfect. Excellent.
So thank you guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks so much, Braden. Take it easy.
Yep. You too. See ya.
All right. See ya. Nate, here we are, my man. You and me sitting here.
Day 2.
Almost 5 hours on day 2. We've made it. We've had a great time. And guys, I don't think this tradition's going to go away as long as you guys come and watch.
Doesn't really feel like it.
This is way too much fun to not do it. And the guests we've had have been a lot of fun. I know last year we obviously had a ton of guys, and guys have branched off and done their own shows. And mad respect to them for starting it up because, this is something people watch. It's crazy that people watch this. I can't believe Nate and I are sitting here still and people are watching us tonight and even last night as well. So I appreciate you, especially the homies on YouTube right now who've been sticking around, I guarantee, almost the entire night.
That's pretty sick.
Who follow just me for the Packers stuff, but have sat here all night for this. You guys are the MVPs, truthfully. Because, the Twitter users, they come in, they kind of flock in and flock out. They're like geese. They do a lot of migrating.
Very true.
YouTubers are here to stay, and I appreciate you. So for Nate and myself, we've enjoyed it. It's been great again.
Thank you.
I do it again. I'd love to do it tomorrow. It's a little much. Plus,
I have a family birthday tomorrow.
There's some film to watch tomorrow. So we will see. I am truthfully, just grateful that we could do this, and we appreciate all the support. And yeah, I mean, follow Nate at HAW Sports. If you're here for me and you know my content, please follow him. He does a lot of different stuff and a lot of new, great stuff coming soon, content-wise, I think. So he does do Canal Street Chronicles for the Saints, the podcast there. So
I do a lot of
Nation.
random crap.
He does, but it's fun.
It's great.
So yeah, for us both, this is going to be it for us, and we will, I'm sure, see you guys somewhere on the internet very soon. And enjoy day 3 of the draft. Find a place to go watch somebody who's covering it, I will say, because there's a lot of great people out there that do this like we do. And just go follow. I think potentially Blue Chip Scouting is doing one tomorrow, I think. If they are, check them out. I will send you there, I think. I'll do my best to send you there while they're going. But yeah, for those who are still here for the YouTube and the Packers stuff, I wanted to do an Eric Stokes film for tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be ready in time because I want to go through every game and make sure. So Eric Stokes film on Sunday, the Myers and Rodgers to follow, and we'll have the reaction, those stuff up tonight. So Renee, myself, all our guests, Braden and Grant came on tonight. Appreciate them. Appreciate you all. I'm sure we'll see you somewhere soon. Farewell, everybody. Good night.
Bye.